Chapter 758. If Yunsheng had not recalled the pink smoke at the last moment, which was somewhat similar to Hu Linglong's pink skull array, and suspected that she had fallen into the celestial fox people's illusion spell, she would have really lost her life here. She looked at the magic scepter again, which was still stuck in the ground. This illusion spell was also an illusion spell like Hu Linglong's pink skull array, but it was more terrifying than the pink skull array. The pink skull array would at most make people become muddle-headed and indulge in wine, women, wealth, and arrogance, unable to extricate themselves. However, the petrification spell contained in the magic scepter could scare people to death. After breaking the petrification spell, Yunsheng finally saw the situation in the stone room clearly. The whole stone room was actually filled with piles of white bones. Without exception, the white bones were all crawling beside the magic scepter, trying to grab the magic scepter. Human nature was greedy. All the mages who entered this stone room only saw the perfect magic scepter, but they did not expect that this magic scepter could not be controlled at all if one did not have enough strength. The magic scepter itself did not have any power, but the petrification spell it contained was really powerful. These people were all scared to death in the fear of being petrified. Don't be greedy. I'm afraid that only its owner can control this damn magic scepter. I almost died here. This thing is really harmful. Yunsheng sighed and pulled out the magic scepter. Unexpectedly, as soon as she pulled out the magic scepter, a floor tile on the ground loosened. Yunsheng was curious and moved the floor tile with the magic scepter stuck in it away. Under the floor tile, there was a hidden compartment, and there was a very old-looking magic scroll in it. Pop, pop. Master, it records a voodoo spell of the celestial fox people called the corpse puppet spell. Puffed Egg read the magic scroll. The corpse puppet spell was one of the oldest voodoo spells of the celestial fox people. The conditions to practice the corpse puppet spell were extremely harsh. It had to meet 3 conditions. Firstly, the cultivator must be of the celestial fox people's bloodline. If an outsider were to cultivate it, his soul would definitely explode and he would die. Secondly, the cultivator must have a firm mind, or else it would be easy to be controlled by the shaman puppet and devour the soul. Thirdly, the trainee must be a summoner. Only when all 3 were satisfied could the corpse puppet technique be carried forward. After Yunsheng finished reading, she thought to herself that this corpse puppet technique seemed to be tailor-made for her. She just happened to satisfy all 3 of them. It was as if everything was predestined. Oh, could it be that the patriarch of the celestial fox people who built this tomb of the celestial fox people was also a dark magician? Yunsheng discovered that the corpse puppet technique was indeed extraordinary after reading the magic scroll. It was called corpse puppet, which meant that it was very different from modern hypnotism. However, it was much more powerful than hypnotism. Not only could it control living people, it could also control dead objects. In some cases, it could even instigate a summoner's magical beast to rebel. After comprehending the magic once, Yunsheng decided that she would practice on those black tortoise-level warriors after leaving this place. Yunsheng immediately committed the corpse puppet technique to memory. After storing the magic scroll into the beast speech ring, Yunsheng also kept the magic scepter. If there were no surprises, this magic scepter should belong to the patriarch of the celestial fox people. Yunsheng wanted to go deeper into the celestial fox tomb. Yunsheng had a premonition that she might need to use this magic scepter on her journey. Yunsheng left the stone room and returned to the south gate first. She used the corpse puppet technique on those black tortoise-level warriors. To her surprise, the corpse puppet technique was effective after just a little bit of use. These black tortoise-level warriors without intelligence immediately became Yunsheng's subordinates. Yunsheng stored all 6 black tortoise-level warriors into the beast speech ring. She arrived at the last gate, which was the east gate. The gate seems a little different. After opening the 3rd gate, the 4th gate, which was the last gate, changed. A fox appeared on the gate. Although it was only carved on the gate, the carving was lifelike. It had thick fur and a pair of eyes that were as vivid as a human's. This fox was different from the usual fox magical beasts. It walked upright and had a graceful posture, vaguely resembling a young girl. However, what caught Yunsheng's attention the most was that the fox on the gate actually had 6 tails. Yunsheng had long heard that the length of magical beasts. Some magical beasts' heads, tails, and even the number of limbs represented their bloodline and strength. For example, Yunsheng Xiaohei was once a 2-headed dog. Its grade was much higher than the usual canines. There was also the 100-legged ant general. After it absorbed the celestial fox blood crystal, its cultivation level increased greatly. Its original 100-legged body evolved into more than 120 legs. The cubs of the celestial fox people were born with only 1 tail. However, as their cultivation level increased, especially when their Dharma soul became stronger, they would grow a new tail. The secret passage to the tomb of the celestial fox should be behind this gate. Yunsheng was nervous. The last gate opened. Once the gate opened, a heavy smell wafted out. Compared to the other gates, the last gate had been sealed for a longer time. Yunsheng did not know that she was the only person in the 5,000 years since the tomb of the celestial fox was built to enter the last gate. Even some of the pure-blooded celestial fox descendants who came to the tomb of the celestial fox could not survive the petrification illusion behind the 3rd gate. Behind the last gate was another stone room. In the stone room, there was a statue. It was a statue of a woman. When one looked at it, they could not help but hold their breath. It was the celestial fox people's statue. It was a woman whose age could not be determined. She had the beauty of a young girl and the dignity of a married woman. Her hair was beautiful, and her figure was well-proportioned. Although it was just a statue, the woman's face was beautiful, and her beautiful eyes were vivid. It was unknown who had carved this statue. However, it could be seen that the person who carved this statue must have admired this woman very much. He had portrayed the woman's charm very well. Even a layman like Yunsheng could not help but be attracted by this statue when she saw it. However, what surprised Yunsheng the most was that this woman looked very similar to her mother, Hu Jiuxing. In other words, this woman looked very similar to Yunsheng. It was just that she looked slightly older than Yunsheng. However, although the woman was beautiful, there was a trace of sorrow between her brows. She looked to the east as if she was hoping for something. She did not have a magic scepter in her hand. She is the chief of the celestial fox people. Yunsheng saw a stone tablet on the left side of the statue. This is the tomb of the chief of the celestial fox people, Huyan. Outsiders are not allowed to trespass into the tomb of the celestial fox. Otherwise, they will be subjected to the 8 wilderness beast blood curse, and their souls will be destroyed. The chief of the celestial fox people was called Huyan. From her appearance, she might even be related to Yunsheng and Yunsheng's mother, Hu Jiuxing. Chapter 759. Keep looking and see if you can find the exit to the tomb of Celestial Fox. Yunsheng urged Puffed Egg. Yunsheng had been transported in by a magic array, so there must be an exit here. Night Fox was probably going crazy with anxiety. Pop, pop. Master, it says here that if you want to find the exit, you must first find a Celestial Fox, Sarira. Puffed Egg's words disappointed Yunsheng. The Celestial Fox Sarira was also where most of the cultivation of the Celestial Fox people's leader, Huyan, was located. But in such a large tomb, where should she go to find the Celestial Fox Sarira? Yunsheng looked around, and there seemed to be a voice in her heart telling her to walk to the front of the statue. Yunsheng took out the magic scepter. This originally belonged to Huyan, and it was time to return it to its rightful owner. When a magic scepter was returned to Huyan, the Celestial Fox people's leader, Huyan, changed. A soft light emitted from Huyan's forehead, and a raindrop-shaped crystal floated out. The Celestial Fox Sarira was the most precious treasure of the Celestial Fox people. It contained the cultivation of the strongest leader in Celestial Fox history, Huyan. Yunsheng did not expect that she would obtain the Celestial Fox Sarira when she entered the tomb rashly. The Celestial Fox Sarira fell into her hand, and Yunsheng felt a burst of warmth. Whether it was the Sarira or the Celestial Fox statue, Yunsheng felt a sense of familiarity. It was as if she had known this woman of the celestial fox people for a long time. The celestial fox, Sarira, spun in Yun Sheng's hand for a moment, and then suddenly burrowed into Yun Sheng's palm and disappeared. Oh no, what's going on? Yun Sheng was shocked and quickly looked at her palm. Her hand was fine, but the Sarira had disappeared, as if it had been swallowed by her body. But her body did not feel anything strange. The Sarira had completely disappeared. After the heavenly fox relic disappeared, a cracking sound came from under the statue of the heavenly fox clan leader, who below the originally motionless statue, a black hole that could accommodate one person appeared. A passage. Yun Sheng was overjoyed. She quickly jumped into the black hole and left the tomb of the celestial fox. At the same time, Yi Baiming was on the verge of madness within the heavenly fox burial ground. No matter how hard he searched, he could not find the whereabouts of Yun Sheng. Yi Baiming had tried all kinds of methods, even the unicorn's binding magic, but he could not find the whereabouts of Yun Sheng. This feeling was as if Yun Sheng had disappeared. An unprecedented fear, a fear that he might lose Yun Sheng forever, was like a viper entangling Yi Baiming. His heart, which had always been calm, was in chaos. Yi Baiming's gray eyes were dyed with a layer of red light. This damned restriction, where exactly did it hide Yun Sheng? Like a lone wolf who had lost its lover, Yi Baiming angrily roared. Damn it, give her back to me. Yi Baiming's gray eyes were bloodshot, and he had a bloodthirsty impulse. The duki in his body was like a candle flame blown by a gale, wildly pulsing. Bang! A punch landed heavily on the restriction of Celestial Fox's tomb. A repulsive force came from the restriction, and Yi Baiming's hand was fiercely repelled. The Celestial Fox restriction was set up by the most powerful patriarch of the Celestial Fox people, Hu Yin. Its power, even after 5,000 years, had not decreased in the slightest. The restriction reflected Yi Baiming's duki back to him, but Yi Baiming did not care about this at all. He roared, knelt on one knee in the direction where the magic array had disappeared, and punched heavily. When that punch landed, black scales appeared on Yi Baiming's left arm. Punch after punch, the restriction of the entire Celestial Fox's tomb shook. That terrifying duki, accompanied by a terrifying duki, actually affected the entire Dutian blood seal. The few people guarding outside the Celestial Fox's tomb, including He Linlin, Lu, Celestial Fox, Hu Linglong, and Rita, all felt a terrifying duki erupting like a volcano. The murderous aura above the Dutian blood seal began to twist, causing the entire seal to tremble. What's going on? Bang, bang, bang. The Dutian blood seal became even more unstable. Cracks began to appear on the Celestial Fox's restriction. The situation inside could be vaguely seen from outside. They only saw a tall man half kneeling on the ground, and his fists repeatedly smashed into the Celestial Fox's restriction. Give her back to me. The man's desperate roar was like a tidal wave, endless and unending. He Linlin's heart shook when she saw the man's arm. Lu couldn't help but rush towards the Celestial Fox's restriction. He didn't see Yun Sheng. Could it be that something happened to Yun Sheng? The Celestial Fox's restriction became more and more unstable. Under the influence of Yi Baiming's duki, the entire restriction was constantly twisting and changing. The magic fluctuations inside were also becoming weaker and weaker. Crazy, this person must be crazy. He wants to destroy the Celestial Fox's tomb. Hu Linglong's face was pale with fright. The Celestial Fox's restriction was becoming more and more unstable, as if it would collapse at any time. If the Celestial Fox's restriction was destroyed, the Dutian blood seal would inevitably suffer heavy damage. However, the Celestial Fox's tomb would also collapse. Hu Linglong still hadn't found the Celestial Fox's Sarira, so she couldn't sit back and watch Yi Baiming destroy the Celestial Fox's tomb. However, Hu Linglong couldn't enter the restriction. She could only watch as the restriction disintegrated inch by inch under the crazy man's fist. Heavens, what kind of monster is that? He actually destroyed the Celestial Fox's restriction, which is known as the strongest magic restriction. Rita, the descendant of the Baimang clan, said with her mouth wide open. Rita remembered that she almost fought with that monster man earlier. She thought that the strength of that guy was higher than her. Boom! Yi Biming punched heavily again. His fist was no longer in shape. His skin burst, and his flesh was badly mangled. However, he still didn't feel any pain. In his ears, there was a sound like glass shattering, followed by a series of gasps. The Celestial Fox's restriction was actually broken by brute force. Yi Biming, you're crazy. You'll hurt yourself like this. Hei Lin rushed forward, wanting to help Yi Biming. However, just as her hand touched Yi Biming's hand, the latter fiercely flung her hand away. Yi Biming slowly stood up. You? Hei Lin clearly saw Yi Biming's appearance at this time. She couldn't help but be stunned. Yi Biming's eyes had turned blood red, as if something was blocking his eyes. There was no focus in his eyes at all. He looked like a blind man. He couldn't see or hear anything. At this time, Yi Biming only wanted to find Yunsheng. Where is Yunsheng? Damn it. Why didn't you take good care of her? Ignoring the strange gazes of the crowd, Lu rushed forward, grabbed Yi Biming's collar, and questioned him sternly. Where is she? Yi Biming only repeated this sentence, as if he was in a dream. Without her, even if he stood at the top of the world, what could he do? This is the bonus for everyone's monthly votes for this month. 50+1 update. Chapter 760. Suddenly, Yi Biming roared and slammed his shoulder into Green, sending him flying. It's you. You're the ones who caused Yunsheng's disappearance. I'll kill you all. He roared at the sky, his throat emitting a bestial roar. That roar was very special. It sounded like a dragon's roar, but also like a tiger's roar. His voice spread far and wide. When a nearby blood cloud beasts heard this roar, they were so scared that they didn't dare to move. Around his body, fighting aura danced like swords. In his eyes, there was nothing but killing intent. The murderous aura in the surroundings surged toward Yi Biming like a cat that had caught the scent of blood. As the murderous aura increased, the fighting aura on Yi Biming's body also increased. Beast Blood Berserk. Catch him first, he's gone mad. Green was alert. He also noticed that Yi Biming's Beast Blood Berserk was different from ordinary people. However, how could Yi Biming hear this? He released the battle aura on his body crazily and attacked them. Don't hurt him. I want this man. Hei Lin had a strange expression. It seemed like she was pleasantly surprised, but also afraid. The four of them rushed forward and used all kinds of magic and battle skills. However, how could Yi Biming be so easy to capture? With the help of the blood chi, although he was in a frenzy, the dou chi on his body was becoming more and more vigorous, continuous, and difficult to deal with. The dou chi in his body seemed to be inexhaustible and inexhaustible. The dou chi that entered his body burst out again. For a moment, the sky was dark and the earth was dark. At this time, Yunsheng had already left the tomb of Celestial Fox. She didn't know that Yi Biming had fallen into an unprecedented state of danger. After Yunsheng entered the black hole, she groped around until she saw a glimmer of light. Then she climbed out. We're finally able to see the light of day again. I really thought that we would be trapped to death in there. Yunsheng Gang sighed emotionally. Why are you alone? Where did that arrogant man go? Behind him, a cold voice sounded. Yunsheng turned around and saw that not far away, Chinya of the Green Netherwolf tribe and a pack of ferocious blood crystal wolves were looking at her with green eyes. Earlier, Yunsheng and Yi Biming had suddenly disappeared. In order to prevent them from exposing the matter of the Beast King relic, the 8 Desolation descendants had split into 2 groups. Hei Lin, Lulu, Rita, and Hu Linglong entered the Dutian Blood Seal in the core area. Purple, Green Tooth, and the others headed to the middle of the Dutian Blood Beast world to intercept them. Qingyao led his wolf pups to search the entire way, but they failed to find Yi Biming and Yunsheng. Just as he was about to turn back, the wolf pups discovered traces of Yunsheng. Yunsheng also did not expect that the secret passage of Celestial Fox's tomb would lead directly to the middle of the Dutian Blood Beast world. It looked like she had already escaped, but she did not know how Yi Biming was doing. TSK, I remember now. Earlier in the middle, it was you who killed dozens of my blood crystal wolves. Qingyao felt that Yun Sheng looked familiar. After thinking carefully, he remembered that she was in Lan's team. He had a deeper impression of Yun Sheng. Although she was not strong, the way she killed the wolves was very tricky. The Green Netherwolf tribe belonged to the middle level of the 8 Desolation tribes. They were one of the more powerful magical beasts. But in terms of magical beasts, the wolf tribe was not the most powerful among the magical beasts. As warriors of the wolf tribe, whether it was hunting enemies or catching prey, they were very particular about technique. That was why Qingyao noticed Yinsheng. When she hunted the wolf pack, she was completely using technique. I remember now. Aren't you that little puppy who fled after being beaten by Sister Lan? Yinsheng also noticed that there were a large number of blood crystal wolves around. It looked like there would be a fierce battle soon. Puppy, you dare to call me a puppy? Human, you must be tired of living. I am from the noble Green Netherwolf tribe, Qingyao said fiercely. Yinsheng noticed that his wounds had already healed, and his abilities seemed to have improved compared to before. It had only been a day or so. How did his abilities seem to have improved so much? Yinsheng could not help but be shocked. However, after thinking about it again, Yinsheng understood. Green Netherwolf tribe? Isn't that one of the famous 8 Wastelands tribes? Could it be that you are a descendant of the noble Green Netherwolf tribe? And those people, just now, are also descendants of the 8 Wastelands like you? Yinsheng pretended not to understand. She had long suspected why the descendants of the 8 Wastelands would gather in the Dutian blood world after so many years. There must be a conspiracy. This wolf tribe member called Qingyao, although his abilities were not bad, but one look and one could tell that he was a simple-minded person. Compared to that a Lin Lin or Hu Ling Long, he was much more stupid. If she wanted to get to the bottom of this, she had to think of a way from him. Yinsheng's prediction was right. Although Qingyao's abilities were outstanding, he was after all a wolf tribe member. The number of times he interacted with the human tribe was too few, and he could not guess Yinsheng's intentions. Yinsheng's words of famous and noble made Qingyao very happy. In addition, Yinsheng was beautiful and her abilities were very ordinary. Qingyao could not help but underestimate her. At least you have some eyesight. I'm the son of the Green Netherwolf tribe's chief, Qingyao. Those people just now were the direct descendants of the other 7 tribes. Qingyao was immensely proud of himself. So you're the young chief Qingyao. No wonder your abilities are outstanding. You entered the Dutian blood beast world to search for the Beast King Saraira. Could it be that the Beast King Saraira has some special function? Yinsheng took advantage of Qingyao feeling good about himself to pursue the victory. Yinsheng unconsciously took a few steps closer. Her pair of beautiful eyes seemed to be able to hook souls as she looked at Qingyao. She had just learned the corpse puppet technique. Qingyao was also lucky to be in time to be Yinsheng's first test subject. Qingyao was completely unaware that he had already been controlled by Yinsheng's corpse puppet technique. When he relaxed, he actually unknowingly revealed the secret of the descendants of the 8 barons gathering in the Dutian blood beast world. I didn't think that there would be people in the human race who know about the Beast King Saraira. That is, as long as we find the Beast King Saraira, we, the Bakra orcs, can restart the Dutian secret. Qingyao was about to reveal the secret of the Beast King's Saraira. Qingyao, you idiot. Qingyao was about to say something when he suddenly shouted, Qingyao, you idiot. Z of the D clan, after a wave of magic fluctuations, suddenly appeared in the magic array. Z was also looking around for the whereabouts of Yi Baiming and Yinsheng. After feeling a wave of magic fluctuations, he rushed over. Coincidentally, he saw Qingyao being bewitched by Yinsheng. In a daze, he was about to reveal the secret. Qingyao's cultivation level was very high. Yinsheng had not learned the corpse puppet technique for long. Zi's shout immediately woke Qingyao up. Realizing that he had almost revealed the secret of the tribe, Qingyao was angry and resentful. Crafty human, I'm going to have my wolf cubs tear you into shreds. Chapter 761. Purple was much more astute and cautious than Qingyao. He could not help but suspect that this female magician's strength was very ordinary. But why did she not show any fear when facing him and Qingya? She did not even have the slightest intention of running away. Z remembered clearly that this female sorcerer's behavior was very different from ordinary humans when they were by the Crimson Moon River. She didn't save anyone and was so cold that she didn't seem like a woman. Z didn't agree with killing Yunsheng. He could see that Yunsheng was very important to the man named Yi Baiming. That man had entered the Qilin tomb earlier and probably already knew the secret of the Beast King Saraira. He had to catch these two humans in one fell swoop. Otherwise, if the secret was leaked, the plan that the Bakra orcs had painstakingly planned for many years would be ruined. There was another reason why Z didn't want to kill Yunsheng. He had to capture Yunsheng alive. This was because when he and Green split up to look for Yunsheng and Yi Baiming, Green suddenly called out to him before they left. Green, who had never begged anyone, begged him for the first time. If he met that woman named Yunsheng, he had to keep her alive no matter what. Z remembered Green's expression at that time very clearly. There was a hint of pleading in his pain. Z didn't recognize the kind of Green. Z couldn't help but think of his teasing of Green earlier. He was afraid that his unintentional words at that time had become the truth. Z actually fell in love with this human woman. Z didn't like Yunsheng, or it could be said that Z hated women. He didn't understand what had gotten into Green. Why would he fall in love with a human girl? But in the face of his good friend's pleading, if Z didn't do it or let someone hurt Yunsheng, Green would definitely hate him for the rest of his life. In desperation, Z decided that he had to capture Yunsheng alive no matter what. Your companions are not here. I advise you to surrender. Violet did not notice Yi Baiming. Violet had a particularly deep impression of Yi Baiming. Not only because Yi Baiming made He Linlin look at him in a new light, Violet also felt that Yi Baiming's aura and strength were very shocking. Whether he's here or not, I won't surrender. Are you trying to bully me with numbers? Two men bullying a woman? Or are you saying that two beasts are bullying a woman? Yunsheng looked relaxed and provoked them. Human, I forgive you for being a woman. I'll give you one more chance. Surrender yourself, else. Z's handsome face was so angry that it changed color. He suppressed his anger, but before he could finish his threat, Yunsheng suddenly smiled. Otherwise, you'll kill me? Haha, these words make me so flustered. What should I do? I've never liked being threatened. Those who threaten me, there's only one outcome, and that's... Yunsheng deliberately kept them in suspense. What's that? If you have something to say it quickly. Qingya was already a little impatient. Those who threaten me, there's only one outcome, and that's... No. Fine. Die. Yunsheng had just finished speaking when she suddenly leaped up. A pair of magic wings appeared on her back. What? Z and Qingya were both shocked. They originally thought that Yunsheng was just a saint magician. Who knew that she was actually a sky magician? What surprised Z and Qingya even more was yet to come. Just as Yunsheng leaped up, a magic array appeared below her. Within the magic array, a black figure flashed out like a ghost. Magic beast, you're a summoner. After sensing a magical wave, Z realized that Yunsheng was actually a summoner. Qingya was even more shocked. He pointed at a magic beast that had just come out of the summoning array as if he had seen a ghost. It was a black dog that was as big as a calf. Although it was called a dog, it was more ferocious than a wolf. What kind of magic beast was that? Even Qingya and Z, who were born in the Bakra orcs, could not tell what level this black dog that was more ferocious than a wolf was. But one thing was certain. The level of this black dog was definitely not inferior to Qingya. In other words, its bloodline was comparable to the Green Hell Wolf tribe. As soon as the black dog appeared, the nearby blood crystal wolves could not help but kneel on the ground. The situation was exactly the same as when they saw the Wolf King. That kind of power was comparable to Qingya's. It's just a magic beast. Do you think that it can let you escape? Qingya was still disdainful. Even if this magic beast level looked high, at most, it could only be a draw with him. Did this woman really think that his wolf pups and Z were dead? One had to know that Z was the most brilliant sorcerer in the D clan in the past 1,000 years. His attainments in light magic were comparable to those old sorcerers in the Boundless Land. With him around, Qingya was not afraid even if he was seriously injured. "Who said that I only have one magic beast?" Yunsheng said slowly. When Purple and Qingya heard this, they did not understand what Yunsheng meant. They also noticed that Yunsheng's summoning array was still emitting magical waves. They saw that another magic beast had appeared. This time, the magic beast that appeared was much smaller than the black dog from before. But when Z and Qingya saw the magic beast clearly, the corners of their mouths could not help but twitch. The Ant Clan. It was actually the Ant Clan. It was a magic beast the size of a puppy. The Ant Clan's body was densely covered with legs, looking like a centipede. Everyone said that the Ant Clan was the most insignificant existence among the magic beasts. But Z and Qingya, who were descendants of the Bakra orcs, knew very well how terrifying the Ant Clan was among the magic beasts. Although the ants were small, they were sharp enough to cut through gold. The Ant Clan was the race with the largest population and the strongest reproductive ability among all the magic beasts. Their overall strength was not strong, but if anyone provoked a commander-level demonic ant, the consequences would not be as simple as dying without a complete corpse. The two of them had already recognized that the Ant Clan member that crawled out of Yunsheng's magic array was a genuine commander-level demonic ant. This kind of demonic ant was very rare even in the continent where the 8 Desolate tribe was located. It was a kind of ancient demonic ant human. Don't think that you have to. Green Tooth held on with all his might. However, the tone of his voice was clearly lacking in confidence. Wait, there seems to be another magic beast. Even Z, who was known as the Calm Emperor, was tongue-tied and could not speak clearly, because he was speechless when he realized that Yunsheng's summoning array still showed no signs of disappearing. There was another burst of magical light shining in the magic array. This time, it was a delicate figure that appeared. A girl of 13 or 14 years old jumped out of the magic array. The girl had a head of golden hair, and her body was overflowing with strong elements of the water spirit. Continue to update. Chapter 762. As soon as the golden-haired elf girl came out, she shouted at Yunsheng proudly, "Master, you're biased. You always let other little beasts come out and show their faces. Sister Night Demon promised me that this time, no matter what, it has to be my turn to appear." Yunsheng had a headache. She originally planned to summon the Night Demon Queen and end the battle quickly. Who knew that the little elf queen who wanted to show off would come out and interfere? Purple and Green Tooth were completely speechless. This was too heaven-defying. Since when could the elf race also be controlled by a summoner? Furthermore, that elven girl was clearly a king-level existence among the elves. Commander level, and king level. All of them were at the commander level. What was going on? In this day and age, were high-level magical beasts all rotten cabbages? There were so many of them that they could be found all over the streets. They watched as the summoned beasts appeared one by one, and each of them was even more powerful. Purple and Green Tooth's eyeballs were about to pop out of their sockets. At this moment, there was only one thought in their minds. This world was too mysterious. Who exactly are you? Why do you have so many magical beasts? Purple squeezed out a complete sentence with great difficulty. The shock in his heart could no longer be described with words. A summoner, even the high priest in the tribe, could not summon so many magical beasts at once. However, Yunsheng could. Purple could not help but be in awe. Could it be that the summoners in the boundless world had developed to such a terrifying extent in the past 5,000 years? Yunsheng was only a few years old, but her magical beasts were undoubtedly top-notch existences. Yunsheng of Zhou State. Yunsheng smiled, and the 2 dimples at the corner of her mouth were unusually vivid. The moment the smile appeared, Yunsheng's face was filled with murderous intent. With a thought, several magical beasts leaped up. It wasn't that they hadn't seen summoners before. They had seen many summoners who were of a higher level than Yun Sheng, but none of them could summon several magical beasts at once like Yun Sheng did. Xiao He was the first to activate its Devour the Heavens combat skill. It raised its head and let out a terrifying howl. In an instant, the world lost its color, and the entire sky darkened. Amidst the darkness, the centipede ant general had already launched its attack. It summoned a swarm of ants to surround the wolf pack while viciously spraying balls of venom at Green Fawn. As the wolf clan's young patriarch, Qingya had always been the one who forced others to stomp their feet. When had it ever been like today, being forced to jump around on the ground by some ants? But he couldn't do anything about it, because the little elven queen who loved to see the world plunged into chaos had also joined the battle in the air. She danced lightly in the air and kept shooting ice spells at Green Fong and the wolves behind him. Once hit by the ice spells, the blood crystal wolf's body stiffened and turned into an ice sculpture. Xiao He pounced, and the ice sculpture was torn into pieces. Although Green Fong was agile, but he couldn't resist the entanglement of so many magical beasts. In a moment of carelessness, he was shot in the arm by the little queen. The blood vessels in his arm immediately coagulated, and more than half of it was frozen. What Green Fong couldn't stand the most was that, as a summoner, Yun Sheng was actually calmly flying in the air at this moment. She didn't even use magic and just moved her lips at the slightest provocation. Xiao He, bite his, but little queen, aim a little more accurately. It's best to freeze his hooks so that he can't do it. Ant General, use your venom to spray him. Let him injure a few elite camp students. Damn, Green Fong was so angry that he almost vomited blood and fell to the ground. His do chi also dissipated a lot. Green Fong, calm your mind and don't be impetuous. Although Purple was intimidated by Yun Sheng's magical beasts, he quickly regained his composure. He began to chant, and a holy light appeared on his body. A light element healing magic fell on Green Fong's arm, and the ice immediately receded. Even the previous wound was healed. Green Fong only felt that his mind was clear and all the depression and irritation that had long been swept away. He roared, and the do chi that had already dissipated condensed again. He swept away Xiao He with his foot. Only then did Yun Sheng stop joking around. Purple's light magic seemed to be almost the same as Xiao Wenqiu's. No wonder it was said that whenever there was a light magician on the battlefield, the first thing to do was to obliterate the light magician. It's just that Purple of the D clan was obviously different from those weak light magicians on the continent. He obviously also noticed Yun Sheng's intention. Although he was not good at attacking, he was outstanding in concealment. Yun Sheng ordered him to surround and attack several times, but he easily evaded. Yun Sheng, I've changed my mind. No matter who you are, you must die today. Purple realized how wrong his previous understanding was. He thought that only people like Yi Baiming could be a match for the descendants of the Eight Desolates. But now it seemed that this young girl, named Yun Sheng, was also not to be underestimated. She was cunning and good at concealment. If this person continued to grow stronger, one day she would become one of the most terrifying beings on the boundless continent. He had to take advantage of the fact that she had yet to fully mature, or in other words, her magical beasts had yet to mature, and kill her first. Green, I'm sorry. This time, even if you want to hate me, I will kill this human girl. Purple raised his magic scepter, and a ball of light appeared in his body. Yun Sheng noticed that a Saraira had appeared on his chest. Under the effect of the Saraira, Purple's body was gradually changing. Green Tooth watched from the side and was also shocked. He did not expect Purple to have the intention to kill this human girl, to the extent that he did not hesitate to use the power of Lord D. Saraira to kill her. Purple Saraira was the Saraira he found when he entered the Tomb of Truth. Under the effect of Lord D's Saraira, Purple transformed into his original form. It was a dazzling unicorn covered in golden fur. Its limbs were strong and powerful, and its body was tall. Under the light of the Saraira, Purple's body was still changing. Gradually, the golden fur on its body turned red. Red blood unicorn. Yun Sheng's eyebrows twitched. She suddenly realized that the D clan of the Bakro orcs was the Unicorn clan. Once Violet's transformation was complete, she would transform into the Unicorn of Slaughter, the Scarlet Blood Sovereign King. Yin Sheng had experienced the power of the Red Blood Unicorn. Moreover, Purple strength was originally above the Red Blood Unicorn. It seems that we can only fight to the death. Yin Sheng was awe-inspiring. A red and blue magic fluctuation was brewing in her hand, and the profound lightning vortex was slowly forming. At this critical moment, a roar like that of a trapped beast came from the direction of the Dutian bloodprint. That was... Yin Sheng's heart skipped a beat. Tonight, I'll write and publish a chapter. I'll do my best. Everyone's rewards and monthly votes, muadada. Chapter 763. Yin Sheng was 100% sure that it was Yi Baiming's voice. Even though they were separated by hundreds of miles, Yin Sheng immediately sensed that something was wrong with Yi Baiming. Why did his voice sound so sorrowful and upset? Yin Sheng's emotions were unsettled. She wanted to immediately contact Yi Baiming, but Yi Baiming, who had already sunk into a frenzied state, could not sense Yin Sheng's consciousness at all. Her heart was in a mess. Purple, who was in the midst of transforming, also stopped. He also heard that proud and aloof voice that carried despair. At the same time, the D-King's relic in his hand also became restless. In Qingya's storage belt, the Qingming relic also emitted an uneasy cry. The uncontrollable sense of uneasiness in Yun Sheng's heart grew stronger and stronger. At this moment, Yun Sheng's heart was no longer filled with killing intent or scheming. Her ears were only echoing with Yi Baiming's roar. Just a moment ago, Yun Sheng felt an unprecedented sadness and despair from the unicorn's horn. That sadness and despair came precisely from Yi Baiming. Almost unconsciously, Yun Sheng immediately activated the binding spell and disappeared. Purple returned to his human form. He looked at the magical wave produced when Yun Sheng left with a strange expression. Qingya did not sense it, but Purple did. What Yun Sheng used just now was actually the D clan's legendary binding spell. Because she had the light unicorn's horn, if Yun Sheng and Yi Baiming encountered any danger, the light unicorn's horn would send out a warning. Her few summoned beasts also disappeared. F*CK, who said that the younger generation of the Boundless Continent is all trash. Those old fellows from the Beast God altar, are their eyes muddled by cow shit? I don't want to fight with that female summoner ever again. She's too perverted. Greentooth could not help but curse. Originally, he thought that it would be a little sheep that he could pinch and flatten at will. Who would have thought that it would be a tigress in sheep's clothing? She was 100 times more ferocious than the Wolf King. The surroundings were filled with wolf bones that had been gnawed clean by the centipede ants. Not even a complete corpse was left behind. Qingya had never encountered such a tragic situation before. Greentooth's situation was also very bad. He was in a sorry state. The situation isn't good. A human expert has entered the Dutian bloodprint. I'm afraid our plan this time is going to be exposed. Quickly go and meet up with them. I'll be there in a moment. Zishun stared in the direction of the Dutian bloodprint. Both of them could feel many powerful auras entering the Dutian blood beast world. Qingya's expression wasn't too good either. Although the number of powerhouses in the human race had dwindled in recent years, there were still some exceptional powerhouses that they couldn't match up to now. Before leaving, the Great God Palace had warned them not to alarm the human race no matter what, and to quickly find the Beast King Sarira. However, Qingya and Hu Linglong had disobeyed the Great God Palace and insisted on teaching the human race a lesson. In the end, they had caused such a huge mess. After Zishun's warning, she disappeared. The vexed Qingya also calmed down. He raised his arm and called for the blood crystal wolves that hadn't died yet to follow him. They rushed in the direction of the Dutian bloodprint. The ground was littered with wolf bones and rivers of blood. At this time, the Dutian blood realm was like hell on earth. Even the most ferocious blood cloud beasts didn't dare to enter this area. After Qingya and Zishun had left, not far away, an ordinary-looking rock suddenly moved. It slowly transformed into a human shape, into Feng Tian's appearance. Feng Tian's face was pale. Looking at the scene of devastation, he was extremely shocked. Feng Tian, Chun Lian and Lu Tong Tian didn't get along. In a moment of anger, he acted alone. Originally, Feng Tian was still full of ambition. He thought that even if he had to rely on himself, it was completely possible to rescue the hostages. Who knew that not only did he not find the hostages' whereabouts, but he also got lost in the blood beast realm. 24 hours passed in a flash. Just when Feng Tian thought that he had no choice but to give up and leave this place, there was a strange movement in front of him. Feng Tian quietly used the earth element magic that he had just learned in the magic forest to conceal himself. This kind of magic could turn a person's body into a stone. Moreover, the person's aura would also disappear without a trace. Back then, Feng Tian also wanted to teach Shunlian a lesson, so he randomly chose a magic. He didn't expect that it would come in handy this time. He saw Yun Sheng suddenly climb out from the ground. She had just appeared when Qingya from the Green Nether Wolf tribe discovered her. Feng Tian didn't make a move to help Yun Sheng. He planned to hide at the side and wait for the two to fight to the death. Then, he would make a move to kill Yun Sheng and capture Qingya. At that time, all the credit would belong to him. He could also take the opportunity to eliminate Yun Sheng. Feng Tian was certain that Yun Sheng absolutely could not be Qingya's match. Who knew that at the last moment, Yun Sheng would transform into a summoner and summon many commander-level magical beasts that made Feng Tian tremble with fear. It was only today that Feng Tian understood the meaning of Yi Baiming's warning when he was in the Heaven's Wings arena. Yun Sheng was the biggest obstacle to him becoming the #1 person in the continent's elite camp. After entering the magic elite camp for so long, everyone, including Feng Tian, had always thought that Yun Sheng was only a magician proficient in medical skills. Who knew that she was also a powerful summoner? The battle just now was still vivid in his mind. The magical beasts that Yun Sheng summoned were something that even Qingya and the others couldn't handle, let alone Feng Tian. He had always mocked Yun Sheng for being a good-for-nothing. He didn't expect that this good-for-nothing would have such terrifying strength. What genius! What kind of genius was Feng Tian? In front of Yun Sheng, he was not even a speck of dust. Feng Tian felt very desperate. He stood there in a daze, unable to move. His complacency, his arrogance, all of it had been polished away. Time passed little by little. There was not much time left before the 24-hour. As the wind blew, Feng Tian noticed that the place where Yun Sheng had suddenly appeared earlier was a dark cave. Earlier, Zi and Qingya hadn't paid attention to that cave. Feng Tian thought for a moment, then jumped into the black hole and crawled forward. After crawling for more than half an hour, Feng Tian felt his eyes light up. In front of him, he was already in an unfamiliar tomb. After Feng Tian's eyes adapted to the light, he looked around and his gaze fell on the human-shaped statue at the side. He was shocked and suddenly remembered a reminder that the Skywing City Lord had given him when he was in Skywing City. Enter the core area of the Dutian world and open the Beast King's tomb. As long as you absorb the magic blood crystal in the Beast King's tomb, you will become an unparalleled super magician. Feng Tian was ecstatic. He suddenly understood that he must have entered a certain Beast King's tomb. Magic blood crystal. He had to find the location of the magic blood crystal as soon as possible. Chapter 764. About a few hours ago, just as Yun Sheng left the tomb of Celestial Fox, the second elder unexpectedly received news from the students sent by Yun Sheng. He learned that the Dutian blood world had changed, and several powerful descendants of the Ba Huang had appeared in the core area of the blood world. After the second elder learned that the situation was not good, he sent a second request for reinforcements to the elite camp. Coincidentally, the Ghost Prison's first elder was worried about Yi Baiming, who had entered the blood beast world to find blood crystals, so he led a group of mentors and magicians to come. Before the Ghost Prison's first elder arrived, the second elder of the elite camp had already arrived at the Crimson Moon River. The people sent by Yunsheng had already explained that the two team leaders, Lan and Lu Tongtian, were ambushed by the descendants of the Bahuang and were seriously injured and needed treatment. Not long after the second elder's arrival, the injured Lan, Lu Tongtian, and the others, under the escort of Qi and several other students, also found the second elder. After knowing the whole story, the second elder harshly reprimanded Lu Tongtian and Blue. As the leaders of the magic elite camp, the two of them were actually fighting over personal feelings at a time like this. This made the second elder very disappointed. After the second elder's treatment, Lan and Lu Tongtian's injuries were no longer serious. Seeing that they were all right, she wanted to enter the middle area of the Blood Beast world to find Yunsheng, but was stopped by the second elder. The 24-hour was about to pass. Whether it was Chen Lianer or Yunsheng, according to the agreement, should have withdrawn. There was still no movement in the Blood Beast world. At this moment, the great elder of the Ghost Prison rushed over with several mentors of the Continental Magic Elite Camp. Seeing the first elder of the Ghost Prison, the second elder's anxious face had a touch of surprise. With the Ghost Prison around, the crisis this time would most likely be resolved. What's the situation? The first elder of the Ghost Prison met Tung Lei Gang on the way here, and had already learned some news from him. Who would have thought that even the two great elders of the Magic Elite Camp would not be able to resolve this crisis? After the abnormal movements in the Dutian Blood world, the relay station had issued an announcement that it was forbidden to enter the Blood world again. They had also organized a search and rescue team to find those who were still outside the Blood world. Tung Lei Gang and the others were still searching for the missing disciples of the elite martial artist camp. As for Yi Baiming, Tung Lei Gang said that he had never seen him. The Ghost Prison's great elder understood that Yi Baiming must have entered the Dutian Blood world by himself, and it was even possible that he had already encountered the descendants of the Eight Desolates. The situation is not good. Earlier, the fourth elder and a few of my students had already entered, but they were ambushed. The captains of the two teams were injured and sent out. The fourth elder hasn't come out yet, and the whereabouts of the other students are still unknown. The second elder looked at the hour. It had already been 24 hours. There was no news of Yunsheng, Chen Lianer, and the others. Even the fourth elder had not returned. This made the second elder even more worried, who knew that as soon as the second elder's voice fell, a five-colored cloud flashed in the sky. Not good. It's that strange five-colored cloud again. It's that strange cloud that took away a lot of people earlier. The second elder was alert. When the Ghost Prison's great elder heard this, he also looked alert, who knew that this time, after the five-colored cloud rushed out, it did not attack again. On the contrary, a human voice came from above. Second elder, don't do it, it's one of us. The two elders then knew that this five-colored cloud turned out to be an empty ship. The five-colored empty ship slowly landed, and some fox guards came down from it. However, they looked dull and could not distinguish between friend and foe. As soon as they got off the empty ship, they were subdued by the students. Those students who had been kidnapped for a few days came down and told the whole story to the two elders. After listening, the Ghost Prison's great elder could not help but praise the courage of the female magician who sneaked into the empty ship. The second elder was frightened. Wasn't Yunsheng's guts a little too big? When Lan heard from his side, she could not help but be shocked. She secretly thought that in the entire continent's magic elite camp, only Yunsheng dared to do this. In that case, even she only dared to ask for help from the camp. Yunsheng, with her cultivation, dared to only take 2 students to save people. This Yunsheng was too reckless, but at least she succeeded in saving dozens of students, and her merits outweighed her mistakes. The second elder counted and found that only 1 student had his magic soul sucked away. The others were not injured, but they were a little frightened. After comforting them, they felt a little relieved. Along the way, did you see the fourth elder? The second elder asked again. Those students said that they did not see him. On the other hand, the student that Yunsheng had sent back to report suddenly said, reporting to second elder, Captain Yun had sent 2 people to deliver the message earlier. There was also another student who went to find 4th Elder. Hearing the student's explanation, the 2nd Elder immediately understood what was going on. He understood the 4th Elder's temper. He must be worried that the descendants of the 8 Wastelands would do something to the Dutian blood seal. He must have gone to check the Dutian blood seal first. At this time, Gufeng and Qi, who had been waiting for a long time, did not see Yunsheng. They were a little anxious. By the way, where is Yunsheng? As soon as the empty ship landed, the guards of the Celestial Fox people were controlled, but they did not see Yunsheng. Where is Yunsheng? Qi did not see Yunsheng on the empty ship. A few of the kidnapped students told Qi that not long after the empty ship took off, the Celestial Fox people saw through it. Yunsheng and 2 other students got off the ship to stop the enemy. When they heard that there were 7 of them, and that all of them were magicians of sky rank or above, Gufeng and Qi's hearts sank. They understood that under such circumstances, Yunsheng and the other 2 students were most likely dead. 2nd Elder, take care of these students who were just rescued. I will lead a few teachers into the Dutian blood beast world. When we just arrived, we felt strange movements in the direction of the Dutian blood seal. It is very likely that the Bakra Orc's target is the Dutian blood seal. The Ghost Prison's 1st Elder was also selfish. He did not care about the lives of the students of the mainland's magic elite camp, but his precious disciple Yi Baiming was now in the Dutian blood seal. The Ghost Prison's 1st Elder hoped that Yi Baiming would not encounter any descendants of the 8 Wastelands. Otherwise, if that kid was agitated and turned into a beast, it would be troublesome. Ghost Prison's 1st Elder, I will go with you, Qi volunteered. I will go with you too. Gufeng also volunteered. They were all very worried about Yunsheng's safety. In the end, the Ghost Prison's 1st Elder weighed the pros and cons. He saw that Qi's cultivation was not bad, so he was only willing to take Qi and a few teachers. They anxiously rushed to the core area of the Dutian blood beast world. Chapter 765. Near the Dutian bloodstains, the 4th Elder had already cursed in his heart dozens of times. What a fucking trap. How could the students be so strong these days? Just as the 2nd Elder had guessed, the 4th Elder had decided to go to the Dutian bloodstains after learning about the Dutian bloodstains' activities. He wanted to find out why the bloodstains had suddenly appeared near the Dutian bloodstains. The 4th Elder was not worried. What kind of waves could these mere 8 descendants of the 8 Desolates cause? This was because the toughness of the Dutian blood seal was not something that 8 immature beasts could break. At that time, the 4th Elder was only a few miles away from the Dutian bloodstains. If he had successfully reached the Dutian bloodstains, perhaps everything would have been different. Yunsheng wouldn't have entered the tomb of Celestial Fox, and Yi Baiming wouldn't have thought that Yunsheng had met with a mishap and suddenly gone crazy. On the way, the 4th Elder was ambushed by a few powerful magic matrices. Fortunately, the 4th Elder was proficient in magic matrices and avoided being captured. The 4th Elder and the other students didn't expect that Green, who was proficient in all kinds of magic matrices, had set up a large number of magic matrices in this area as soon as they entered the central area of the Dutian bloodstains. If an ordinary student encountered these magic matrices, they would only end up being captured. However, if they encountered a magic matrices expert like the 4th Elder, they wouldn't be captured, but they would be delayed. The 4th Elder wasted a few hours. By the time he escaped the magic matrices ambush and entered the Dutian bloodstains, he happened to see Yi Baiming and the bloodstains fighting. At that time, Yi Baiming was in a half-beast state. His clothes were tattered, and his limbs were like a beast's as he crawled on the ground. His body was covered in black scales, and he looked terrifying. His eyes were bloodshot, and the 4 bloodstains were forced to retreat. At first, the 4th Elder thought that it was a descendant of the 8 Desolates. He was shocked that this person's strength was not to be underestimated. However, a student beside him pointed out that the half-human, half-beast was the disciple of the Ghost Prison's Great Elder. That student had coincidentally participated in the trial in Sky Wing City earlier, so he still recognized Yi Baiming. After learning that Yi Baiming was the favorite disciple of the Ghost Prison's Great Elder, the fourth elder could not sit idly by. Yi Baiming, I am the fourth elder of the Magic Elite Camp. Seeing Yi Baiming in such a crazy state, the fourth elder was afraid that something bad would happen to him and hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. However, Yi Baiming didn't recognize the fourth elder at all. As long as someone approached, he would treat them as an enemy and launch a new round of attacks. The fourth elder hurriedly used his magic shield to block, but the moment his magic shield collided with Yi Baiming's fist, it shattered. The fourth elder was so scared that his forehead was covered in cold sweat. The appearance of the fourth elder made the four descendants of the 8 Desolates breathe a sigh of relief. God knows, at this time, they would rather meet the elder of the Magic Elite Camp than face Yi Baiming. Hei Linlin didn't want to hurt Yi Baiming, so she asked the other 3 to hold back. However, Yi Baiming didn't appreciate it at all. Every move he made was fatal, and all kinds of combat skills were extremely tricky. Under the situation where they couldn't use the Beast God's magic and combat skills, the 4 descendants of the 8 Desolates used all their skills, but they could only barely stay undefeated. They thought that as long as they exhausted Yi Baiming's fighting chi, they could stop him. Who would have thought that after fighting fiercely for several hours, Yi Baiming didn't show the slightest sign of fatigue, and his moves were still biting cold. Yi Baiming didn't hear the fourth elder's voice at all. At this time, he was like an evil spirit from hell. Destruction and killing were his everything. His eyes were bloodshot as he forced the students to retreat. Just when the fourth elder was helpless, the Ghost Prison's Great Elder appeared in time. Baiming, when the Great Elder rushed over with several mentors, he saw Yi Baiming's eyes were bloodshot and his body was bathed in blood, as if he had walked through a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Destruction and killing controlled his last trace of reason. Seeing this, the Great Elder released his fighting chi and stepped forward to stop Yi Baiming. He thought that after fighting for several hours, Yi Baiming's strength must be exhausted. Who would have thought that with a shake of his shoulder, he avoided the Great Elder's restraint? His eyes flashed strangely. Behind him, the evil spirit in the Dutian blood seal continuously poured into his body, spontaneously replenishing the fighting chi in his body. Yi Baiming's strength recovered, and like a hungry wolf, he pounced on the Great Elder and threw a punch. The Ghost Prison's Great Elder didn't expect Yi Baiming's strength to be so amazing. Although he had already activated his fighting chi armor to try to block, it was shaken by his punch, and the fighting chi armor was broken open with a big hole. The Ghost Prison's Great Elder lost his balance and retreated a few steps. Ghost Prison's Great Elder, everyone exclaimed. They didn't expect Yi Baiming to be crazy to this extent under the effect of the Beast Blood Berserk. Even his mentor, the Ghost Prison's Great Elder, was forced to retreat with one punch. In everyone's eyes, Yi Baiming at this moment was like a blood-soaked god of death. Anyone who blocked him would be destroyed. The only thing we can do now is to kill him, the fourth elder said coldly. He immediately ordered the 4 mainland magic mentors who came with the Ghost Prison's Great Elder to stand up together. After the second elder hurriedly sent a request for help to the elite camp, the Great Elder selected 4 Elements magic mentors to go with the Ghost Prison's Great Elder. These 4 Elements magic mentors were quadruplets. Their appearance and body shape were exactly the same, but the magic they learned was completely different. They were water, earth, wind, and fire respectively. When these 4 different types of magic interweave together, they would form a special combination magic called the 4 Elements magic net. This kind of magic net could imprison a person's body, causing them to be unable to use magic or battle chi for a short period of time. Ghost Prison's Great Elder, you can see the current situation. Yi Baiming's situation is not optimistic. If this continues, more students will be killed. The fourth elder winked at the several magic mentors. The 4 magic mentors jumped out and chanted, Magic Firebind, Magic Wind Freeze, Magic Water Trap, Magic Earth Collapse. Red, green, blue, and yellow magic light entangled Yi Baiming's limbs, temporarily imprisoning Yi Baiming's figure. Yi Baiming, who was bound, allowed a roar. However, those four strange magical powers were truly strange. He was at a loss for what to do at that moment. Ghost Prison's Great Elder, if it's time, please do it immediately. The fourth elder's face was heavy, but he wanted the Ghost Prison's Great Elder to do it himself. The Ghost Prison's Great Elder's face was full of anger. You want this old man to personally kill his own disciple. Chapter 766. Ghost Prison's Great Elder. It's not that I'm forcing you, but Yi Baiming has already sunk into a state of madness. You've also seen that he doesn't recognize anyone now. Even if his biological parents were standing in front of him, he would still kill them without mercy. The fourth elder's face was filled with grief. Even though Yi Baiming was a member of the continent's warrior elite camp, the magician elite camp and the warrior elite camp were originally connected. As an elder, he knew very well how rare it was to have an outstanding student. Furthermore, Yi Baiming's talent could no longer be described as simply outstanding. An 18-year-old martial emperor, with such talent, who in the entire continent could compare to him? However, Yi Baiming was still too young in the end. He had mistakenly entered the Dutian blood seal and absorbed too much baleful blood aura. He was countered by the baleful blood aura. If he continued to sit by and watch, he would completely demonize in the end. If it really reached that point, perhaps even the Ghost Prison's Great Elder would not be able to control him. How could the Ghost Prison's Great Elder not know about the fourth elder's words? The Ghost Prison's Great Elder struggled in his heart. Yi Baiming was the one with the most indifferent temperament among all his students. However, to the Ghost Prison's Great Elder, he was also the most special one. The Ghost Prison's Great Elder and Wushuan Limitless Building's deputy head instructor, Qi Tian, had a good personal relationship. Yi Baiming was personally recommended by Qi Tian. In Qi Tian's recommendation letter, Qi Tian had once mentioned Yi Baiming's background. He said that he was a child with an indifferent temperament. However, this was all because he was born in the imperial family and his mother had died early. Qi Tian had recommended him to the continent's warrior elite camp in the hope that he could temporarily break away from the whirlpool of power struggle in Zhou State and raise his cultivation to another level. He hoped that the Ghost Prison's Great Elder would treat him as his own child and carefully nurture him. The Ghost Prison's Great Elder had indeed done so. He eliminated all objections and allowed Yi Baiming to practice martial arts and cultivate according to his temperament. He also taught Yi Baiming everything he had learned. That was because he believed that Yi Baiming would be able to bring his battle skills to greater heights. He would also be able to lead the elite camp of the continent to greater heights. After Yi Baiming broke through to Martial Emperor, the Ghost Prison's Great Elder saw even more hope. However, this sudden change made the Ghost Prison's Great Elder have no choice but to stand on the opposite side of his own student. There were countless questions in the Ghost Prison's Great Elder's heart. What exactly happened that made Yi Baiming, who had always been cold and heartless, to have such a change? Ghost Prison's Great Elder really couldn't bear to kill him with his own hands. However, the fourth elder was still aggressive. Ghost Prison's Great Elder, the four elements magic net, cannot hold on for much longer. We must kill it as soon as possible. You can't kill him. As soon as He Linlin heard that the continent's elite magic camp wanted to kill Yi Baiming, she immediately stood up. Who are you? Ghost Prison's Great Elder asked. It doesn't matter who I am. They all say that the human clan is despicable and harms their own kind. He's affected by the blood chi, so you want to kill him. Humph, you're really stupid. If you can't save him, you can give him to me. He Linlin's face was full of confidence. She had already seen that Yi Baiming had a very mysterious and powerful force. That force, if used properly, was likely to be used by the Bakra orcs. Since the human clan couldn't tolerate him, she was happy to take him away. I'll save his life. Yin Sheng pushed the crowd and rushed out. When he saw Yin Sheng, Abandon couldn't help but be overjoyed. He hurriedly walked forward. Yin Sheng acted as if she didn't see Abandon and went straight to the Ghost Prison's Great Elder. Abandon couldn't help but feel bitter in his heart. After Yun Sheng heard the warning from the unicorn's horn, she rushed over. Looking at Yi Baiming, who had fallen into madness, Yun Sheng's eyes were full of shock and disbelief. What was going on? What happened after she and Yi Baiming were separated? Yun Sheng, step back. There is no room for you to speak here. The fourth elder reprimanded. A freshman student, who had just made a meritorious service, wanted to interfere with the elder's decision. It was really presumptuous. I'm a doctor. I know his current situation very well. He just can't control his beast blood frenzy properly. I can help him recover. Yun Sheng gritted her teeth. Looking at Yi Baiming, who was controlled by the four mentors, Yun Sheng felt a dull pain in her heart. Is this true? The ghost prison's great elder looked as if he had seen a life-saving straw. Yi Baiming was the most valued student of the ghost prison's great elder for so many years. He had even thought that as long as Yi Baiming could successfully integrate with the Kirin blood crystal this time, he would pass on his mantle to Yi Baiming. Killing Yi Baiming was a last resort. Fourth elder, we can't hold on any longer. Several mentors tried their best to hold on. Inside the magic array, Yi Baiming was like a trapped beast that could break free at any time. Within the Duqian blood seal, countless streams of fiendish blood qi surged towards him like raging waves. Believe me, I can save him. Yun Sheng took a deep breath. The Yi Baiming in front of her was no longer the Yi Baiming she knew. Yi Baiming should be black-bellied and cunning. Yi Baiming should be evil, but he should not be like this. I strongly disagree. No one can get close to him now. It's too dangerous. The fourth elder did not want to see Yun Sheng throw away her life. In the current situation, Yun Sheng still wanted to get close to him to save him. It was undoubtedly like a moth flying into a flame, risking her life. How will we know the result if we don't try? Yun Sheng gritted her teeth, and the needles on her fingertips flashed. She stepped forward and ordered the mentors in an indisputable tone, "Remove the magic array." The mentors hesitated. "Remove it." Yun Sheng's eyes turned sharp, and a majesty that could not be ignored spread out from her body. The magic mentors only felt their souls tremble and involuntarily put down their magic scepters. As soon as the magic array was removed, Yi Baiming regained his ability to move. At this time, he was like a beast landing on all fours. His forelimbs kicked, and he fiercely pounced on Yun Sheng. Yun Sheng did not dodge, and she rushed towards Yi Baiming. "Yun Sheng, it's dangerous. Come back quickly." Seeing Yun Sheng pounce on Yi Baiming, he was terrified. "Come back." Green was also anxious and wanted to pull Yun Sheng back, who knew that Yun Sheng did not care about anything, and with a flap of the magic wings on her back, she had already dodged everyone's attempts to stop her. Seeing the magic wings on her back, the elders of the mainland magic elite camp were stunned. Yun Sheng had also broken through. If they remember correctly, Yun Sheng should have just broken through not long ago. How could she have broken through to become a sky mage so quickly? Seeing Yun Sheng pounce on Yi Baiming, everyone's hearts were lifted. Feeling that someone was approaching, Yi Baiming, who had fallen into madness, threw a punch towards the figure. In a daze, Yi Baiming heard a hurried call. "Night Fox, wake up." That voice was so familiar and so warm. "I try my best. I can't even lift a finger." Although I did not achieve the expected results, thank you all. Good night. Chapter 767. A trace of confusion flashed across Yi Baiming's eyes. It was that trace of confusion that gave Yun Sheng the opportunity to hug him tightly with her soft arms. She did not care about the half-beast scales on his body, nor did she care about his body that reeked of blood. There was no fear in Yun Sheng's eyes, only absolute trust. She knew that Yi Baiming would not hurt her. A familiar fragrance wafted into his slightly stiff arms. Feeling that strange warmth, Yi Baiming's body stiffened. Yun Sheng's hand instantly circled around his neck, and the needle hidden in her hand accurately pierced the back of Yi Baiming's head. The moment the tip of the needle pierced through, Yi Baiming's mind roared. The layer of red light in his eyes gradually dissipated and returned to gray. The black scales on his arm faded away. He firmly hugged the person who had pounced on him, and his rapid breathing became steady. He greedily breathed in the familiar and warm scent of the woman and stroked her soft hair. The feeling of regaining what he had lost caused Yi Baiming's heart to sink inch by inch. If possible, he did not want to let go of the person in his arms for the rest of his life. Yi Baiming's gray eyes were filled with tenderness. "You're back." Yunsheng nodded gently. The murderous aura around him disappeared without a trace in an instant. The murderous aura that had surged wildly towards him could no longer get close to him. Yi Baiming hugged Yunsheng tightly. Her soft body exuded a fragrant scent. It was Yunsheng. She was fine. She was fine. His chaotic heart had never been so calm before. Yunsheng pressed against Yi Baiming's chest. Feeling his violently heaving chest, her heart softened bit by bit. Everyone watching from his side trembled with fear. The descendants of the Bakra orcs were also shocked, especially He Linlin. She did not expect that Yunsheng had such a great influence on Yi Baiming. Yi Baiming was like a blood-soaked god of death just now. But at this moment, he had become an ordinary person. An ordinary man who was immersed in the joy of regaining what he had lost, and looked at his lover with the most gentle eyes. He Linlin was crazy with jealousy. She envied Yunsheng, and she also wanted that man's most attentive gaze. Green was dazed as he looked at the shy Yunsheng. Although her face was full of anger, her blushing cheeks and the way she gritted her teeth were so glaring to the eyes. "Ahem, Baiming, you don't look very elegant like this." Elder Ghost Prison saw that his disciple had returned to normal. He was happy, but he could not help but frown. Yunsheng only noticed now that Yi Baiming's upper body armor had been completely destroyed due to the fierce battle earlier. His upper body could be said to be completely naked. She did not care about anything else and rushed forward to hug Yi Baiming. Now, everyone was looking at her as if she had taken the initiative to throw herself into his arms. But Night Fox was still hugging her tightly and did not let go. "Let go. It's so embarrassing." Yunsheng was very embarrassed. She could imagine that the people behind her must be commenting on her bold actions. "What? You were the one who threw yourself into my arms. Don't worry, I want to hug you for a while longer, in case you disappear again. If you're afraid of being embarrassed, don't raise your head. I'll take you away." Yi Baiming did not care at all. A devilish smile appeared on his face again. He became that Yi Baiming that Yunsheng hated and loved at the same time. However, Yunsheng was more used to this Yi Baiming. With a grab of his arm, he lifted Yunsheng into his arms. Yunsheng imagined the countless ambiguous gazes behind her. She simply followed Yi Baiming's instructions and buried her head like an ostrich, refusing to raise her head. Now, Yunsheng was buried in front of Yi Baiming. She did not know what the others were saying, but her mind was in a mess and she could not think clearly. She did not notice at all that when Yi Baiming walked out of the crowd with her in his arms, there were several jealous gazes in the crowd. Watching Yunsheng walk further and further away, her head resting on Yi Baiming's body, Qi and Lu could not help but feel sad. He Linlin clenched her fists, her pink face full of anger. Yi Baiming's crisis was resolved. The Ghost Prison's elder breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did the Ghost Prison's elder remember that in the Dutian blood seal, there were still some descendants of Bakra orcs. He Linlin and the others were more or less injured. The 8 of them were fighting against the Ghost Prison's elder as equals. The Ghost Prison's elder looked at the 8 young men and women in front of him. These people were the most outstanding descendants of the Bakra orcs. If they were killed, the Bang tribe would suffer heavy losses. To kill or not to kill. Similarly, the descendants of the Bang tribe were also looking at the Ghost Prison's elder. The killing intent gushing out from the Ghost Prison's great elder's eyes was also seen by them. Seeing the Ghost Prison's elder's murderous intent, Lu walked out and pretended to bow respectfully. "Ghost Prison's elder, don't try to kill us. You should feel that the Dutian blood seal is now very unstable. If it is not repaired, it will collapse in a few days." The Ghost Prison's elder frowned. What Lu said was not wrong. An important part of the Dutian blood seal, the celestial fox seal, was forcibly broken by Yi Biming, and a corner of the blood seal collapsed. In this way, the power of the blood seal was greatly reduced. At this time, if they fought fiercely with the descendants of the Bang tribe, it was likely to cause the blood seal to collapse further. If the Dutian blood beast world collapsed, the entire Wuji continent may face the attack of the magical beast army. The most important thing now was to find a way to repair the Dutian blood seal. I have a way to fix the blood seal. What is your purpose in entering the blood beast world? Be honest, and I will be lenient. Otherwise, I don't mind sparring with you. The Ghost Prison's elder looked coldly at these descendants of the Bang tribe in front of him. The Ghost Prison's elder had to admit that the talents of these young men and women of the Bang tribe were indeed better than their peers in the Wuji continent. Lu, however, smiled slightly with a harmless face. Ghost Prison's elder, if we don't tell you, are you really going to use your seniority to suppress us? If this matter is spread out, I'm afraid it will attract criticism. Humph, in front of a great enemy, for the future of the Wuji continent, I am not afraid of being ridiculed. The Ghost Prison's elder's old face reddened, and he was also choked by Lu's words. Ghost Prison's elder need not be angry. The Dutian blood seal is very unstable now. I think elder should not sit by and watch the Dutian blood seal be destroyed. For the benefit of both sides, why don't we calm down and have good talk? Lu looked very young, but his tone was rather experienced. It was obvious that he was very shrewd. What qualifications do you have to negotiate with me? The Ghost Prison's elder was very dissatisfied with Lu's nonsense. In fact, Lu and the others could only be considered as juniors. If they wanted to negotiate, it would have to be the few old fellows of the beast god altar. Based on our hands and your people. Lu clapped his hands, and a few beast race guards brought out a group of people. Chapter 768. The captives that Green brought out were Chunlian and the sorcerers that followed her. Fourth Elder's face turned ugly when he saw this. 24 hours had passed, but Chunlian and the rest did not appear. It turned out that they had been captured by Green. Chunlian and the rest were embarrassed and did not know where to look. Chunlian and the rest were also unlucky. They did not find the hostages in the middle area of the Blood Beast world. Instead, they were careless and fell into the magic array that Green had set up in the middle area of the Dutian Blood Beast world. You are from the 9 Phoenix tribe? Ghost Prison's elder was depressed. The 9 Phoenix tribe of the 8 Baron tribes were proficient in music and all kinds of magic arrays. If one was captured by their magic array, it would be very difficult to escape. I am precisely the grandson of the 9 Phoenix old patriarch. Lu flashed his signature canine teeth. His steamed face was filled with a lovable smile. However, his words made the great elder have an impulse to vomit blood. Good, very good. The 9 Phoenix tribe leader raised a good grandson. Ghost Prison's elder was so angry that he could not speak. Although the one who was captured wasn't a student of the warrior elite camp, the magic elite camp and the warrior elite camp were in the same boat. If he didn't save him in front of everyone, the magic elite camp's head elder would fight him to the death when he returned to the camp. Release them, and I'll spare your lives today. Go back and tell those old fellows from the beast god altar to stop dreaming of invading the boundless world. Otherwise, what awaits them will be annihilation. After weighing the pros and cons, the Ghost Prison's Grand Elder decided to temporarily put aside the matter of killing the 8 desolate beastkin. We will let them go. However, Ghost Prison's First Elder still needs to return the 5-colored spaceship and the celestial fox guards on it to us. Those are the treasures of the celestial fox people. Green's words made Hu Ling Long feel sweet. She thought that Green was trying to get the 5-colored spaceship and the fox guards back for her. Ghost Prison's First Elder could only agree. The 5-colored spaceship and the Second Elder quickly rushed over. Seeing the dispirited faces of Chunlian, and the rest, the Second Elder's face was filled with disappointment. Wait, we're still short of one student. Feng Tian is missing. Second Elder counted the number of people and realized that only Feng Tian was missing. Among the dead students who had been cleaned up earlier, Feng Tian's corpse was not found. According to the rules, Feng Tian should have come out after 24 hours. Everyone is here. If you don't believe me, you can ask your people. Green did not buy it. When the second elder asked, he found out that Feng Tian had left in a fit of anger, and his whereabouts were still unknown. Only then did the descendants of the 8 desolates board the ship. Hu Linglong hesitated and whispered into Green's ear, "Green, I haven't entered the celestial fox tomb yet." Hu Linglong, all of this was caused by you. If you want to enter the celestial fox tomb, you can go in by yourself. Lu snorted and no longer paid attention to Hu Linglong. Being scolded like this, tears flashed in Hu Linglong's eyes. She unwillingly looked at the celestial fox tomb. Due to the collapse of the restriction, the entrance to the celestial fox tomb could no longer be entered, let alone find the celestial fox relic. If they could not find the celestial fox relic, the celestial fox people would completely lose the opportunity to obtain the inheritance of the sacred beast. They would probably forever be reduced to the inferior beast race, unable to make a comeback. Even if she was unwilling in her heart, Hu Linglong was helpless. Before boarding the spaceship, He Linlin suddenly turned around. "Ghost Prison's first elder, please tell Yi Biming that I will come to find him again." Ghost Prison's first elder snorted. "Beasts will always be beasts. Can't you see that our Biming has already found a beautiful and likable fiancée? Only a ghost would be interested in a woman like you." After the 8 wilderness beastmen left, Ghost Prison's first elder immediately ordered someone to find the first elder. The first elder immediately contacted the temple and the Zao state. A few days later, people from the temple and the Zao state rushed over. The elders repaired the Dutian blood seal together. After the matter calmed down and they waited for the other major forces to send people over, the mainland magic elite camp did a final count of the casualties. There were heavy casualties in this blood purge. Just the death toll alone was over 60 people. Even Feng Tian, who originally had the most potential in the mage elite camp, had gone missing in this blood purge. In the end, he was determined to be dead. In the sky, the 5-colored spaceship emitted a soft light. Lu stood alone at the bow of the ship, letting the strong wind in the sky blow past him like a knife. His heart was filled with sadness. After this, he did not know when he would be able to meet Yunsheng again. Well, even if he met her again, she would probably already be... Green recalled the scene when Yunsheng pounced on Yi Biming without hesitation when they met before they got married. She was clearly filled with killing intent, but she was not afraid at all. The moment that devil-like man saw her, it was as if the snow in the spring had melted. The scene of the two hugging each other was poignant yet harmonious. There was no room for a third person between the two of them. TSK, this time, it's really a failure. If not for Hu Linglong's superfluous act of kidnapping people, how would we have attracted the mainland magic elite camp's people? We are still missing a celestial fox relic. Purple walked to Lu's side and stood shoulder to shoulder with him. 7 Beast King relics should be enough. The Dutian blood seal has been severely damaged. Even if it is repaired, its power will not be as strong as before. Opening the Dutian secret passage is just a matter of time. Lu and the others had successfully found the Beast King relics. Due to Purple's appearance, Yunsheng was unable to find out the exact reason why the descendants of the Bahuang tribe appeared in the Dutian blood beast world. The 8 people who came to the Dutian blood world this time were originally designated by the tribe as the most outstanding people in this generation. Their bloodline was noble and their strength was superior to their peers. As long as they obtained the Beast King relics, they could enter the Beast King altar to obtain the inheritance of the Beast God, and their strength would be improved. But most importantly, as long as they obtained the Beast King relics, the Beast God altar could activate the power of the leaders of the 8 major beast tribes and reopen the secret passage that transported the Bahuang tribe to the New World. Only by opening the secret passage could the Bahuang tribe return to the boundless land. If that's the case, why do you still look so gloomy? Lu, are you worried about that woman called Yinsheng? Purple saw the difference in Lu's expression. The Lu that Purple knew was the young leader of the Nine Phoenix tribe who was doted on by everyone on the surface. But in reality, only those who truly understood Lu would know that Lu's true colors were completely different from what he usually showed. This was clearly shown when he was negotiating with the Ghost Prison's Great Elder just now. Although he and Purple had split up to chase after Yunsheng and Yi Baiming, he had ordered people to set up many magic arrays in the middle of the Dutian Blood Beast world. This time, if not for Lu's foresight, they would have to fight a fierce battle with the Ghost Prison's Great Elder before they could leave the Blood Beast world. Purple, I think I have fallen in love with that woman. Lu had a worried look on his face. Chapter 769. Seeing his good friend's reaction, Z's eyes twitched, and he resisted the urge to strangle him. This damn brat was really slow on the uptake. Green was a little distressed. If he had denied earlier that he had feelings for Yunsheng, but just now, when he saw Yunsheng being taken away by Yi Baiming, Green's heart was in turmoil. He even had the urge to abandon everything and prepare for a fierce battle with Yi Baiming. Green, you can't fall in love with that woman. Z sighed. Green was really silly. He said that he liked her, but in his heart, he was probably deeply in love with that woman called Yunsheng. Just now, Green's behavior was abnormal, and he almost lost his mind and rushed forward. This was the young clan leader of the Nine Phoenix tribe that Z knew, who looked like a sheep but had a wolf in his heart. Don't talk to me about humans and beasts. It's not like there are no humans in the 8 wastelands. Don't beasts still marry humans? Green said unhappily. The people of the Boundless Continent did not know that there were humans in the continent where the Bakra orcs were located. It was just that those humans were originally natives of the 8 wastelands. As they were not strong and had weak limbs, they were quickly conquered by the 8 major tribes represented by the Bakra orcs and became slaves or free people. Z, this person was good at everything, but his personality was a little cold and pedantic, and his temper was the same as his grandfather's. To think that he was still young. Those humans can only be concubines or female slaves. Do you think that woman called Yunsheng will be willing? Z recalled the battle with Yunsheng earlier, and the corners of his eyes twitched heavily. Although they did not fight head-on, Yunsheng's wit and cunning had left a deep impression on Z, no matter how he looked at it. Such a woman was not a woman who could serve the same husband with others. Although most of the Bakra orcs had the ability to transform into human form, many traditions still retain the habits of the beasts, such as promiscuity between men and women and polygamy. These were very common. For example, Green and Z's father or grandfather had more than 10 wives and dozens of children. Only the most outstanding ones could be treated as children of the first wife. Who said that I want her to be a concubine? She's willing, but I'm not. Green was a little flustered. Green, listen to me. Forget about that woman. Z originally did not want to tell Green, but to prevent Green from falling deeper into this impossible relationship, he still felt that there were some things that needed to be told. That woman called Yunsheng and that Yi Baiming have formed a binding magic between each other. You should have heard of the binding magic of the D clan. Z first found a trace of the binding magic on Yunsheng. Later, he witnessed Yunsheng and Yi Baiming hugging each other. When they hugged each other, a strong binding magic fluctuation confirmed Z's initial guess. The Unicorn clan was also known as the D clan. They were one of the oldest magical beasts on the continent. There were many legends about the D clan, but the most famous one was the binding magic, also known as the binding curse. According to legend, the earliest binding magic was formed by the union of a light unicorn and a dark unicorn. They formed a very special magic between each other, which could predict the other's safety and even joy, anger, sorrow, and joy. Thus, they were inseparable and accompanied each other for life. But because the clan was a feud, this pair of unicorns did not end well in the end. Since then, the binding magic had become the binding curse. Any unicorn couple who was stimulated by the binding magic would not end well in the end. How is that possible? Yun Sheng is not the D clan. Green could not believe it. The binding curse is not only useful on unicorns. If a man and a woman have a pair of unicorn horns that are in love with each other, there is a certain percentage that can stimulate the binding curse. I think Yin Sheng and Yi Baiming's situation has already formed this kind of special magic. The two of them won't have a good ending. Zi didn't believe in this kind of superstitious curse. But in the D clan, any pair of unicorn lovers who produced the binding magic would not have a good end in the end. It turned out that the binding curse really existed. Who knew that after hearing Z's words? Green's originally listless face became excited. He grabbed Z. Z, is what you said true? Will they have a good end? Cough, cough, Green, what are you doing? Let go. Z was held by Green's collar and had difficulty breathing. Haha, it's best if they don't have a good end. Then I can snatch Yin Sheng. Green loosened his claws and rubbed his palms, his face full of eagerness. When he inherited the beast god's inheritance and became the chief of the Nine Phoenix clan, he was not afraid that the group of old guys in the clan would stop him. Why don't you understand? Although the lovers who are cursed by the binding curse cannot be together, they are really in love with each other. Their souls are connected, and they only have feelings for each other in their lives. Z hurriedly explained. But when he finished his explanation, he found that Green was gone. It turned out that Green thought of accepting the beast god's inheritance as soon as possible and doubled his efforts. Green did not hear Z's advice at all. Green did not hear it, but the other person heard it. What you said just now is true. Hey, Lin walked out. You saw the situation at that time. Do you think that there is room for other people to interfere with those two? Z's face changed, somewhat unhappy that Hey Lin was eavesdropping on his and Green's conversation. As the three superior beast clans of the Ba Huang tribes, the competition between the Black Qilin, the Nine Phoenix, and the D clan was fierce. Z and Green were good friends, but with Hey Lin, they could not even be considered friends. This woman had always done things unreasonably. No one knew what she would do in the next moment. So what? Z, you overestimated the magic of the D clan. In this world, there's one thing more difficult to reverse than magic, and that is bloodline. But you're right about one thing. They will never be together. Hey Lin pushed the short hair in front of her forehead, her eyes shining with confidence. After saying that, Hey Lin walked away with a cold and arrogant face. Z's expression was complicated. He did not know whether this trip to the beast blood boundary was a blessing or a curse. This time, he was caught in an inexplicable whirlpool of emotions. It was not only Green who was abnormal. Even Hey Lin, who was known as the proud daughter of the heavens, was probably in trouble this time. However, Z also witnessed the strength of the younger generation of the boundless world. Whether it was Yi Baiming who could use the blood chi for his own use, or Yun Sheng who had an unknown summoning power, they all made Z's heart palpitate. With the 7 Beast King relics in place, the day of the opening of the Dutian secret passage was just around the corner. At the thought of returning to the boundless world and washing away the humiliation of his ancestors 5,000 years ago, the usually calm Z felt his blood boiling. Chapter 770. The Ghost Prison's great elder stood outside the Dutian relay station and looked at the sky with a solemn expression. The spaceship of the Bang descendants had disappeared, but the commotion they caused had not ended. Instead, it was just the beginning. He believed that the news of the Bakra orcs reappearing in the boundless world would spread soon. The worst thing was that they had not figured out the real purpose of the Bang descendants in the Dutian blood beast world. Or rather, what they had obtained in the past few days in the Dutian blood beast world. In the mainland's magic elite camp, a star-marked student was still missing. When they returned, there would be another dispute. The Ghost Prison's great elder only felt a wave of frustration, but on second thought, this trip was not all bad news. He learned from Yi Baiming that he had entered the Qilin tomb and obtained 10 blood crystals. As long as he fused with a portion of the blood crystals, Yi Baiming would definitely come out on top in the next divine artifact search. Great Elder, the people from the temple, Zao State, and Hunter's Guild have arrived. They would like to invite you over to discuss the restoration of the Duchian blood print. The ghost prison's great elder collected his thoughts and walked back to the Duchian relay station. The ghost prison's great elder, along with a few other people from the temple, Hunters Guild, and Zao State, entered the Duchian blood print that night to check on the damage. The temple sent GU, the Hunters Guild sent an S-class hunter, and the Zao State sent a main summoner. They checked the 8 areas of the Duchian blood print and found that only one area, the Celestial Fox's tomb, had been destroyed. Just by looking at the situation in the Celestial Fox's tomb, one could imagine how intense the battle in the blood print was. In order to protect Yi Baiming, the ghost prison's great elder didn't say that the restriction on the Celestial Fox's tomb was broken by Yi Baiming. He only said that it was broken by the descendants of the 8 Desolation race during the fierce battle. The blood print situation is not optimistic. Elder Arbiter of Life, G.U., was an expert in magic formations. After checking, he shook his head. What do you mean? Could it be that, even with everyone's strength, we still can't repair it? Ghost Prison's great elder didn't expect that even Elder Si Ming couldn't do anything. It can be repaired, but even if it is repaired, it is already at the end of its tether. You should know that the tomb of the Celestial Fox and the Blood Seal is the place with the strongest mana. But now, the mana restriction in the tomb of the Celestial Fox has been completely destroyed. Elder Judge Ji was very wary of the descendant of the Octaterra, who destroyed the mana restriction in the tomb of the Celestial Fox. He had such a cultivation at such a young age. If he received the inheritance of the Beast God, his strength would be even more shocking. The previous leader of the Celestial Fox people was the one with the highest mana among all the beasts. His blood formed the most basic part of the Duchian blood print. Now that the foundation had been destroyed, there was no new blood of the Celestial Fox people to redraw the magic formation. The power of the blood print would only weaken day by day. What's the point of saying all this? It has to be repaired, even if it can't be repaired. Otherwise, when the Duchian blood beast world collapses, the boundless world will suffer. Ghost Prison's great elder said embarrassedly. The only thing we can do now is to temporarily repair the blood print. But this temporary repair can only last for 3 years at most. After 3 years, if we can't find a replacement for the blood of the descendants of the Celestial Fox people, the Duchian blood print will still collapse. And this time, the collapse will be even more thorough. I'm afraid it will affect the entire Duchian blood world. Elder Si Ming said earnestly. What if we can't find the descendants of the Celestial Fox? There are no more descendants of the 8 Desolates on the continent. There was one originally, but it ran away. Ghost Prison's great elder said unhappily. The second elder of the Magic Elite Camp didn't look too good either. Ghost Prison's great elder was implying that Chun Lianer and the others were a burden. But in the end, it was his own camp students who didn't live up to expectations. The second elder could only accept it. It's not a problem, even if we can't find the descendants of the Celestial Fox. There's another way, which is to find the 8 great artifacts. As long as we can find the 8 great artifacts that were lost since ancient times, we can still use the power of the artifacts to reconstruct the Duchian blood print. Elder Siming Ji stroked his beard and muttered. It seems that finding the artifacts is urgent. But finding the artifacts isn't something that can be done overnight. Let's gather our strength and temporarily repair the Duchian blood print. Ghost Prison's great elder and a few others temporarily repaired the Duchian blood print. But in order to prevent the blood print from regenerating, this time they constructed a powerful magic array outside the Duchian blood print. This magic array prevented the magical beasts of the Duchian blood beast world from entering the Duchian blood print. The people in the blood print also couldn't come out. After confirming that the Duchian blood print was temporarily stabilized, Ghost Prison's great elder led a group of warrior students and the second elder to return to the continent's magic elite camp. In the continent's magic elite camp, the news of the countless casualties in this blood purge had already spread. There was a panic in the magic elite camp. When Kaling heard the news, she was secretly delighted. She thought that Yunsheng must have met with an accident. In addition, this time, the Dutian blood beast world happened to be in chaos. No one would link Yunsheng's death to her. Just as Koling was dreaming, Yunsheng suddenly came back. Why aren't you dead? Seeing Yunsheng come back alive and kicking, Koling turned pale with fright. Senior sister, your words are funny. Why can't I come back? Not only did I come back, but I also brought back some gifts for you. Yunsheng took out a set of warrior robes and a bag of gold coins and threw them to Koling. When Koling saw these two things, she was so frightened that her face turned pale and her lips turned pale. She couldn't speak. These things should be very familiar to you, right? Yunsheng smiled very brightly. I don't recognize them. Koling didn't expect that the warriors who went to assassinate Yunsheng didn't return. The great elder of the ghost prison didn't know the real situation. He just put the blame of the missing students on the descendants of the 8 wastelands. Do you want to know what happened to those people? I threw them into the river to feed the blood-toothed crocodiles. Their heads were separated from their bodies, and even their bodies can't be seen. Yunsheng showed a cold smile. What do you want? Koling found that compared to Yunsheng, her scheme was nothing. She wanted to ask for help, but she remembered that the dark gold teacher had said that if she played any tricks, she would kill her. Koling was now in a dilemma. She looked at Yunsheng in fear. Get out of the magic elite camp. Don't let me see you for the rest of your life. I don't want to kill you, because killing you will dirty my hands. Yunsheng's eyes changed, and she said fiercely. Koling was so scared that her legs went soft. She didn't dare to stay any longer. She hurriedly packed her luggage and left the magic elite camp that night. After dealing with Koling, Yunsheng thought of the other 2 people. Everyone had to speak one sentence at a time and eat one mouthful at a time. As for humans, they had to be dealt with one by one. Chapter 771. After chasing Koling away, Yunsheng felt very comfortable. If not for the fact that Koling was a dark gold rank teacher, she would have dealt with Koling directly. Along the way, Yunsheng met a few teachers of the magic elite camp. Usually, when these people saw Yunsheng, they would give her the cold shoulder. Yunsheng did not wait for them. Just as she was about to turn and leave, those senior brothers and sisters hurriedly stood up straight and respectfully called out to Yunsheng, Senior Sister Yin. Based on their attitude, Yunsheng was certain that they might not be so respectful when they met their tutor on a normal day. Yunsheng felt goosebumps all over her body when she was called out like this. She thought to herself, what's going on? Are these people possessed? Yunsheng, you have already become a senior sister. Gufeng and Abandon walked out from the side. What was rare was that Sister Lan also walked with them. Lan's injuries had mostly recovered after being treated by the dazzling light teachers. She still looked as cold as ever, but when she saw Yunsheng, her gaze softened slightly. She nodded at Yunsheng. Get used to it. In a magic elite camp of the mainland, the strong are respected. What she meant was that she acknowledged Yunsheng's strength. In this time's blood purge, the team led by Lan had earned a chance to enter the magic forest because of their meritorious service. But the one who benefited the most was still Yunsheng. Feng Tian disappeared for no reason. In this rescue operation, the one who performed the best was still Yunsheng. After returning from the Dutian blood realm, Yunsheng's magic badge showed that she had killed 1,600 magical beasts. A part of this was thanks to her little magical beasts. Anyway, the magical beasts killed by the little magical beasts were all credited to Yunsheng. Yunsheng, who was originally unknown, became the brightest star in the magic elite camp of the mainland. She had even broken through to become a sky mage in one fell swoop during the blood purge. Not only that, the entire elite camp, including the warrior elite camp, was secretly discussing the relationship between Yunsheng and Yi Baiming. Yi Baiming had repelled the ghost prison's great elder with one punch in the Dutian blood seal. There were many speculations about his strength in the outside world, but there was one thing that no one dared to touch Yunsheng. Offending Yunsheng was equivalent to offending Yi Baiming. Yi Baiming even dared to beat up the ghost prison's great elder. Who in the camp dared to provoke him? Even some instructors were wary of Yunsheng. The direct result of all these was that Yun Sheng's reputation in the camp was already on par with Lu Tongtian, Lan, and the others. Her ranking on a magic power rankings soared like a rocket, and she had already charged into the top 100. Lu Tongtian had painstakingly worked for nearly 10 years to achieve all this. However, Yunsheng had only used a short period of time. In merely a few days, she had managed to obtain it. Not only that, Lu Tongtian had been severely criticized by the Great Elder because of his poor leadership, especially when he let Feng Tian leave in a fit of anger. This was not the only thing that gave Lu Tongtian a headache. Lianer, don't be angry. Lu Tongtian was softly comforting Chen Lianer. If these words came from the mouth of a handsome man, it would be quite effective. It was a pity that the person speaking was a man like Lu Tongtian. Chen Lian had not been nice to Lu Tongtian ever since she returned from the blood purge. When Lan, Yun Sheng, Qi, Gu Feng, and the others came to the door, they happened to see this scene. When he saw these people, Lu Tongtian's expression was somewhat awkward. Needless to say, he knew what these people were here for. Earlier, the two teams had agreed to have a competition. The results of the competition had already been revealed when Yun Sheng successfully controlled the five-colored airship and rescued the students. Lu Tongtian originally thought that victory was in his hands. Who knew that Green Tooth would appear halfway and injure him? Chen Lian was then captured by Green's magic trap. It was also because of Chen Lian and the others' capture that the Ghost Prison Great Elder had no choice but to compromise with the descendants of the Octoterra and hand over the five-colored airship and let them go. What are you doing here? Are you here to see a joke? Lu Tongtian was annoyed. Senior apprentice brother Lu, you're so forgetful. Of course, we're here to get our 100 million gold coins back. Yun Sheng's eyes curved into crescents as she spoke in a righteous tone. In order to force Lu Tongtian to pay his debt, she had specially invited Sister Lan to help. Yun Sheng, don't go too far. 100 million gold coins. Who could take it out at once? When Chen Lian saw Yun Sheng, it was really like meeting an enemy. Her eyes were exceptionally red. That day, when she came out of the Dutian blood realm, she had been scolded by the second elder. When she was reduced to a prisoner, Yun Sheng was hugging and kissing Yi Baiming. Just thinking of this made Chen Lian's stomach full of anger. 100 million gold coins. It is not only senior brother Lu who is responsible for it. If you are willing, you can all bear some of it. 10 people, no, 3 people died in the process. 100 million gold coins isn't a lot when it's split between 7 people, said Gu Feng, adding insult to injury. As the first on the devil list, if the team led by Lu Tongtian lost the competition and everyone had to pay back the bet, if this matter spread out, Lu Tongtian would not be able to stay in the elite mage camp anymore. Lu Tongtian's expression became even uglier. No matter what, he could not afford to lose face. I only have 8 million gold coins on me. 100 million gold coins is really too much. Give me some more time. Once I have enough money, I will pay back the full amount. Lu Tongtian's heart was filled with regret. If he had known earlier, he would not have listened to Chen Lian's instigation and agreed to the 100 million gold coins. Just by relying on the elite mage camp, participating in the blood purges, and killing blood cloud beasts, when would he be able to raise that much money? Senior brother Lu, you have already been in the camp for 10 years and only have 8 million gold coins. Based on your speed, how long do you think it will take to earn 100 million gold coins? Don't wait until I have left the elite mage camp, and you still haven't paid it back. Yun Sheng had a difficult expression. Yun Sheng, don't go too far. If senior brother Lu does not want to pay it back, none of you can do anything to him. Chen Lian was furious. Even if Lan was present, if they really fought, Lan might not be able to win against Lu Tongtian. Chen Lian was relying on Lu Tongtian's superior strength to be able to go back on her words without any scruples. I can't do anything to him, but I'm sure senior brother Lu wouldn't want the matter of him owing money to be treated as a joke and talked about in tea houses and restaurants 24 hours a day, right? Yun Sheng's voice had just faded away. For people like Lu Tongtian, He was not afraid of fighting to the death, but he could not afford to lose face. That's enough. I still have some magic tools, magic scrolls, and some soul stones on me. With all of them added together, the price shouldn't be less than 100 million gold coins. As he spoke, he threw his storage ring to Yunsheng with hatred. Chapter 772. Yunsheng glanced at Lan. The latter's expression didn't change, as if she had understood. Yunsheng thought to herself that the older the ginger, the spicier it was. Sister Lan was right. Before Yunsheng came to ask Lu Tongtian for 100 million gold coins, Sister Lan had reminded Yunsheng that if Lu Tongtian didn't have enough gold coins on him, he could use his own items to exchange for it. Lan had entered the continent's magic elite camp earlier than Yunsheng. She knew that Lu Tongtian might not have that much money to repay his debt, but he had been in the continent's magic elite camp for so long. His results in the blood purge were outstanding, and he had entered the magic forest many times. He must have a lot of high-level and super magic in his hands. Yunsheng didn't know about this, but Sister Lan knew more than Yunsheng. That was why she had reminded Yunsheng to use magic to replace gold coins. Yunsheng had just broken through to become a sky mage. She was also the boss of Little C.I. Intong and the deputy leader of the Heaven Hunting Corps. Gold coins were nothing to her. On the contrary, high-level magic, especially super magic, would be more useful for Yunsheng's magic training in the future. As expected, Lu Tongtian had no choice but to use his own items to repay the gold coins. Then I won't be polite. Yunsheng said that she was embarrassed, but her hand had already started to search Lu Tongtian's storage ring. With a glance, she found a large number of magical beast soul stones, magic tools, and some well-preserved magic fruits. Lu Tongtian was indeed a leveling-up expert. Not only did he participate in the blood purge of the Dutian blood beast world, he also went out to accept various missions. His storage ring was very rich. However, Yunsheng was no longer the same as before. Her vision was now much higher than before. After checking, she roughly picked out a few high-level magic spells and some magic materials. Together, they were worth about 30 million gold coins. This was still not enough to repay the 100 million gold coins. Senior Brother Lu, what should I do? These things of yours are not suitable for me. Looks like I'll have to expose your information to Chi-san. He said that he's willing to pay a high price for the exclusive rights to everything I've seen and heard in the Dutian blood beast world. Yunsheng frowned. What kind of person was Chi-san? He was the #1 gossip king in the elite camp. If the news reached his mouth, wouldn't the entire elite camp know about it? Lu Tongtian's face was so dark that water could be wrung out. Yunsheng, don't go too far. Lu Tongtian glared fiercely at Yunsheng, looking like he was going to tear her to pieces at any moment. Hey, Senior Marshal Brother Lu, hurry up and think again. Do you still have anything valuable on you? It's getting late. I'm rushing to deliver the pills to Yi Baiming. As soon as Yunsheng mentioned Yi Baiming, Lu Tongtian immediately became listless. It was said that Yi Baiming's strength had greatly improved after this trial. Even Lu Tongtian didn't dare to offend him. Yunsheng looked at Lu Tongtian's appearance and felt secretly pleased. The title of Night Fox was indeed useful. Lu Tongtian hesitated. Slowly, he took out a cold jade box and threw it to Yunsheng. This thing should be more than enough to repay the remaining 70 million gold coins. Take it and scram. Don't be an eyesore here. Seeing Lu Tongtian's mouth twitch when he took out the item, as if his gout was acting up, Yunsheng knew that the item in the cold jade box was no small matter. Cold jade boxes were usually used to store precious medicinal herbs or elixirs. As soon as the box was opened, Yunsheng saw a gray magic fruit. This magic fruit was completely different from any of the magic fruits that Yunsheng had seen before. Even with her Shinong eyes, Yunsheng couldn't tell what it was. Gufeng came forward to take a look and pinched it. Senior Marshal Brother Lu, don't bully us because we're young. This magic fruit is worth 70 million gold coins? Aren't you cheating us? Brat, what are you talking about? I, Lu Tongtian, have never cheated anyone. Don't spout nonsense if you don't know what's good for you. That's a magic fruit, and it's a petrified fruit that's more than 3,000 years old. Lu Tian was already depressed that he was forced to hand over the magic fruit. Let me see. Lon also came forward to take a look at the magic fruit in the cold jade box. Ordinary magic fruits could only last for 2 to 3 years in a jade box. However, the petrified fruit was different. It fell from the magic tree for some reason and was buried underground. It was well preserved and wouldn't rot even after thousands of years. Generally speaking, the petrified fruit was very rare. Lon had entered the magic forest many times, but she had never seen a petrified fruit. Lu Tian, even if this is a petrified fruit, it's not worth that much. Although there are usually rare spells recorded in the petrified fruit, no matter how rare a high-level spell or even a super spell is, it's not worth 70 million gold coins, Lon said matter-of-factly. High-level magic scrolls on the continent were usually priced between a few 100,000 to 1,000,000 gold coins. Super magic scrolls were even more expensive, ranging from a few million to tens of millions. Even if the petrified fruit's price was one level higher, it would only be 10 to 20 million gold coins. 70 million gold coins was indeed a sky-high price. What a woman's view. If I say that I found this petrified fruit in the sacred tree area near the royal tree area, do you think it's worth 70 million gold coins? Hearing this, Lon couldn't help but take a few more looks at the petrified fruit. Her hands were trembling slightly. Yun Sheng, Gu Feng, and Qi were confused. It was only after Lon explained it that they understood. When the Great Elder brought them into the magic forest, he had already said that the magic forest was divided into the sky area, sacred tree area, and royal tree area. These three areas corresponded to students below the level of sky magicians, students and mentors at the level of Saint Law Emperor and Law Overlords respectively. Yun Sheng and the others couldn't enter the last two areas because their levels weren't high enough. However, Lon and Lu Tian were already Saint Law Emperors, so they had entered the sacred tree area. The sacred tree area just happened to be adjacent to the royal tree area. In other words, it was very likely that the magic fruit had rolled to the imperial tree area. As everyone knows, there's only one royal tree in the magic forest. The petrified fruit on it is no small matter. It was left behind by the first generation of law overlords. The petrified fruit on it is a super spell. If you're lucky, you might even encounter a god-slaying spell, Lu Tian said unhappily. Although Lu Tian had a rough appearance, he was a decent person. His words were most likely true. God-slaying spell? Yin Sheng's heart skipped a beat. Yin Sheng, it's up to you whether you accept this petrified fruit or not. Lon sighed and reluctantly put down the petrified fruit. As long as one was a mage, there would be no one who would not be tempted after hearing about the god-slaying spell. Chapter 773. Yun Sheng swallowed her saliva and stared at the magic fruit. She could not even control her fingers. In the magic system of the boundless world, magic was divided into beginner magic, intermediate magic, and advanced magic. Above, that would be super magic. As for the god-slaying magic, it was even rarer. It was said that only law overlords who had comprehended the 4 laws of nature could learn it. However, once this sort of magic was mastered, its power would be enough to move mountains and fill seas. It could even destroy the world. It was said that the first law overlord had used this god-slaying magic to cut off the head of the Bakra Orcspa serpent tribe leader. Even a heaven-defying existence like the Bakra Orcs tribe leader could be killed by the god-slaying magic in one move. This showed how powerful this magic was. However, the god-slaying magic was just a name. This was because only law overlords could learn the god-slaying magic. Otherwise, if one did not have the strength to control the magic, their magic soul would be destroyed and they would be reduced to ashes. Therefore, even if Yun Sheng had obtained the petrified fruit, it was still unknown whether she could learn the god-slaying magic one day. Even so, having the god-slaying magic in hand was still a very cool thing. It was also with this in mind that Yun Sheng decided to use the high price of 70 million gold coins to obtain the petrified fruit. Seeing Yun Sheng Azura, and the rest leave with the petrified fruit, Tontian could not help but sigh. Lu Tontian stood at the side, his heart bleeding. He had obtained this magic fruit by chance. As he was not strong enough, he had kept it. Who knew that it would end up benefiting someone else? Senior apprentice Brother Lu, why are you so muddle-headed? You actually gave such a good thing to that bitch Yinsheng. Chun Lian, watched from the side with jealousy and hatred. But with Lan glaring at her from the side, Chun Lian could only worry. Chun Lian was still blaming Lu Tontian. This D*Ned man actually had a trick up his sleeve. Lu Tontian was a very lucky person. It was a pity that he was unlucky. The good things he obtained did not make up for the losses. Isn't it all because of you? The more Lu Tontian thought about it, the more sullen he felt. For the first time, his tones seemed to be blaming Chun Lian. Chun Lian felt that something was wrong. She couldn't offend Lu Tontian now, so she quickly said, Senior Brother Lu, don't be angry. Regardless of whether the petrified fruit contained the deity slaying magic or not, the petrified fruit was still a deity slaying magic. With Yinsheng's strength, it might not be a good thing for her to obtain the god-slaying magic. What do you mean by that? Lu Tontian didn't understand. Senior Brother Lu, don't ask so much. In short, I have a way to make Yinsheng unable to sit still and enjoy the petrified fruit. Chun Lian smiled. She had a bad idea in her mind again. After Yinsheng got the petrified fruit, she carefully put it away. Today we vented our anger and ruthlessly slaughtered Lu Tontian. I'll treat everyone to a drink. Yinsheng sounded like a nouveau riche. I won't interfere. Today is the day when the camp receives letters. I have to go and see if Ling has replied to my letter. Gu Feng said as he hurriedly went to the relay station to check if there was a reply from Ling. Seeing Gu Feng's appearance, Lu Tontian wanted to say something but stopped. What? Ling still hasn't replied? Yinsheng knew Gu Feng's feelings towards Ling. However, Ling had already returned to the eastern capital for more than a month. Gu Feng would send a letter every 7 days, but Ling didn't reply to any of them. Although Gu Feng didn't say anything, he was still very sad. Things are a bit strange. I'll write a letter to ask later. Yinsheng was also confused. Logically speaking, after Ling returned to the eastern capital, she would definitely write a letter saying that she was safe. However, it had already been a while since she went to participate in the blood purge and returned. There is still no news from Ling. Yinsheng, who was worried about her good friend, wrote a letter to Ling in the afternoon. Yinsheng didn't know that not long after Ling returned to the eastern capital, or rather, when she stepped into the eastern capital, she was already under house arrest. Dongwang Ling was very depressed. She knew that the Empress Dowager was seriously ill and rushed back. When she returned to the palace, she found out that the Empress Dowager was only infected with a cold. After chatting for a long time, Ling returned to her palace. However, she didn't know that all the people in her palace had been replaced. Not only that, the Empress Dowager and her brother urged her to divorce later Qin Dugu as soon as possible. Dongwang Ling naturally didn't want to, but she couldn't leave her palace. The left prime minister's people were guarding outside her palace all day long. Because of this, Dongwang Ling got angry several times. However, this time, no matter how willful she was, she ignored the Empress Dowager and the East Emperor who she had always doted on. It had been a month since she returned to the imperial capital, but the time for her to return to the continent's magic elite camp was still far away. Your Highness, this is your letter. A palace maid passed a letter to Dongwang Ling. Dongwang Ling didn't need to read the letter to know who wrote it. Since she returned to the eastern capital, she had been receiving letters from Gu Feng. Dongwang Ling couldn't express her admiration for Gu Feng. It wasn't that she didn't have any feelings for Gu Feng. However, she also understood that she and Gu Feng would never be together. Therefore, she didn't reply to any of the letters. Burn it as usual. Dongwang Ling lowered her eyes and said with a bit of sadness. She was afraid that she would be swayed after reading the letter. Therefore, She didn't even read the letter. However, Dong Wang Ling didn't know that the letter wasn't written by Gu Feng, but by her good friend Yun Sheng. The palace maid turned and left. After a while, the East Emperor, Dong Wang Tianqi, came to visit Dong Wang Ling, her brother. Dong Wang Ling saw her brother and quickly stood up to greet him. Sister, there's no need to be so courteous. I came here today to discuss the marriage between you and later Qin's Crown Prince Dugu. Dong Wang Tianqi's voice was gloomy and his eyes were somewhat empty. Brother, Ling, has already said that I won't get married to a traitor like Dugu Xiao. Dong Wang Ling's unruly attitude came up again. Sister, as the princess of the eastern capital, you shoulder the responsibility of the dynasty's rise and fall. This time, you can't be willful. Crown Prince Dugu has already ordered people to send the betrothal gifts over. In a few days, he will enter the palace to discuss the wedding date with Mother. Dong Wang Ling was dumbfounded by Dong Wang Tianqi's words. Dong Wang Ling suddenly raised her head and stared at her brother. Who are you? You're not my brother. Brother, you won't force me to marry someone I don't like. She went forward and grabbed onto Dong Wang Tianqi. She wanted to see if this person who wanted to destroy her lifelong happiness was her brother or not. However, the cold-looking man in front of her was clearly her brother. Men, look after the princess. For the next few days, she is not allowed to go anywhere. Dong Wang Tianqi flicked his sleeve and left. Dong Wang Ling was fiercely thrown onto the ground. Her heart sank bit by bit. Chapter 774. Princess, please don't be willful. His Majesty is doing this for your own good. The palace maid at the side hurriedly went up to support her. Dong Wang Linger grabbed the palace maid's wrist and said with a sharp voice, Speak. What happened when I wasn't around? Her brother wasn't someone impersonating him. However, ever since she returned, her mother and brother seemed to be acting a little strange. Dong Wang Linger wasn't an idiot. She knew that something must have happened that she didn't know about. If Minister Zhua and his group thought that she was still that pampered canary in the palace, then they were gravely mistaken. Your Highness, this servant doesn't know anything. The palace maid cowered. Dong Wang Linger took out her magic scepter, and the emerald green wind scythe circled around her. Her face was filled with killing intent. Are you ministers with subordinate or Dugu Xiu's subordinate? The palace maid felt a chill in her heart. Just as she was about to escape, the wind scythe slashed the palace maid's calf, causing blood to flow out. The palace maid was in so much pain that she almost fainted. She didn't expect that such a delicate woman like the princess would be so ruthless. Dong Wang Linger stepped on the palace maid's wound. You should have heard that I have been studying in the continent's magic elite camp for the past few years. Do you want to try the taste of magic, the taste of wind scythe slashing your beautiful face? This palace maid was just an ordinary martial artist who knew some martial arts. She was originally sent by Minister Zhua to monitor Dong Wang Linger. Neither Minister Zhua nor Dugu Xiu expected that Dong Wang Linger would counterattack. Dong Wang Linger had followed Yun Sheng for a few years, especially during the days in the Skywings arena. Her wisdom and methods were already incomparable to the Dong Wang Linger who had just left the eastern capital. One is marked by the company one keeps, and one is marked by the company one keeps. Currently, Dong Wang Ling had already learned most of Yunxing's bandit style of strengthening and robbing. She knew very well that she had to be unscrupulous when dealing with her enemies. That palace maid was so frightened that she immediately told Dong Wang Ling everything that had happened earlier. Hearing that, Dong Wang Ling chopped the palace maid's neck with her palm, and the palace maid fainted. Dong Wang Linger decided to escape from the imperial palace first. However, she was still worried about Empress Dowager Situ. After hesitating for a while, Dong Wang Linger decided to go to Empress Dowager Situ's palace first. Dong Wang Ling snuck into Empress Dowager's palace. Imperial Mother, Imperial Brother wants me to marry Dugu Xiu. Do you know about this? Linger, you're not young anymore. It's time for you to get married. Empress Dowager Situ looked kind as she took her daughter's hand. Imperial Mother, Ling said that I can marry anyone, but I can't marry rebels. Could it be that you didn't know that my father was killed by an assassin sent by the Qin Emperor later Qin? Dong Wang Ling, eyes turned red. When the previous East monarch passed away, Dong Wang Ling was still very young. Empress Dowager Situ only said that the previous East monarch died of an illness. After Dong Wang Ling grew up, she became even more suspicious of the previous East monarch's death. When she left the eastern capital, on the surface, she went to learn magic. However, in reality, she was secretly investigating the true cause of the previous East monarch's death. Sure enough, she found some clues. All kinds of clues showed that the previous East monarch's death was related to the left minister in the later Qin dynasty. And because she knew the truth, no matter what, Dong Wang Ling was unwilling to marry Dugu Xiao. Empress Dowager Situ had a terrified expression as she covered her daughter's mouth. Linger, who told you these words? Don't speak nonsense. I'm not young anymore. Imperial Mother, we can't stay here anymore. Imperial Brother seems to be acting a bit strange. I'll bring you away first. Dong Wang Ling pulled Empress Dowager Situ up and wanted to leave. Your Highness, where are you going? A delicate voice sounded from beside. A beautiful palace maid was the first to open the curtain and walk in. This palace maid was around 28 years old. She had a pair of seductive eyes and a graceful figure. She emitted a seductive aura from her bones. Dong Wang Ling saw that this palace maid didn't look familiar. She didn't know when this woman came to the Empress Dowager's palace. She became vigilant and asked, "Who are you? Why are you in Imperial Mother's palace?" Princess hasn't returned to the palace for a long time. It's natural that you don't recognize Big Sister. The palace maid walked over. The strong fragrance coming from her body made Dong Wang Ling frown. Who's your little sister? Don't act so intimate. Dong Wang Ling was annoyed. She hated seeing this kind of appearance from women the most. This woman had a seductive aura. Just by looking at her, Dong Wang Ling felt that there was something wrong with this woman. Subconsciously, she pulled Empress Dowager Situ and retreated a few steps, keeping a safe distance from this woman. Little sister, don't be angry. This humble one's name is Chi Bai. I'm the concubine of the Dark Prince. After you marry the Dark Prince, you and I will be serving the Dark Prince in the future. I am 1 year older than you. If you don't want to call me Big Sister, you can just call me Chi Bai. The seductive woman covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Hearing that, Dong Wang Ling became even more displeased. Who wants to marry someone like Dugu Xiao who has wild ambitions? Go back and tell him that even if Dong Wang Ling dies, I won't marry him. After Dong Wang Ling finished speaking, she felt a pain on her neck. Then, she lost consciousness and fell onto the ground. Behind her, Empress Dowager Situ had a stupefied expression on her face. In her hand, she was holding onto a hairpin that was dipped in poison. Madame Chi Bai walked over and touched Dong Wang Ling's face. TSK, as expected, you have a good appearance. It's a pity that your temper is a bit too strong. Forget it. Let Big Sister properly teach you a lesson. When the time comes, Crown Prince Dugu will naturally dote on you. Madame Chi Bai, the palace maid that was knocked unconscious by Dong Wang Ling, held onto her wound and came over to apologize. Useless thing. Luckily, the crown prince was smart enough to order me to control Dong Wang Tianqi and Old Lady Situ. Otherwise, the princess would have escaped. Madame Chi Bai ordered someone to carry away the unconscious Dong Wang Ling. I know my mistake. Oh, right, just now the princess ordered me to burn the letters. From the looks of it, the letters were sent over from the continent's magic elite camp. The palace maid took out 2 letters. Madame Chi Bai casually took the letter from Gu Feng and took a few glances at it. PFFF, she laughed out loud. Oh, I even met someone who is infatuated with love. It's a pity that his sweetheart is going to marry the crown prince. Burn the letters. Do it cleanly. Understood. The palace maid hurriedly retreated. A few days later, Gu Feng looked for Yun Sheng anxiously. Yun Sheng, did you receive Ling Er's letters? I have already written over 10 letters, but she didn't reply to a single one of them. Gu Feng had a depressed expression on his face. Earlier, when Dongwang Ling left, she was worried that Gu Feng would request to escort her. Thus, she didn't tell Gu Feng. After Gu Feng found out about it, he even secretly complained to Yun Sheng. After that, he started to write letters to Ling. However, after he sent the letters out, there was no reply. After being reminded by Gu Feng, only then did Yun Sheng remember that Ling had indeed gone back for too long. She also didn't reply to any of the letters that she wrote to Ling earlier. Something was wrong. Come quickly. There should be more monthly votes added today. Chapter 775. Yun Sheng calculated carefully. It had been 1.5 months since she and Dongwang Linger returned to the eastern capital from the Heavenly Wing City to Linger's return. During this time, Yun Sheng didn't write to Linger because of the Duqian Blood Beast World's trial. However, Gu Feng was different. He started writing to Dongwang Linger a few days after she left. He had already written 7 or 8 letters. If Dongwang Linger deliberately didn't reply to Gu Feng's letters, then it had already been 7 or 8 days since she sent them. Or did something happen to the Eastern Empress Dowager's illness? Perhaps Yinsheng was thinking about Dongwang Linger's marriage. Or perhaps Dongwang Linger had sneaked out and was discovered. Now, she was imprisoned in the Eastern capital. Yinsheng, why don't we make a trip to the Eastern capital? Gu Feng was really worried about Linger. We have to investigate this matter first. Don't worry. The Heavenly Hunting Corps also has a branch in the Eastern capital. I'll write a letter to Second Uncle and ask him about it. Yin Sheng comforted Gu Feng. Gu Feng nodded his head vaguely. Gu Feng was a little unhappy that he didn't receive Linger's letter. He didn't want Yin Sheng and Qi to worry, so he went to the tavern alone and started drinking without saying anything. Who would have thought that the wine would make him even more sorrowful? Halfway through, he started to feel drowsy. When he was half asleep, someone at the table next to him started talking. Why? Are you going back to later, Qin? The blood purge will start soon. If you go now, you'll miss the opportunity. The blood purge hasn't been peaceful recently. My mother is worried. Since the crown prince and the princess of the eastern capital are getting married, I'll ask her to marry me. You know that my mother is the crown prince's nanny. The crown prince treats me like a brother. The 2 mainland warrior elite camp students beside him were talking enthusiastically. Gu Feng only heard the words princess of the eastern capital. His brain exploded. Ignoring the smell of alcohol on him, he rushed to the table next to him and said, "What did you say? The princess of the eastern capital is going to marry the crown prince of later Qin?" When the 2 cultivators saw him reeking of alcohol, they were too lazy to say anything more to him. They just said, "Go away. Where did this drunkard come from? I told you to speak." Gu Feng grabbed the man who was speaking. His eyes were red and filled with ferocious light. "Hey, brat, how dare you yell at me? Do you know who I am?" The man was about to teach Gu Feng a lesson because he was the son of the later Qin crown prince's wet nurse. "Wait, don't attack. This kid looks like Gu Feng. He's a light magician from the elite camp, the only successor of the dazzling light teachers." Another man recognized Gu Feng. Towards light magicians, the elite warriors of the continent still had some reservations. Bad luck. What kind of drunkard is he? The cultivator could only let go of his hand resentfully. However, Gu Feng didn't care about that. He hugged him tightly and wouldn't let go. He even shouted, "Tell me, is it true that the princess of the eastern capital is going to marry the crown prince of the later Qin dynasty? I'm scared of you." The cultivator couldn't hit Gu Feng, but he also couldn't get rid of him. He could only say, "This kind of thing can't be a daughter-in-law." The 2 countries are connected by marriage. Announcements have been posted all over the streets of the eastern capital and later Qin. When Gu Feng heard this, he was still unwilling to give up. "Then what's the name of the princess of the eastern capital?" "I think she's called Ling." "Hey, why are you asking so many questions?" The cultivator took advantage of Gu Feng's inattention to break free and quickly left. Gu Feng sat on the ground in a daze. After a while, he let out a dry cry and jumped out of the tavern. 3 to 4 days later, Yunxing finally received a reply from her second uncle, Yin Songlong. However, in the reply letter, there was a notice attached. After reading the letter and notice, Yunsheng's calm face had a slight ripple. She faintly felt uneasy in her heart and immediately went to look for Goofing. However, she didn't know that she couldn't find any trace of Goofing even after searching the entire continent's elite warriors of the continent. Yunsheng became more and more worried in her heart. She had no choice but to look for Qi first. Qi went to Goofing's camp again. When he came back, there was a hint of anxiety on his usually expressionless face. He took out a letter and handed it to Yunsheng. The letter was left by Goofing a few days ago. It said that he was worried about Dongwang Ling, and went to the eastern capital to look for her. Goofing was too impulsive. Qi shook his head. Goofing also had feelings for Dongwang Ling. Oh no, we must immediately chase after Goofing. After reading the letter, Yunsheng's expression became anxious and uneasy. He's only going to the eastern capital. Why are you so anxious? He should be back by the time he sees Ling. Seeing that Yunsheng's expression wasn't right, Qi couldn't help but feel strange. The Yunsheng he knew was someone who wouldn't bat an eyelid even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of her. However, today, Yunsheng looked somewhat anxious. It's impossible for him to see Ling. She is going to marry later Qin's crown prince, Dugu Xiu. Yunsheng only knew about this after reading the letter from her second uncle. No wonder Dongwang Ling didn't come back after returning to the eastern capital. The people from the Heaven Extermination Hunting Corps heard that not long after Dongwang Ling returned to the eastern capital, later Qin's crown prince, Dugu Xiu, entered the palace. After that, the Eastern Emperor personally announced to the world that the eastern capital and later Qin had formed an alliance. Half a year later, Dugu Xiu personally came to fetch the bride. This matter had already spread like wildfire across the continent, and there was no one who did not know about it. Only Yunsheng and Goofeng, who were in seclusion in the continent's magic elite camp, didn't know about it. Goofeng, that brat, has deep feelings for Ling. If he knows that Ling is going to get married, he will definitely not let it go. We must immediately go to the eastern capital. It's best if we can find him before Goofeng sees Ling. Yunsheng's words made Qi realize the seriousness of the matter. Dongwang Ling's current status was extraordinary. Other than being a princess, she also had another identity. She was the crown princess of later Qin's crown prince. If Goofeng was impulsive and was caught red-handed, he might be treated as an assassin. Dugu Xiu's fierce reputation had been around for a long time. If Goofeng was caught by him, the consequences would be even more unimaginable. Goofeng might not have told you, but Ling-er's true identity is the eastern capital's princess. There's another thing that Goofeng doesn't know. Ling-er ran away from the marriage. Yunsheng told Qi everything. If that's the case, why is she marrying the later Qin's crown prince now? She also realized how difficult it was for Goofeng to have such a relationship. This is also what I don't understand. Ling-er's temperament is definitely not someone who will compromise. Yunsheng faintly felt that there must be something hidden. Moreover, this matter should be related to Empress Dowager Situ's illness. Chapter 776. Dongwang Linger once told Yunsheng that as a princess of the royal family, she had never had a real close friend since she was a child. Yunsheng was her only friend. If she got married in the future, she would definitely invite Yunsheng to attend the ceremony. However, this marriage came too suddenly. Furthermore, Dongwang Ling did not reveal any information about it beforehand. Thus, Yunsheng thought that there must be something hidden behind it. So, she had to go to the eastern capital. The more Yunsheng and Qi thought about it, the more they felt that something was wrong. So, the two of them decided to go to the eastern capital immediately and try their best to find Goofeng. Yunsheng and Qi found their respective mentors. The two of them were also clever. They didn't say the specific reason for going to the eastern capital. They only said that because Dongwang Linger's marriage was approaching, they were invited to attend the ceremony. The mentors of the two didn't suspect anything. They just told him to go early and come back early. Before Yunsheng left the elite camp, Yunsheng also specially went to visit Yi Baiming. Yunsheng didn't know why she wanted to say goodbye to Yi Baiming. Maybe it was because he almost lost his life to save her last time. Whether Yunsheng was willing to admit it or not, after experiencing the Dutian blood realm last time, she had already admitted that Yi Baiming had a place in her heart. It was just that it was hard to say whether this place had reached the level of lovers. When Yunsheng found Yi Baiming, he was practicing. The ghost prison's great elder was nervously guarding outside. Baiming is practicing now. It's not convenient for him to see guests. The ghost prison's great elder was in a difficult position and dissuaded Yunsheng. Minter let her in. In the practice room, Yi Baiming's voice was calm. The ghost prison's great elder could only let Yunsheng in. Although she had known Yi Baiming for several years, Yunsheng could not help but be stunned every time she saw this man. This guy could really be called the model of a feast for the eyes. At this moment, Yi Baiming had just finished practicing. His snow-white training clothes were drenched in sweat. He was wiping away his sweat. His long black hair casually hung down to his waist. There was no bun, no extra accessories. It was just casually scattered, but there was an indescribable sense of beauty. It was as if he was standing in a painting. "You came here just to see me?" Yi Baiming tilted his head slightly and teased. Yunsheng coughed a few times to hide the embarrassment on her face. Yi Baiming knew that Yunsheng would not easily come to the mainland's elite warrior camp to look for him. So even if he was at a critical moment, he still let Yunsheng come in. Knowing that Yunsheng was going to the eastern capital, Yi Baiming was a little dissatisfied. In addition to Yunsheng going with Qi, the other reason was Dugu Xiu. Yi Baiming had been brooding over the matter of Dugu Xiu proposing to Yunsheng. Although he and Yunsheng were now engaged, as long as the two were not married, Yi Baiming lacked a sense of security. He could not wait for Dugu Xiu to marry a wife. It would be best if he married 180 wives. That way, he would not have time to pester Yunsheng. Dugu Xiu is going to get married. "Why are you going?" Yi Baiming wanted to go with Yunsheng. Unfortunately, he had more important things to do at the moment. It was also good to let the little wildcat sharpen her claws by herself. Just now, Yi Baiming had just integrated the first Qilin blood crystal. The 8 desolate artifact was about to be unearthed. The ghost prison's great elder ordered him to go into seclusion for a while and try to integrate as many Beast King blood crystals as possible. Yi Baiming also knew that last time, in the Dutian blood seal, he had caused a lot of trouble for the ghost prison's great elder. Moreover, the inexplicable beast blood berserk had also troubled him. After that, he heard the ghost prison's great elder describe the situation at that time. He almost hurt the little wildcat. Yi Baiming was very afraid. This time, he could still recognize the little wildcat at the last moment. But next time, if he completely transformed, he was afraid that he would use his sharp claws to tear her throat. In this world, the person he was most unwilling to hurt was her. So, even if it was for the little wildcat, he must learn to control the mysterious power in his body that was getting stronger and stronger. "I'm going to visit Linger. I have a feeling that Linger will not agree to this marriage so easily." Yunsheng could smell a strong smell of jealousy from Yi Baiming's words. She subconsciously explained. Yunsheng cursed in her heart. Night Fox was also petty. Dugu Xiu failed in his marriage proposal. This matter had already passed for a long time, but he still remembered it firmly in his heart. Dugu Xiu was the crown prince of the later Qin dynasty. In the past few years, he probably had a dozen children. How would he have the energy to care about a small magician like her? Going to visit Dongwang Linger is not a problem. But if you meet Dugu Xiu, don't have a direct confrontation with him. Yi Baiming believed that with Yunsheng's wit, she would definitely not be at a disadvantage. But this woman, sometimes, she would value her friends too much. However, this was also what he liked about her. Dugu Xiu's strength is very unpredictable. He might be on the same level as me. So, if you really meet him, don't fight him head-on. Yi Baiming rubbed Yunsheng's forehead. His gaze was somewhat reluctant to part with her. This time, he did not tell Yunsheng that he was going to fuse with the blood crystal. Fusing with the blood crystal was a big, or small matter. If the fusion was not done well, it was very possible that, don't worry, I will bring Tycoon Jean with me. Even if we really meet with something, I will be able to ensure our safety. Yin Sheng was very confident. Tycoon Jean could even kill the martial saint of the later Qin dynasty. He could be considered as the strongest bodyguard. She had fought with Duguxiu before, and it didn't seem like much. She didn't know why Yi Baiming had such a high evaluation of him. Yi Baiming wanted to say something, but stopped. A hint of obscurity flashed past his eyes. Yunxing did not notice the strangeness in Yi Baiming's words. After bidding farewell to Yi Baiming, she left the mainland's magic elite camp with abandon. After Yun Sheng left, the ghost prison's great elder walked in impatiently. How is it? Did the fusion of the blood crystal go smoothly? It's still going well. I'll start fusing with the second blood crystal in 3 days. There was still a thin layer of red on Yi Baiming's skin. The first Qilin blood crystal was slowly transforming his body. 3 days? Isn't it too rushed? That year, it took me half a month to fuse with the first blood crystal. You only used half an hour, right? The second blood crystal was fused a year later. The third one took a long time. You waited for 5 years. The ghost prison's great elder was still a little worried. More haste, less speed. When Yi Baiming first entered the mainland's warrior elite camp, he did not even see a ghost during his daily training. He was unusually lazy. Now his personality had changed. After thinking about it, he was still the same person. As for his personality, the ghost prison's great elder concluded that at the crucial moment, women were still the most useful. Yi Baiming did not know that his teacher was full of fantasies. He thought for a while and asked, "Teacher, do you know, other than you and me, who else entered the Dutian blood seal and obtained the Beast King blood crystal?" Chapter 777. The ghost prison's elder did not understand why Yi Baiming would suddenly ask about this matter. There's not enough time. Teacher also mentioned that when we were in the blood sky Jia, Master Si Ming of the temple said that the 8 barren lands divine artifact would be unearthed in a few months or at most half a year. If there are people from other forces who have fused with the Beast King blood crystal, there will be a fierce battle. I'm just preparing for a rainy day and making early plans. After Yi Baiming's explanation, the ghost prison's great elder was relieved. Logically speaking, not many people can enter the Beast King's tomb, but we can't rule out the possibility that someone has sneaked in. You've been to the Sky Wing City, so you should have met the Sky Wing City Lord. He should have fused with the Rock Clan's Beast King blood crystal, so he is invincible in the battle in the sky. Since the ghost prison's great elder could tell Yi Baiming about the existence of the Beast King blood crystal, it was very likely that some other experts had also told their descendants about the existence of the blood crystal. If that's the case, I should speed up the process of fusing with the blood crystal. I will begin closed-door training in the next few days, Yi Baiming said in a low voice. Yi Baiming recalled the situation when he saw the Dark Crown Prince Duguxiu. If he guessed correctly, the Dark Crown Prince should have also obtained the Beast King blood crystal, and, judging from his combat skills and the changes in his body, he should have also entered the Qilin tomb and fused with at least a few Qilin blood crystals. As one of the 5 great countries on the continent, the later Qin would definitely send people to the Divine Artifact trip in a few months. As the Crown Prince of the later Qin, Duguxiu would definitely go to the Divine Artifact trip. At that time, the two of them would fight head-on again. The ghost prison's great elder did not know what Yi Baiming was planning. On the continent, there were not many people who could be regarded as opponents by Yi Baiming, but Duguxiu was one of them, because Yi Baiming knew that Duguxiu was the same kind of person as him. They were ambitious and pursued the path of the strongest. If the two of them met again, they would definitely fight to the death. The Eastern capital was the oldest capital city on the boundless continent. It was built more than 4,000 years ago. The scenery was beautiful, with white embankments and willows. The capital city was adjacent to a famous river on the continent. It was a famous paradise on the boundless continent. However, since the establishment of the 5 great kingdoms on the continent, the eastern capital did not fall behind. Instead, the eastern capital lost its former status as the #1 capital of the continent. Today's eastern capital still had its culture, but was no longer as glorious as before. Yunsheng and Qi traveled day and night and finally arrived in Dongdu 3 days later, which was 2 days before Duguxiu came to pick up the bride. After passing through the crowded city gate, Yunsheng and Abandon entered Dongdu City. As soon as he entered the city, he saw the announcement board beside the city gate. It was pasted with a big red piece of good news. Abandon squeezed his way forward. The notice clearly stated, Later Qin's crown prince would enter the eastern capital to pick up the bride in 2 days. At that time, the whole city would welcome him together. In order to celebrate such a joyous occasion, the East Emperor, Dongwang Tianqi, specially reduced the taxes for half a year. When the people in the city heard the good news, they all whispered to each other and praised the marriage. Yunsheng, who was in the crowd, also listened carefully. Crown Prince Dugu and the princess are a match made in heaven. Isn't that so? With the eastern capital and later Qin's marriage, our lives will be better. I heard that in order to marry the princess, Crown Prince Dugu brought a total of 66 carriages as betrothal gifts. There were all sorts of things, and all he heard were praises. No matter if it was the people of the eastern capital or the royal family, they all approved of the wedding. Abandon squeezed through the crowd and walked to a corner of the city wall with Yunsheng. It's similar to what the hunting court heard. In 2 days, later Qin's crown prince would come to pick up the bride. Time is tight, and the eastern capital is so big. How are we going to find Gufeng? Abandoned also asked around. In the past few days, the princess had been in the palace preparing for the wedding. There was nothing strange in the palace. It seemed that Gufeng hadn't found Dongwang Ling yet. Let's go to the Hunters Guild first and see if they can find a way to let us see Ling. For a moment, Yunsheng didn't know how to find Gufeng. She could only go to the Hunters Guild in the eastern capital first. After arriving at the Hunters Guild in the eastern capital, Yunsheng casually took out her guest elder badge. The person in charge of the eastern capital quickly came out to receive her. The people in the Hunters Guild promised Yunsheng that they would look for Gufeng in all the inns and restaurants in the city. Yunsheng thanked the person in charge of the Hunters Guild and was about to leave with Abandoned. At this time, a man dressed as a civil official walked into the Hunters Guild with a few guards. Seeing this, Yunsheng pushed aside and watched coldly with Abandoned. Right, Prime Minister, why are you here? The person in charge of the Hunters Guild respectfully invited the civil official in. It turned out that after the decline of the eastern capital, the 5 major countries had forced the young emperor to reduce the number of troops in the eastern capital. After the princess of the eastern capital got married, the envoys of the other countries and merchants from other countries rushed into the eastern capital. The flow of people in the city increased sharply. The right prime minister, who was in charge of public security and government affairs, had no choice but to hire the Hunters Guild. When Yunsheng heard this, she knew that this was an opportunity. Yunsheng gave the person in charge of the eastern capital a look, indicating that he should go and receive the guests. Yunsheng remembered that the short and fat man she met in Tianyi City last time was the left prime minister of the eastern capital. She had heard from Dongwang Ling, that the left prime minister of the eastern capital was not a good person. However, unlike the greedy left prime minister, the right prime minister of the eastern capital was an honest official. He was also the grand tutor of Dongwang Tianqi, Ling Er's elder brother. Although he was a little pedantic, he had a good relationship with the major forces in the eastern capital. What was more rare was that he still respected the imperial family, which had lost power. As for the left prime minister's efforts to promote the marriage between the later Qin and the eastern capital, the upright right prime minister had a quarrel with the left prime minister in the imperial court. Deacon Yin, I'm here to entrust you with a task regarding the crown prince of later Qin's wedding. The right prime minister sighed and told the person in charge of the Hunters Guild about the crown prince's wedding in a few days. The number of soldiers in the eastern capital was small. When the Dongwang dynasty fell, the original army of 1 million was reduced to 50,000 soldiers. In the past few years, the eastern capital's financial deficit had reduced the regular army by more than 10,000 soldiers. Now, the entire eastern capital, including the imperial guards, only had about 30,000 soldiers. A few days later, the Crown Prince of Laterchine would welcome the Crown Prince of Laterchine. Before the Crown Prince of Laterchine took the princess back to the Laterchine, he had to follow the etiquette of the Dongwang dynasty and hold an incense bath for 3 days and 3 nights in the Eastern Temple. At that time, the Eastern Temple had to be strictly guarded both inside and outside. However, the army had been deployed to defend the Eastern capital and the Imperial Palace. As a result, there was no army stationed in the Eastern Temple. The military affairs were originally the responsibility of the left prime minister, but he threw the defense this time to the right prime minister. The right prime minister had no choice. Under the suggestion of his advisor, he thought of the Hunters Guild. Chapter 778. When Yun Sheng heard this, her heart skipped a beat. This was a great opportunity. She was just worrying about how to sneak in and find Dongwang Ling. Yun Sheng wasn't familiar with the Imperial Palace in the Eastern capital. Now that the princess was getting married, the Imperial Palace would definitely be heavily guarded. Someone as meticulous as the hidden Crown Prince would definitely place his spies in the Imperial Palace. However, Dongzhao Temple was different. That was a place of Buddhism. Even the hidden Crown Prince or the left minister's men would find it hard to infiltrate. If she could find Dongwang Ling, there, she would definitely be able to ask about the cause and effect of this matter. Yun Sheng took the opportunity to walk forward. Lord Right Minister, if you don't mind, can you let us handle this mission? The Lord Right Minister raised his head and his eyes lit up. There was a young man and a young woman standing in front of him. You two are. The Lord Right Minister didn't know that there were such people in the Hunters Guild in the Eastern capital. The person in charge of the Eastern capital was also flattered. He didn't expect that Yun Sheng, the beloved disciple of the guest elder, would be willing to accept such a small mission. However, Yun Sheng and Qi's willingness to accept this mission from Dongzhao Temple solved a huge problem for the Hunters Guild. Although the Hunters Guild in the Eastern capital had been established for a long time, due to the Eastern capital's decline, a large number of hunters went to other countries and even places like the Skywings Arena to seek a way out. The hunters left in the Eastern capital were of average standard. There wasn't a single leader who could take on such a big task as the Crown Prince's escort. In addition, Yun Sheng was the deputy commander of the Sky Expedition Hunting Corps. She could deploy a portion of the troops of the Sky Expedition Hunting Corps. Lord Right Minister, these two are the beloved disciples of the Hunters Guild's elder. This is the deputy commander of the Sky Expedition Hunting Corps. The one beside her is her senior brother. Speaking of which, it's fate. These two are the same as the princess, students of the continent's magic elite camp. The person in charge of the Eastern capital introduced them familiarly. The Lord Right Minister looked at them again. The two had outstanding appearances and temperaments. What was even rarer was that the two were wearing specially made mage robes. Right Minister had seen Princess Dongwang Ling before. Dongwang Ling was also wearing a similar mage robe. From the looks of it, the identities of the two of them were definitely the same. Since he's from the same sect as the princess, that's great. During this period of time, the princess has not stepped out of the house and is very depressed. If it is convenient for the two of you, it would also be good to comfort the princess. In the right side of the political marriage that everyone praised, there was a faint trace of dissatisfaction in his tone. Yun Sheng looked at him and took the opportunity to ask, "What's wrong? Could it be that the princess is not satisfied with this marriage?" The right prime minister hesitated and shook his head. I can only say that as the princess of the Eastern capital, there are many times when she has no choice. The right prime minister and the person in charge of the Eastern capital exchanged a few words and then officially announced the mission. Yun Sheng and Qi would be the leaders, and some hunters from the Eastern capital would be deployed. Yun Sheng also specially went to the area around Dongzhao Temple to learn about the terrain and the nearby exits. On one hand, Yun Sheng was looking for Gufeng. On the other hand, after Gufeng entered the eastern capital, he had been thinking of ways to enter the palace and find Dongwang Ling. However, Gufeng didn't have the connections that Yin Sheng did, nor did he know about the Hunters Guild. He was just a commoner, and it was simply impossible for him to enter the palace. Therefore, although Gufeng arrived a few days earlier than Yin Sheng and the others, he had no way to enter the heavily guarded palace. Seeing that the day when the crown prince of the Qin dynasty would come to pick up the bride was getting closer and closer, Gufeng, this rash kid, finally thought of a way. He heard that on the day when the crown prince of the Qin dynasty, Dugu Xiu, came to pick up the bride, according to the customs of the two countries, the fiancé had to bathe and burn incense at the Dongzhao temple in the eastern capital and worship Buddha for 3 days before the wedding ceremony. When Gufeng heard the news, he was wild with joy. He secretly sneaked to the vicinity of the Dongzhao temple and bribed a small monk in the temple, waiting for Dongwang Ling and Dugu Xiu to come. All of this was carried out in an orderly manner. A few days later, Dugu Xiu's wedding procession finally entered the eastern capital. 2 days later, Dugu Xiu brought 66 carriages of betrothal gifts and entered the eastern capital. All of the commoners in the city lined the streets to welcome them, and wedding blankets were spread out along the way. The crown prince of the Qin dynasty rode his carriage all the way to the eastern capital. On the carriage, Crown Prince Dugu had a handsome nose bridge, a pair of eagle eyes, and a somewhat tall and sturdy figure. Looking at the Qin soldiers beside his carriage, each of them was like a dragon or a tiger. Wherever they passed, their steps were uniform, and they looked very mighty. Such a man formed a sharp contrast with the weak Eastern Emperor. One of the Wuji 5 Annulus, the number 1 crown prince of the Qin dynasty, indeed had an extraordinary aura. In the Wuji continent, the strong were respected, especially in a former powerful capital like the eastern capital. The commoners all hoped for a powerful crown prince who could lead them to the position of a powerful country in the past. Thinking that this person was the future husband of the eastern capital's princess, the commoners tiptoed to look at him, and countless noble ladies spoke out in envy. Outside the palace, the eastern emperor, Dongwang Tianqi, led the civil and military officials to welcome them. Dongwang Ling, the eastern capital's princess, was dressed in luxurious clothes. She had the most exquisite makeup on her face, and her beautiful face looked dignified and elegant. When she and Dugu Xiu stood together, they looked like a pair of jade. The fiancé served tea to Empress Dowager Sidu and received a bow in front of the civil and military officials. According to the Eastern Emperor dynasty's etiquette, they would go to the Dongzhao temple a few days ago to burn incense and bathe. 3 days later, the official wedding ceremony would be held. The Dongzhao temple was an ancient temple in the eastern capital. The temple was surrounded by bamboo forests, and it was open to the public on normal days. For the wedding ceremony of Crown Prince Dugu and Dongwang Ling, the Dongzhao temple was closed to the public yesterday and no longer welcomed guests. Many checkpoints were set up inside and outside the temple. Even if outsiders had wings, it would be difficult for them to enter. After the fiancé's carriage arrived at the Dongzhao temple, Dugu Xiu and Dongwang Ling separated and were sent to different rooms by the palace's officials. According to the etiquette, the fiancé couldn't see each other in these 3 days. After Dugu Xiu got off the carriage, he impatiently took off his ceremonial attire. He was originally a martial artist, and he hated this kind of complicated etiquette the most. Today, after listening to the etiquette officers reciting scriptures, he had been impatient for the entire day. A pair of slippery arms wrapped around Dugu Xiu's neck like water snakes, and she whispered into his ear, "Your Highness, I miss you." Dugu Xiu didn't wait to turn his head and pulled the woman into his embrace. Madame Qi Bai's face was blushing, and she looked at him lovingly. "You little wench, you are also restless. Didn't I tell you to stay beside the princess and keep an eye on her?" Dugu Xiu stretched out his hand and pinched Madame Qi Bai's chin, enjoying the woman's smooth and clean touch. "Isn't it because I miss Crown Prince? Crown Prince is truly heartless. In order to marry Dong Wang Ling, he left me alone in the eastern capital. Madame Chi Bai was truly a stunner. Her skin was snow white, and her figure was perfect. Any man who saw her would be infatuated. While complaining, she slid into Dugu Xiu's embrace. Chapter 779. Gufeng hid himself in Dongzhao Temple for several days, and with great difficulty, he finally found Dongwang Ling. However, Dongwang Ling was dressed like a married woman. Gufeng, who was looking at her from the side, felt very sad. However, he still didn't give up. He waited until late at night, and after confirming that Dongwang Ling was alone, he snuck in. When Dongwang Ling heard the commotion, she turned her head around mechanically. When she looked at Gufeng, her eyes were calm, and there wasn't the slightest bit of excitement. When she looked at Gufeng, it was as if she was looking at a stranger. "Who are you? You dare to barge into my residence in the middle of the night?" "Linger, what's wrong?" "I am Gufeng." Gufeng was very anxious and wanted to go up and explain himself. "Don't come over, otherwise I will call for help." Dongwang Ling was like a bird that was startled by the twang of a bough. "Ling, don't be agitated. What's wrong with you? I am here to look for you. You cannot marry the crown prince of Later Qin. He is not a good person." Gufeng was able to tell that there was something wrong with Dongwang Ling. However, looking at her appearance, she was indeed the Ling that he yearned for day and night. Gufeng didn't notice anything wrong with Dongwang Ling. He only thought that she was forced to pretend that she didn't know him. When Gufeng was pretending to be a little monk in Dongzhao Temple, when Dugu Xiu and Dongwang Ling's carriage arrived at the temple, he also saw the crown prince of Later Qin, Dugu Xiu. Gufeng was also intimidated by Dugu Xiu's aura. He also secretly felt that Dugu Xiu was the most suitable person for Dongwang Ling. Just when Gufeng was about to give up and bid farewell to Dongwang Ling for the last time, he unexpectedly saw Madame Chi Bai walking into Dugu Xiu's room. Not long later, ambiguous sounds came from the room. Although Gufeng didn't know much about the matters between men and women, when he heard the sounds, he knew what was going on inside. Dugu Xiu actually had an affair with another woman on the eve of his wedding with Ling. How could such a man be a good match for Dongwang Ling? Gufeng was infuriated. If it weren't for the fact that he still had some rationality left, he would have rushed in and argued with Dugu Xiu. Fortunately, Gufeng's wisdom had matured over the past few years, and he knew that he shouldn't be impulsive. His mind was filled with thoughts of telling Dongwang Ling about this matter and bringing her away from this place. Nonsense. Crown Prince Dugu is a man of striking appearance, a dragon among men. The two of us are a match made in heaven. Dongwang Ling said. "Ling, wake up. Don't be deceived by that brat's flowery words." Gufeng anxiously went forward and pulled Dongwang Ling. Dongwang Ling was startled and revealed an extremely disgusted expression. "Guards, there's an assassin." The temple was quiet and secluded. Dongwang Ling's shout could be heard clearly within several li of the temple. Right at this moment, Dugu Xiu and Madame Chi Bai arrived outside the house. Hearing the commotion, the two of them promptly kicked the door open and entered. Audacious! Where did this assassin come from? To actually dare to barge into Princess's room at night. Dugu Xiu looked over and saw a simple and honest-looking man pulling Dongwang Ling. "I'm not an assassin. I am Ling's senior brother, Gufeng. I am a student of the continent's magic elite camp." Gufeng's face and ears turned red. He still wanted to explain. "If you don't believe me, you can ask Ling. Your Highness, do you know this person?" Madame Chi Bai pursed her lips and smiled. "Gufeng? Isn't that the infatuated brat who wrote a letter to Dongwang Ling?" Unfortunately, his infatuation was misplaced. At this moment, not to mention a foolish brat who had an unrequited love for Dongwang Ling. Even if her biological father were to stand in front of her, Dongwang Ling wouldn't be able to recognize him. "I don't know him." Dongwang Ling coldly spat out those words, causing Gufeng to feel as if he had fallen into a cold cave. "Ling." Gufeng shouted painfully. Drag him out and kill him, Dugu Xiu ordered. Hearing the word kill, a trace of hesitation flashed past Dongwang Ling empty eyes. Wait, Dongwang Ling looked at Gufeng. She didn't know this man, but when Dugu Xiu said that he was going to kill him, she felt a throbbing pain in her head, and she couldn't help but hug her head. Don't kill him, my head hurts. Dongwang Ling's face turned pale, and she couldn't help but tremble. Seeing this, Dugu Xiu gave Madame Chi Bai a glance. Madame Chi Bai understood and pretended to be concerned. Your Highness, what happened to you? Men, this assassin must have scared the princess. Drag him out and kill him. Hearing the chaotic sounds beside her ears, Dongwang Ling became even more flustered. She wanted to say something, but Madame Chi Bai, who was beside her, used her hand to tightly hold on her hand. Linger, just what did you all do to Ling? Gufeng also realized that there was something wrong with Linger. Later Qin's soldiers were like wolves and tigers as they pounced toward Gufeng. Only then did Gufeng come back to his senses. At this moment of crisis, the experience that he had gained from the Heaven's Wings arena came into play. Gufeng realized that he was, after all, a student from the continent's elite camp. He chanted and released the sphere of light that he was most proficient in. Once the sphere of light was released, those martial artists seemed to have bumped into an invisible wall and were bounced back. Tisk, it's actually a light magician. Looks like you really are from the continent's magic elite camp. Dugu Xiu showed some interest. He looked at Dongwang Ling thoughtfully, then looked at the fearless Gufeng. It's good that you know. Let me tell you, if you know what's good for you, then let Linger go. The continent's magic elite camp isn't to be trifled with. My teacher and other companions will be here very soon. People have quick wits. Gufeng usually wasn't very smart, but now he was. Gufeng was already regretting his actions. If he had known that he would encounter tonight's predicament, even if you beat him to death, he wouldn't have rashly left the continent's magic elite camp. Right now, he really hoped that Yun Sheng or Abandon were by his side. With their quick-wittedness, they would definitely think of a way to escape with Ling Er. Hee, Your Highness, this little magician is really interesting. He's clearly so scared that his legs are weak, yet he's still stubbornly holding on. Madame Chi Bai laughed. She had already seen through Gufeng's lies. Dugu Xiu shook his head and sighed. Kid, you're called Gufeng, right? Your light magic is pretty good, but unfortunately, in this prince's eyes, it's worthless. Seeing that you're the princess senior, I'll spare your life. Get out of Dongzhao Temple, and this prince will treat tonight's matter as if it never happened. A sky rank light magician was extremely rare, even in the continent's magic elite camp. Killing Gufeng wasn't a big deal, but if they offended the continent's magic elite camp, then it was unnecessary. Not to mention, Dongzhao Temple was the eastern capital's Buddhist holy land. If they were to kill someone here, if it were to fall into the ears of the eastern capital's right chief minister and that group of old pedantic people, it would definitely become a topic of gossip. If you want me to leave, then hand over Linger. You already have a woman. Why are you still clinging on to Linger? Gufeng looked at Madame Chi Bai, who was at the side. Looking at her charming appearance, if Linger were to marry him in the future, she would definitely fall out of favor. Thinking of this, Gufeng became even more determined to take Linger away. Chapter 780. Stubborn. Dugu Xiu didn't want to waste any more words. Dugu Xiu's left and right fists shook as he casually swung his fists. Popping sounds could be heard from the bones in his body. The power of his fists instantly caused the air to explode. Dugu Xiu didn't move, but his voice was already heard. His power was terrifying. Dugu Xiu's warrior realm was more than 10 times stronger than those warriors in the continent's warriors' elite camp. Hearing this, Gufeng's eyebrows twitched. He knew that he wasn't Dugu Xiu's opponent. However, when he thought of Dongwang Ling, he resisted the urge to run away. Gufeng circulated the magic power in his body and continuously strengthened the light sky sphere. Dugu Xiu's body flashed past like a shuttle. A strong gust of wind rushed towards Gufeng's light sky sphere. The fist wind turned into a black tiger with slanted eyes that roared furiously in midair, charging straight at Gufeng's heavenly light sphere. The black tiger opened its bloody mouth and bit onto the light sky sphere. Bang! Gufeng's light sky sphere was hit by the gust of wind. After shaking twice, it exploded. After Gufeng learned the light sky sphere, although he couldn't attack, he was invincible in terms of defense. However, who would have thought that the light sky sphere that he was so proud of would be broken by Duguxio's punch? While he was shocked, he had already lost his protection. Duguxio's second punch was already following him like a shadow, arriving in an instant. Suddenly, a commotion could be heard from outside. A guard shouted for help. Not good. The Crown Prince's house is on fire. Immediately after, a burst of fire could be heard from outside the house. Numerous thunder-like explosions could be heard from the neighboring houses. The monks in the Dong Zhao temple panicked and hurriedly ran out of the courtyard. In an instant, the peaceful Dong Zhao temple was like a pot of boiling porridge. It was a mess. Seeing this, Duguxio no longer had the heart to kill Gufeng. He grabbed Gufeng and threw him to the guard. Look after him. A group of guards rushed in from outside. Your Highness, there are a few assassins outside. They are quite skilled. Hearing this, Duguxio frowned and rushed out of the house with a few people. Madame Qi dragged Dongwang Ling, who had a stupefied expression, and rushed out. Gufeng was escorted to the courtyard by several guards. When he saw the fire, he suddenly grinned. Yun Sheng and Gufeng must have come to save him. Ling could be saved. As long as Yun Sheng arrived, there would be a way to save Ling. At this moment, the temple was in chaos. Duguxio rushed into his courtyard with a few armored guards. The courtyard, which was still in good condition a quarter of an hour ago, was now in ruins. Flames were everywhere. Duguxio's personal luggage and some clothes were all placed in the house. The fire was not an ordinary fire. No matter how the imperial bodyguards and monks poured water on it, they could not put it out. Under the moonlight and starry sky, two masked mages in black robes stood in the dark night. They stood in the air, and the magic wings on their backs were very obvious. In the small Dongzhao temple of the eastern capital, two sky mages had come in one night. This in itself was a very unusual thing. According to Duguxio's knowledge, even in the entire East Imperial Dynasty, there might not be two sky mages. The light from the soul stones on the magic scepters in the hands of these two mages had yet to extinguish. A cluster of dazzling fireballs hit the house of the Dongzhao temple. Who are you? How dare you invade the Crown Prince's residence of the later Qin dynasty? Duguxio condensed a pair of ducky wings behind his back. He jumped up and fought against the two sky mages in the sky. These two sky mages were dressed as assassins. They used layers of black cloth to cover their faces. Duguxio could not recognize their faces at all. He could not even tell their genders. After hearing Duguxio's question, the male mage who was standing on the left and was emitting wind magic elements said, Duguxio, you are the one I am looking for. As he spoke, he attacked Duguxio with several magic spells. Poison. Duguxio's gaze turned cold. This mage's magic spells were very special. They all contained poison. Duguxio stopped abruptly. The ducky around him formed a natural barrier to block the poisonous gas. However, the male mage's intention was not Duguxio. In the blink of an eye, he cast several more magic spells and poisoned many of the guards on the ground. When the male mage attacked, the mage on his right had already attacked the ground. With a beautiful freezing spell, he froze the two male warriors who were holding Gufeng into ice piles. You want to save someone? That's easy. Duguxio snorted and suddenly pushed out with his palm. In the air, a wave of dough qi rose like a rising tide and swept toward the male mage like a whirlwind. The male mage hurriedly used ground escape and barely dodged Duguxio's attack. After Duguxio got rid of the male mage, he swooped down and hit the other mage with his palm. At this moment, a gust of night wind blew. Duguxio approached the mage, and a very comfortable fragrance faintly wafted from the mage's body. For some reason, Duguxio's heart skipped a beat. He narrowed his eyes and fixed his gaze on the assassin mage. The mage's robe was very loose, and he couldn't see his figure. His face was also covered very well. Only a small part of his neck and a small part of his face were exposed. However, the half of his face that was exposed shone like snow in the dark night. This kind of fair skin was different from the later Qin concubines like Madame Qi Bai. It wasn't smeared with powder. It was a kind of clean and tender white that men couldn't bear part with. Then there were her eyes. Eyes. Duguxio's body couldn't help but tremble. In an instant, he recognized the identity of the assassin mage. Such intelligence with a bit of purity, like a pool of autumn water. A pair of clear eyes with a bit of a woman's charm. Who else could it be other than her? Yun Sheng. His anger was swallowed by ecstasy in an instant. Duguxio had already retracted his palm by half an inch and brushed it across Yun Sheng's chest. This action of retracting and brushing seemed casual. However, only someone with Duguxio's skills could do it. One must know that martial artists were different from mages. Martial artists' battle energy was incomparably fierce. Even if it didn't touch the body, it was enough to destroy rocks and split gold. To be able to retract and release battle energy freely, and to have a bit of flexibility amidst the fierceness, one had to be at least a martial emperor expert. Yun Sheng originally wanted Abandon to stall Duguxio for the time being. After she saved Gu Feng and Dongwang Ling she would think of a way to escape. She didn't expect that after not seeing Duguxio for a few years, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds to such a level. His speed was so fast that it was unimaginable. Yun Sheng was shocked. Because of this shock, her chest was about to be touched by Duguxio. Duguxio's eyes were filled with evil. However, he could clearly see the trace of embarrassment and anger in Yun Sheng's eyes. The corner of Duguxio's lips twitched, and there was a bit of ridicule. Chapter 781. Duguxio noticed the anger in Yun Sheng's eyes. His lips curled up, and his smile widened. When his palm landed, Duguxio suddenly felt that something was wrong. Why was it hard? It turned out that in a split second, a dazzling golden figure had blocked in front of Duguxio, ruining the mood. Tycoon Jean, stop him. Yun Sheng ordered, and Tycoon Jean tangled with Duguxio. There was another person? Duguxio had seen clearly that Yun Sheng and her accomplice were only two people. He didn't sense the aura of a third person. Where did this person come from? Duguxio didn't know that Tycoon Jean wasn't even human. So how could he have any aura? Tonight was a coincidence. Yun Sheng and Abandon used the identity of Hunter's Guild guards to patrol Dongzhao Temple. After finding out where Ling Er's house was, they planned to investigate it secretly. Who knew that they would bump into Gufeng and Duguxio? In a hurry, Yun Sheng and Abandon could only take the risk of a night attack to lure Duguxio out. Yun Sheng had been warned by Yi Baiming earlier, so she had been careful. She knew that it would be difficult for her and Abandon to save Ling and Gufeng, so she ordered Tycoon Jean to hide in the dark. Once they confronted Duguxio, they would catch him off guard and attack him. However, Yun Sheng didn't expect that the other party would see through her and Duguxio's identities. When Duguxio saw that Tycoon Jean had ruined his plans, he was enraged. He wanted nothing more than to split this assassin in half with a single palm strike. Since the other party wasn't Yun Sheng, he wouldn't be merciful. His attacks immediately changed, and he attacked Tycoon Jin's vital points. He thought that he could kill the other party in a few moves. Who knew that after exchanging a few moves, Duguxio suddenly realized that this bodyguard with a blurred face and a strange robe was very difficult to deal with. Moreover, even if his opponent was swept by his Do Chi, he would be able to recover quickly. Duguxio was entangled with Tycoon Jean. How could the guards on the ground be a match for Yun Sheng and Abandon? The two of them were like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves, killing many guards. When Qi saw that Madame Qi Bai was holding Ling hostage, he ordered her to hand her over. Madame Qi Bai covered her mouth and chuckled. If you want to save someone, You have to get past me first. A crimson-red snake slithered out from her sleeves and pierced towards a bandit's wrist like an arrow. The crimson snake was extremely fast, and its teeth contained a strong poison. Even if a martial sage was bitten, his entire body would immediately fester and turn into a puddle of rotten water. Madame Chi Bai had already used this method to kill quite a few enemies. She originally thought that once she bit down, that male mage assassin would definitely fall to the ground and die. Who would have thought that the other party was completely undecided? The scarlet snake bit his hand, and the latter reached out with his finger and caught the small snake in his hand. Courting death. A cold glint flashed past the eyes of the male mage. The small crimson snake was clamped into two by him. Madame Chi Bai was so scared that she retreated a few steps. Using this chance, a bandit snatched Ling over. On the other side, Yin Sheng had already saved Gufeng. The courtyard was brightly lit, and many archers holding heavy crossbows were on standby, aiming at Yin Sheng and the others. These archers were all personally trained by Dugu Xiao. Their bows and arrows were specially made with the bones of demonic beasts, and the arrowheads of each arrow were coated with poison. As long as Dugu Xiao gave the order, these archers would immediately turn into a hornet's nest. They were the best tools to kill assassins. However, Dugu Xiao didn't give the order. Even when the four of them disappeared in the fluctuation of magic, the archers could only wait. Crown Prince, why did you let that assassin go? Madame Chi Bai was extremely anxious. He could obviously kill those assassins, so why didn't he give the order? Also, when he was fighting with that thin and weak mage just now, why did the Crown Prince suddenly retreat? Madame Chi Bai knew Dugu Xiao's skills the best. That assassin, just now, although his magic was a bit tricky with Dugu Xiao's current strength, it was enough for him to capture the assassin within 3 moves. Moreover, Dugu Xiao also let people save Dongwang Ling. This was completely unlike Dugu Xiao's style of doing things. Dugu Xiao remained silent, and his gaze was still fixed on the place where the 4 of them disappeared. Send people to seal off the news. No one is allowed to spread the news of the princess going missing. Dugu Xiao's eyes couldn't help but be covered with a thick layer of darkness. Does Dongwang Ling still have the snake parasite that you planted in her body? Dugu Xiao asked in a deep voice. Yes, as long as this slave activates the snake parasite, she will listen to my control. Crown Prince, are we going to kill those assassins who don't know what's good for them? Just now, Madame Chi Bai didn't go head-to-head with those mages, because she was confident in finding Dongwang Ling. Immediately send people to find the left prime minister. Dugu Xiao noticed that Yun Sheng and the others were very familiar with the layout of the temple. Moreover, the timing of Yun Sheng's appearance tonight was too coincidental. Yun Sheng was a citizen of Zhou State, so it was impossible for her to be so familiar with the Dongzhao Temple in the eastern capital. Someone must have cooperated with her from the inside. After the left prime minister got the news, he climbed down from the bed of his favorite concubine and hurried over. Your Highness, I heard that there were assassins. Who set up the defense of the Dongzhao Temple? Dugu Xiao was sure that Yun Sheng and the others were definitely still in the eastern capital. The right prime minister invited people from the Hunters Guild to set up the defense. Your Highness, you suspect that the assassins tonight were done by the right prime minister and the Hunters Guild. After the left prime minister heard this, he hurriedly sent people to investigate. These damn assassins are really bold. They even dared to kidnap the princess. Your Highness, don't worry. Even if I have to turn the whole eastern capital upside down, I will catch these assassins and cut them into pieces, the left prime minister vowed solemnly. He had thought that the princess's marriage was already settled. Who would have thought that a group of assassins would appear halfway? Don't hurt them. I want them alive. Dugu Xiao's words surprised the left prime minister and Madame Chi Bai. Madame Chi Bai and the left prime minister looked at each other. This was not like the Dark Crown Prince's style. It should be known that anyone who offended the Dark Crown Prince would end up in a miserable state, especially the assassins. The last assassin who tried to assassinate Dugu Xiao was cut into pieces and fed to the demon beasts. Or could it be that this group of people had some special background? However, the left prime minister did not dare to ask Dugashio, even if he had 10 times the courage of a leopard. The left prime minister searched the whole city that night. Neither the right prime minister's mansion nor the Hunters Guild found any news about the princess, Gufeng, and the others. Those people seemed to have disappeared from the world. There was no trace of them in the inns, restaurants, or houses. The left prime minister had no choice but to secretly release the news and order the whole city to be locked down. They had to find the princess and the others within 3 days, which was the time for bathing and burning incense. Chapter 782. While the entire eastern capital was in chaos, Gufeng was anxiously waiting in Dongwang Er's bedroom in the eastern capital's royal palace. The most dangerous place was also the safest place. When Yunsheng and the others left Dongzhao Temple, they initially wanted to use the Hunters Guild's power to hide. But at the last moment, Yunsheng chose to turn back and sneak into the eastern capital's imperial palace. Dongwang was in Dongzhao Temple, and there were only 2 maids in her palace. Yunsheng easily used the corpse puppet technique to subdue those maids. Hiding in the palace, they managed to avoid the frantic search of the left minister and the others. Yunsheng checked and found that Dongwang Er's appearance was very strange. Although she could speak and move, her eyes were empty, and she couldn't recognize Gufeng. She was obviously being controlled by someone. Yunsheng also tried to use the corpse puppet technique to control but she found that didn't have any reaction to her corpse puppet technique. Yunsheng couldn't figure out the reason for this phenomenon. At this moment, Tyrant Jean was guarding outside and sneaking into the imperial palace to gather information. In the palace, only Yunsheng, Gufeng, and the maids who used to serve Dongwang were left. Yunsheng used the corpse puppet technique to interrogate the maids, and she roughly knew what happened. According to the maids, when Ling just returned to the imperial palace, everything was normal. But ever since that day, when she was sent back by Madame Chi Bai, something was wrong. Dongwang also ignored the maids who were close to her, and spent all her time with that woman called Madame Chi Bai. The strangest thing was that ever since that day, Dongwang accepted the arrangement and agreed to marry Dugashio. It must be that woman called Chi Bai who did this. She is very evil, and she and Dugashio are a pair of adulterers. Seeing Ling Er's wooden appearance, Gufeng felt sour in his heart. Calm down. I'll think of something. It was the first time that Yunsheng had encountered such a thorny problem. She had also tried to get the little elven queen to heal Dongwang. However, the elven clan's healing techniques were completely useless against Dongwang current condition. The treatment came to a standstill. Qi soon brought back news that Minister Zhua and his men had turned the entire eastern capital upside down, searching from house to house. What they said to the public was not that the princess was missing, but that a thief had sneaked into the Dongzhao Temple last night and stolen important property. It seemed unrealistic to leave Dongdu in a few days. Yunsheng and the others could only stay in the palace for the time being. On one hand, they were waiting for Yunsheng to find out the cause of Dongwang illness. On the other hand, they hoped that the search would end as soon as possible. Yunsheng and the others were hiding in the imperial palace. Prime Ministers was searched for them, but he couldn't find any clues. Dugashio's temper was getting worse and worse. On the evening of the second day, the left prime minister still had a bitter face as he went to find Madame Chi Bai. What's wrong? You still can't find her? Madame Chi Bai had a leisurely look on her face. Madam, you have to save me this time. If this continues, the crown prince will peel off my old skin sooner or later. Prime Minister Zhua wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. Prime Minister Zhua, why are you so worried? Actually, it's not hard to find the princess. After tonight, you will be able to find the princess's whereabouts. Madame Chi Bai smiled. Hearing this, Prime Minister Zhua couldn't help but smile. Madam, could it be that you have a method? Why didn't you say it earlier? This method can only be used after tonight. It's useless to say it earlier. Madam Chi said with a smile. Prime Minister's wa. Every 24 hours, the princess must take a special kind of pill that I specially made. If she doesn't take the pill, she will lose control and kill the people around her. Hearing this, Prime Minister's was said, Madam, did you tell the Crown Prince about this? His Highness seems to want to capture those assassins alive. If the Crown Prince finds out that you made this decision without his permission, I'm afraid that he won't be happy. Madam Chi's smile faded bit by bit. Why? Do you think that the Crown Prince will blame me for the death of a few insignificant assassins? Prime Ministers will hurriedly said, I wouldn't dare. I'm just thinking for you. Madam Chi sneered in her heart. As a woman, how could she not feel that the Crown Prince's attitude towards the assassins this time was very unusual, especially the assassin who had fought with him earlier? Although she didn't see the face clearly, Madam Chi was sure that the assassin must be a woman. Moreover, it was a very beautiful woman. Therefore, although she had a way to find out the whereabouts of those assassins tonight, she didn't want to inform the Crown Prince. In the middle of the night, Madam Chi sent her servants away. She sat down cross-legged and took out a small and delicate flute from her bosom. The flute looked very special. It was only the length of a finger and was entirely green. Madam Chi gently blew the flute. A very strange sound came from a flute. This kind of sound was not very obvious at night. Madam Chi blew the flute 3 times before putting it down. In her mind, a scene appeared. They are actually hiding in the imperial palace. These assassins are quite smart. Madam Chi sneered. Yun Sheng and the others who were hiding in the imperial palace began their daily meditation as usual. Outside the palace, Tycoon Jean was keeping watch. After Dong Wang Ling, consciousness became muddled. She was very quiet most of the time. Therefore, Yun Sheng and the others didn't pay too much attention to her. Around midnight, Dong Wang Ling, who had been sitting there all this time, suddenly opened her eyes wide. She quietly took out her magic scepter and walked towards Yun Sheng and the others who were meditating. If one were to carefully observe her eyes, they would discover that her eyes were different from usual. Her eyes were emitting a faint green light. Her gaze slowly moved from the 3 people who were meditating, and finally, her gaze landed on Yun Sheng's face. When she saw Yun Sheng's appearance, Dong Wang Ling, whose consciousness was completely controlled by Madam Chi revealed the same jealousy as Madam Chi. Madam Chi was a very beautiful and enchanting woman. When she saw Dugu Xiu for the first time, she had already fallen in love with him. At the same time, she also understood Dugu Xiu very well. This man was cold and emotionless. He was a man who could accomplish great things. He would not be moved by any woman. Therefore, even though she knew that Dugu Xiu was going to marry Dong Wang Ling, Madam Chi didn't mind it. However, after she met Yun Sheng, her initial confidence began to waver. This female mage, just by sitting there quietly, was enough to attract everyone's attention. No wonder Dugu Xiu would lose his composure earlier. This woman must be killed. The magic scepter in Dong Wang Ling's hand shone with magical radiance. She raised the magic scepter and aimed it at Yun Sheng's head. Chapter 783. Dong Wang Ling raised her magic scepter, and a purple lightning bolt was about to strike down. At this moment, the little snake, Little Green, who had been meditating at the side, sensed that something was amiss and stuck its head out from under a abandoned sleeve. With a pu sound, Little Green's body shot towards Dong Wang Ling. Little Green bit onto Dong Wang Ling's hand. Dong Wang Ling let out a scream. The magic was interrupted. The 3 people who were still immersed in their meditation opened their eyes alertly. Ling abandoned, quickly let go of Little Green's hand. Seeing Dong Wang Ling in such a state, Gu Feng's heart ached. Little Green wouldn't attack people for no reason. Ling must have done something just now. Little Green, who was raised by Abandon, was very intelligent. It recognized a few of Abandon's good friends. Hearing Abandon's command, Little Green stopped biting and obediently climbed onto Abandon's shoulder. Little Green stuck out its tongue, as if it was telling Abandon what happened. Little Green said that just now, Ling suddenly wanted to do something to Yunsheng. That's why it bit her. After hearing what Little Green said, Abandon held onto his magic scepter and stared at Dongwang Ling with vigilance. Little Green's teeth carried poison. Those who were bitten by it would be paralyzed and lose their ability to move. The three of them only knew that Tycoon Jean was keeping watch outside. They didn't expect that Dongwang Ling would suddenly do something. Hee, I didn't expect that you all still have a trick up your sleeves. Dongwang Ling raised her head. On her face, there was an enchanting smile. It was completely different from the usual Dongwang Ling. She's not Ling. Yunsheng was on guard. You're the woman beside Dugu Xiao? You're quite smart. No wonder the Crown Prince cares so much about you. Under the astonished gazes of the three people, Dongwang Ling stood up gracefully. Little Green's poison didn't have any effect on her. As Dongwang Ling spoke, she sized up Yunsheng with a gaze as if she was examining an opponent. When she saw Yunsheng's spirited black eyes, her face darkened. What a pair of bewitching eyes. No wonder Dugu Xiao hadn't come to look for her these few days. His soul must have been bewitched by this fox-like woman. Yunsheng also sensed that the Dongwang Ling in front of her was Dugu Xiao's concubine. None of her words and actions were Dongwang Ling. What was going on? Yunsheng had already checked earlier. This was indeed Ling, and she was not under any magic illusion. You shameless woman, what did you do to Ling? Gu Feng's heart ached when he saw his beloved being controlled by someone else. TSK, are you feeling heartache for her? Then, how about you help me kill that girl beside you, and I'll let her go, allowing the two of you to live together forever. Dongwang Ling said with ill intentions. You're dreaming. Yunsheng and Ling are good friends. She definitely won't let Yunsheng get hurt. Gu Feng was both anxious and angry. Then, there's nothing I can do. If you don't do it, I can only do it to your beloved. Dongwang Ling unhurriedly took out a small dagger. What are you planning to do? Gu Feng and Yunsheng both became nervous. Dongwang Ling raised her hand and used the dagger to cut her wrist. Immediately, blood flowed out. Did you see that? If you don't do it, I'll cut the princess bit by bit. I won't feel any pain no matter what. You crazy woman. Gu Feng was unable to restrain his anger. He acted as if he was going to go up and fight with Dongwang Ling. Don't come over. Otherwise, I'll immediately cut your throat, and your beloved will lose her life. Dongwang Ling's face was sinister. She knew that Gu Feng wouldn't dare to take the risk and harm Dongwang Ling's life. Seeing that the two sides were in a deadlock, Yunsheng thought for a moment, then suddenly said, All right, I can use my life to exchange for Ling's life. Yunsheng. Qi frowned and stopped Yunsheng. It's fine. Yunsheng nodded at Qi. Dongwang Ling's expression was a bit flattered. She didn't expect that there would actually be someone stupid enough to use her own life to exchange for her friend's life. This woman is really stupid. She really doesn't know. Could it be that the Crown Prince is only interested in her appearance? You can't expect me to kill myself, right? Do it. Yunsheng spread out her hands, and there wasn't a trace of fear on her face. You guys, don't stop her. Dongwang Ling was skeptical. She first asked Yunsheng to put down her magic scepter, then walked forward step by step. Only when she was only 2 to 3 steps away from Yunsheng did Dongwang Ling finally relax. At such a distance, even if she chanted a magic spell, it would be too late. Go and die, stupid woman. Dongwang Ling's dagger was aimed at Yunsheng's throat. Bang! Dongwang Ling was sent flying, and the dagger in her hand fell to the ground. A golden figure moved like lightning and blocked the fatal stab. It was that mysterious bodyguard again. Previously, when he fought with the Dark Prince, he was very skilled. He came and went without a trace, and it was impossible to find where he was hiding. Dongwang Ling still wanted to struggle and snatch back that dagger, but she was pressed to the ground by Tycoon Jean. Damn brat, you dare play tricks? I will make you all regret it. Dongwang Ling grinned malevolently, then fiercely bit down on her tongue. Tycoon Jin's eyes were sharp, and he quickly stuffed his hand into Dong Wang Ling Er's mouth. Dong Wang Ling felt that her teeth were almost crushed. The hand in her mouth wasn't a human hand at all. Just what kind of monster is this? Dong Wang Ling was stunned. Yin Sheng, little Qing told me that Ling might have been poisoned by a snake venomous insect. Qi, who was observing from the side, suddenly said, Dong Wang Ling, her situation was very special. She wasn't poisoned by a venomous insect, nor was an illusion. Just when a few of them were a loss, Qi finally got some clues from little Qing. What is a snake venomous insect? Yin Sheng had never heard of such a special venomous insect technique in the Boundless Continent. That's right, Qi. Quickly tell us, how do we cure this venomous insect? Gu Feng looked at Dong Wang Ling Er's appearance, and his heart felt sour, so he begged Qi. Yin Sheng noticed that when Qi mentioned the snake venomous insect, a trace of panic flashed past the eyes of Dong Wang Ling, who was originally very restless on the ground. Don't be anxious. Let me ask little Qing again. Qi and little Qing communicated for a while and finally understood what the snake venomous insect was. Yin Sheng asked Tycoon Jin to let go of her first. I have something to ask her. After hearing what little Qing said, Qi's expression became serious. He walked to the front of Dong Wang Ling and looked down at her. Tycoon Jin let go of Dong Wang Ling but he used his qi to bind her four limbs, making her unable to struggle. If I didn't guess wrongly, you should be a descendant of the Bashi tribe, right? Qi stared at Dong Wang Ling Chapter 784. A descendant of the Eight Desolates? A member of the Ba Serpent clan? Yin Sheng and Gu Feng did not expect that the enchanting woman beside Duga Xiu was actually a descendant of the Eight Desolates. Although she tried her best to hide it, it was undeniable that Dong Wang Ling Er's expression became unnatural when she heard the name Ba Serpent. I don't know what you're talking about. What Ba Serpent? In the mainland, the descendants of the Eight Desolates were always kept a secret. Once it was proven that Madame Qi Bai was a descendant of the Eight Desolates, what awaited her would be the pursuit of all the strong people in the boundless mainland. You don't have to deny it. Ling, it was indeed poisoned by a snake goo. It is a very special living goo. Only the descendants of the Ba Serpent clan, who were descendants of the Eight Desolates, know about it. If little Qing did not mention it, Qi would not have known about the existence of such a goo. Every descendant of the Ba Serpent, regardless of gender, would feed a female snake with their blood when they were born. It would take 10 years for this type of female snake to reach adulthood. After reaching adulthood, the female snake would lay a snake egg every other year. The descendants of the Ba Serpent could use this type of snake egg to poison people. When the poisoned person swallowed the snake egg, they would be fine as long as they consumed the blood pill made from the blood of the Ba Serpent clan's descendants. The snake egg would not hatch. However, if the poisoned person did not consume the blood pill within 24 hours, the small snakes in the snake egg would hatch by themselves due to the lack of nutrients. Once the snake egg hatched, it would slowly devour the person's consciousness. After 72 hours, if the person still could not find a way to cure the poison, the person's consciousness would be completely devoured by the small snakes. In the end, the person would become a puppet under the control of the master of the poison. Damn it, you actually poisoned Ling Gu Feng angrily grabbed Madame Qi Bai. Kid, who are you? You even know about the secret of the Ba Serpent clan? Dong Wang Ling did not deny it. Qi was telling the truth. However, so what if he knew? Knowing about the snake, Gu did not mean he could neutralize it. Gu Feng, now is not the time to be excited. The most important thing is to find a way to save Ling Yinshen was not familiar with the Bahuang clan's special Gu method. If Madame Qi Bai did not agree, once the 72-hour passed, Ling would really be beyond saving. Haha, dream on. Let me tell you, other than me, no one can save this girl. Also, don't even think about extorting a confession. Otherwise, the one who will suffer will be the princess. I advise you all to obediently send the princess back to the crown prince's side. Dong Wang Linger laughed. Even if Abandon knew the origin of the snake venom, he would never know how to neutralize it. Yin Sheng, it's very difficult to neutralize the snake venom. The host needs to control the female snake to summon the little snake that's hiding in the victim's body. Abandon didn't have any ideas either. Abandon, did you just say something about summoning? Is the little snake in Ling Er's body also a demonic beast? Yin Sheng's eyes lit up. It seemed like the snake venom was similar to the summoning of demonic beasts. It's a demonic beast. Yin Sheng, what do you want to do? Abandon didn't understand why Yin Sheng would ask such a question. Since it's a demonic beast, then it's simple. You all go and guard outside first. I will try to find the little snake. Yin Sheng had a face full of confidence. Gu Feng was still a little doubtful. Yin Sheng, why don't you send Linger back? I don't want her to suffer. Gu Feng, you still don't believe me. Don't worry, go and guard outside. I promise that before dawn, I will return you a lively Linger. Yin Sheng's confidence infected Gu Feng. He nodded and walked out of the door with abandon. Stupid girl, do you think you can find the little snake? Let me tell you, other than me, no one else can find the little snake. Even if you cut the princess open, you still won't be able to find it. Dong Wang Ling Er's face was also filled with confidence. However, in the next moment, Dong Wang Ling Er's face revealed a shocked expression, because she saw that Yin Sheng took out a ring and wore it on her finger. That was a ring that only summoners would have. You are a summoner? Dong Wang Ling Er shouted out. Madam Qi, I had always thought that Yin Sheng was only a mage. But she was actually a summoner. Towards summoners, the Ba Huang tribe had always had a very complicated feeling. Because, although the Ba Huang tribe had already transformed into human form, their ancestors were demonic beasts. Summoners were the group of people that demonic beasts feared and hated the most. No wonder she would ask if the little snake was a demonic beast just now. As long as it was a demonic beast, summoners would be able to contract and enslave it. The fear only lasted for a short while. Dong Wang Ling Er mocked. So what if you were a summoner? The little snake has already been enslaved by me. It is impossible for you to contract it. As a top-notch demonic beast, Bakura Orcs, although Madam Qi was not a summoner, she was still able to use her demonic beast aura to enslave a large number of snakes. This kind of enslavement, compared to a summoner's contract, was obviously inferior. Most of the demonic beasts that summoners could contract were ownerless demonic beasts. Of course, some extremely powerful summoners were also able to contract demonic beasts that had already been contracted. However, there was a prerequisite, and that was that the summoner who was able to contract demonic beasts must have extremely high summoning abilities. Also, their own soul must be strong enough to withstand the backlash from another summoner. Madam Qi had already hidden in the boundless world for many years. Most of the famous summoners in the world were from the Zhao state. Even if there were some freelance summoners, their abilities would definitely not reach the level where they could contract her demonic beasts. Whether I can contract it or not, I will know once I try. Yin Sheng curled her lips, and there was a hint of mockery in her eyes. If it was in the past, she really did not have the confidence to contract demonic beasts. However, everything was different after she entered the Celestial Fox tomb and accidentally obtained the corpse puppet technique of the Celestial Fox people Long Fox Yin. Yin Sheng's summoner standard had already increased greatly because of the corpse puppet technique and the increase in the abilities of the demonic beasts under her command. Now, even if she faced a commander-level demonic beast, she could still contract it successfully without using the summoning demon hand. If she used the summoning demon hand, she was even confident that she could contract a king-level demonic beast. She, Yin Sheng, did not even care about a mere little snake that was enslaved by the Boss Serpent clan. A summoning magic array enveloped Dong Wang Ling Er. As the light of this magic array became brighter and brighter, Yin Sheng's pupils slowly changed. Her chanting also became faster and faster. Initially, Dong Wang Ling Er, who was trapped, still had some disdain. However, As the magic waves of the magic array became stronger and stronger, a bone-chilling fear emerged from the bottom of her heart. Thanks to the few people in the group who helped me catch the bugs. This article is guaranteed to be at least 8,000. Most of the chapters are basically tipped with tickets. There will be more chapters in the future. I am so busy at the end of the year, so I will take a break this month. Chapter 785. Dong Wong Linger had a feeling that her soul had been seen through. The girl in front of her seemed to have seen through her with her pair of black eyes. She was no more than 10 years old. How is this possible? You. Dong Wong Linger cried out. Dong Wong Linger's Dharma soul was revealed. Yun Sheng took a closer look and saw a small snake attached to Dong Wong Linger's Dharma soul. It was a small green snake that was about the same size as Little Green. As if it had felt the fluctuations of a summoner, the small snake moved its head anxiously. So it was hiding in your Dharma soul. No wonder I couldn't find it. After seeing the small snake, Yun Sheng's black eyes darkened, and the chanting from her mouth became even faster. In her body, the powerful power of her five-color Dharma soul was trying to control the small snake. Dong Wong Linger gritted her teeth and uttered a series of words that were hard to understand. In an instant, the magical fluctuations of Yun Sheng and Dong Wong Linger spread out in the room. As if there was a strong wind, the curtains in the room fluttered. Outside the room, Gu Feng and Qi heard the movements in the room. Gu Feng couldn't hold it in and wanted to barge in. Don't go in. Qi stopped Gu Feng. Trust Yun Sheng. Gu Feng gritted his teeth and suppressed the impulse in his heart. That small snake had a confused look on its face. Obviously, it didn't understand why there were two commands controlling it. For a moment, it didn't know which command it should listen to. In the beginning, Dong Wong Linger's magical power had the upper hand. But as time passed, the power of Yun Sheng's five-elemental Dharma soul became stronger and stronger. Dong Wong Linger could only feel that her magical power was losing ground. It's too scary. Just where did this girl come from? Her Dharma soul is so powerful that it's unimaginable. Suddenly, an ice-cold magical power attacked Dong Wong Linger. She felt that her consciousness was swallowed up in an instant. Hiss! Under the influence of the two powerful magical powers, the small snake finally couldn't hold it in and let out a sharp hiss. It rolled to the ground as if it had been burned by a raging fire. Ah, Dong Wong Linger! With a miserable shriek, she collapsed onto the ground. Unable to hold himself back any longer, Gu Feng rushed in. Abandonment followed closely behind, rushing in. When Gu Feng saw the little snake on the ground and Dong Wong Linger who had collapsed on the ground, Gu Feng hurriedly helped her up. The little snake on the ground still wanted to escape. On Qi's shoulder, Little Green bit the little snake hard with a swoosh. After Little Green bit the small snake to death, it opened its jaws and swallowed the small snake that was about the same size as it. Its face was full of satisfaction. In Dong Zhao Temple, Madame Qi Bai, who was sitting cross-legged, let out a blood-curdling scream and rolled down from the couch. Her movements alerted the maidservants outside. When the maidservants saw this, they were terrified and hurriedly informed Duguxiu. When Crown Prince Duguxiu arrived, he found that Madame Qi Bai's hair was disheveled and her face was pale. She had spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Qi Bai, what happened? Duguxiu hurriedly carried Madame Qi Bai. It was as if she had aged a few years after he saw her. Her originally enchanting face was filled with pain. She didn't expect that she, who had always prided herself on being smart, would actually fall into the hands of a little girl at this juncture. Right now, she could only inform Duguxiu and ask him to capture that group of people. Your Highness the Crown Prince, those people are in the Imperial Palace. Quickly go and catch them. Madame Qi Bai forcefully suppressed her anger and finally finished speaking. Suddenly, she felt a stabbing pain in her heart. Her eyes rolled back as she fainted. Only now did Duguxiu know that Yun Sheng and the others, whom he had been trying to find, were actually hiding in the Imperial Palace. Although he was furious that Qi Bai didn't inform him earlier, Duguxiu could only immediately order people to find an imperial physician to take care of Madame Chibai. As for himself, he personally picked 300 guards and rushed towards the imperial palace. However, when Duguxiu arrived at the eastern capital's imperial palace, the imperial palace was already empty. There was no trace of Yunsheng and Dongwang Ling. Damn it, Yunsheng, this crown prince doesn't believe that you can hide to the ends of the earth. Duguxiu's complexion was ashen. He punched a pillar. The pillar that required two people to hug together was actually broken into two by his punch. At this moment, Yunsheng and the others were hurriedly leaving the imperial palace under the cover of the night. After getting rid of Madame Chibai's control, Yunsheng understood that Duguxiu would arrive very soon. Fortunately, earlier, Yunsheng had already heard from the palace maids that there was a secret passage in the imperial garden that was specially used for eunuchs and palace maids to leave the palace. Yunsheng immediately decided to leave the eastern capital with Ling Er. After getting rid of Madame Chibai's control, Dongwang Ling was very weak. Due to the snake parasite's control, Dongwang Ling magic soul was devoured to a certain extent. She was muddle-headed and could only barely recognize Yunsheng. However, it was difficult for her to even speak, let alone use magic. With the support of Yunsheng and Tyrant Jean, she rushed out of the eastern capital. The few of them hurried through the night. After leaving the eastern capital, they entered a relatively safe forest outside the city. At this moment, the sky was already bright. Yunsheng ordered Tyrant Jean to go out and take a look at Donghuang Ling condition. Yunsheng, why is Ling still muddle-headed? Didn't you say that the snake parasite's control was already broken? Gufeng wiped the sweat on Ling forehead. Looking at Ling weak and powerless appearance, Gufeng wished that he could bear the pain in her place. It should be because her magic soul was devoured, which affected her divine sense. With her condition, even if she recovers, I'm afraid she can't be a magician anymore. Yunsheng sighed and said this with difficulty. Ling condition wasn't optimistic. Her condition was like a patient with a brain injury in modern times. Whether she could recover or not depended on her own willpower. If her willpower was strong enough, she might be able to recover one day. However, she could only live like a normal person. Hearing this, Gufeng and Qi fell silent. Why don't we bring her back to the continent's magic elite camp and let the elders take a look at her? I'll think of a way to concoct some potions that can nourish her magic soul. Yunsheng looked sad when she saw her good friend's condition. The snake parasite of the Ba Serpent clan was really harmful. Looking at Ling miserable state, Yunsheng was very angry that she didn't kill Madame Chi just now. Unfortunately, she wasn't Duguxiu's opponent now. If she met Madame Chi again, she definitely wouldn't let that witch off. No, Yunsheng Chi, I plan to take Ling away. Gufeng made up his mind and suddenly said. Chapter 786. Gufeng's words stunned Yunsheng and abandoned. Gufeng, what did you say? You want to leave with Ling? Yunsheng knew that Gufeng was in pain. But even so, she didn't agree with Gufeng taking Ling away. Gufeng, she needs better treatment. Abandon also knew that Gufeng must have gone through an intense struggle to accept the fact that Ling had become like this. Even if she recovers, what can she do? With her personality, she will probably return to the eastern capital. Also, the elders might not agree to take her in. Gufeng wiped the corners of his eyes and held back his tears. Yunsheng and Abandon were speechless. Actually, they might have thought of what Gufeng said. The mainland's magic elite camp was very powerful, but it wasn't powerful enough to contend with later Qin. Dongwang Ling was the princess of the eastern capital, and she was already engaged to Duguxiu. This was a fact that was acknowledged by the entire mainland. If they secretly harbored Ling, it would be equivalent to making an enemy of the eastern capital and later Qin. Taking a step back, even if Ling was cured and she could no longer practice magic, her mother and brother were still in Duguxiu's hands. She would definitely do everything she could to save her family. In that case, Ling Er's final outcome would still be to marry Dugu Xiu and suffer for the rest of her life. But Gu Feng, have you ever thought that if you leave, it would be equivalent to giving up everything? Abandoned side. He, Gu Feng, and Yun Sheng had known each other for many years. Gu Feng's family background and strength were the weakest among the three. He was also the most hardworking among them. Before meeting Ling Gu Feng's life goal was very simple. He only hoped that one day he could become a famous light mage in the continent and help his family escape from poverty. After joining the mainland's magic elite camp, his dream gradually came true. He was about to become the most outstanding light magician after the dazzling light magician. But at this time, he chose to give up. Abandon felt that it wasn't worth it for Gu Feng. How could Yinsheng not think the same way? However, Ling and Gu Feng were close friends. She also understood that Gu Feng's decision was the best way to help Ling Gu Feng loves Ling very much. He will do everything he can to cherish Ling Although Ling was muddle-headed right now, it was also because of this that she could forget her identity as the princess of the Eastern capital. For so many years, this noble identity was a kind of shackle to Dongwang Ling She respected their decision as long as Ling and Gu Feng could be happy. I'm a selfish person. I don't have much ambition. I just want to protect Ling and let her live happily. No matter how short these days are, I have no regrets. After making up his mind, Gu Feng left with Ling Yun Sheng, and Qi. For the time being, he hadn't decided where to go with Ling Perhaps he would go to his hometown, or perhaps he would go to a small village with beautiful scenery and no disputes. You two, don't send me off. I will definitely contact you when I find a place to stay. Gu Feng reluctantly bid farewell to his two friends. Perhaps he was afraid that the scene would be too sad. Gu Feng forced a smile. Yinsheng, the luckiest thing that has happened to me in my life is meeting you. You've helped me so much that just a word of thanks isn't enough. I can only pray that you can defeat all the competitors in the next mission. Gu Feng grinned and laughed. Yinsheng's eyes reddened. She vaguely remembered the stuttering Gu Feng from back then. The two of them have known each other for many years. Thinking about it now, it felt like an instant. Abandon, you're my good brother. You have to work hard. Gu Feng said. He first looked at Yun Sheng, then winked at Abandon. Abandon's ears turned red. The matter of him liking Yin Sheng had always been a secret between him and Gu Feng. No matter how far away the farewell was, there would always be an end. Gu Feng took Ling and said goodbye to Yun Sheng and the others. He set foot on the path he had chosen to pursue. Yun Sheng and Qi sent them off with their eyes until they could no longer see Gu Feng's figure. Then they sighed and looked away. I didn't expect Gu Feng to be the bravest among the three of us. Yin Sheng asked herself. If she encountered such a thing, she probably wouldn't be able to do what Gu Feng did. I'm very envious of him. She looked at Yun Sheng beside him thoughtfully. Let's go back to the mainland's magic elite camp first. I think we have made a big mistake this time. Yin Sheng smiled bitterly. With Dugu Xiu's intelligence, he would definitely think that the assassin that day had something to do with the Hunters Guild. At that time, he would probably find the mainland's magic elite camp immediately. If they didn't hurry, Dugu Xiu's people would have found the mainland's magic elite camp first. At that time, it would be hard to tell who was right and who was wrong. Yin Sheng's guess wasn't wrong. After Dugu Xiu couldn't find anyone in the palace, he immediately investigated the defenses of Dongzhao Temple. From the right chief minister, he investigated the Hunters Guild. Finally, he found out that Yun Sheng and Abandon were both from the mainland's magic elite camp. He didn't expect that Yun Sheng would go to the magic elite camp in a few years when there was no news of her. Thinking back to that night, when the two of them met again, Dugu Xiu was angry, but his heart was also itching. Damn Yun Sheng. This woman was his natural nemesis. Every time, she would ruin his plans. But the more she was like this, the more he itched for her. He hadn't seen Yun Sheng for several years. What had she become? Thinking of that pair of seductive black eyes under the night sky, Dugu Xiu's body couldn't help but heat up. Dugu Xiu was immersed in his own thoughts, completely forgetting that he was in Madame Qi Bai's room. "Your Highness, this medicine is so bitter." Madame Qi Bai, who had been severely injured by Yun Sheng's 5 elemental Dharma spirit, had already recovered 80 to 90% after the imperial physician's treatment. At this moment, she looked like a sickly beauty, lying on the bed and acting coquettishly, asking Dugu Xiu to feed her medicine. Who knew that Dugu Xiu held the medicine bowl in his hand and didn't move for a long time. His face was gloomy and uncertain, and she didn't know where his soul had flown to. Madame Qi Bai could only prop herself up, half leaning on Dugu Xiu's body as she asked in a delicate voice. Dugu Xiu suddenly stood up and threw the medicine to the palace maid at the side. "If you don't drink it, then throw it away." There was obviously some anger in his tone. He hadn't settled the score with Madame Qi Bai yet. He already knew from the left chief minister that Madame Qi Bai had a way to find the whereabouts of Yun Sheng and the others. But he didn't know what this woman was thinking to actually hide it and not report it. Otherwise, Yun Sheng definitely wouldn't be able to escape from under his nose. Just thinking of this, Dugu Xiu wished he could strangle Madame Qi Bai to death. Chapter 787. Dugu Xiu's temperament was cold. Towards women, even the women that he doted on, he was temperamental. In his opinion, women only had 2 uses: to carry on the family line and to vent his body's needs. In the past, he felt that Madame Qi Bai was different from other women. For example, when it came to the matter of marrying Dongwang Ling, the women in the Crown Prince's residence all cried bitterly. They were afraid that the Crown Prince's wife would deal with them after marrying into the residence. Only Madame Qi Bai was able to see the big picture. She even took the initiative to follow him to the eastern capital. Dugu Xiu had thought that even if Dongwang Ling married into the Crown Prince's residence in the future, he would still promote Madame Qi Bai to be the mistress of the residence. However, who would have thought that Madame Qi Bai's handling of the assassination incident this time would be so bad, causing the good impression that Dugu Xiu had of her to disappear completely. Women were indeed creatures that would become arrogant because of being pampered. How would Dugu Xiu know that Madame Qi Bai's magnanimity and propriety differed from person to person? Madame Qi Bai was born in the Bashi tribe. Her father had many wives and concubines. Since young, she was influenced by what she saw and heard. Thus, she wasn't against men having many wives. Her mother had also always taught her that only a powerful man could have many wives and children. After Madame Qi Bai got to know Dugu Xiu, she blindly respected his strength and status. Thus, she wasn't against Dugu Xiu having other women. However, she was like a female snake that was entrenched in her territory. If she were to meet a powerful woman that could even shake her status, she would disregard everything and eliminate the other party. She took the initiative to come to the eastern capital so that she could gauge the status of the future crown prince's wife, Dongwang Ling. If she was certain that Dongwang Ling might be a threat to her status, she would have directly killed Dongwang Ling. However, after seeing Dongwang Ling, Madame Qi Bai was certain that Dongwang Ling wouldn't be a threat to her. Most importantly, Dugu Xiu wasn't interested in Dongwang Ling. However, Yun Sheng was different. Although Madame Qi Bai didn't even know about Yun Sheng's background, with her woman's intuition, she was able to determine that Yun Sheng was different from Ling. If Yun Sheng also married into the crown prince's residence, who knew how much Dugu Xiu would dote on her? How could Dugu Xiu possibly know what Madame Qi Bai was thinking? Dugu Xiu more or less knew about Madame Qi Bai's background. However, her appearance was charming, and her skills in bed were also very pleasing to him. More importantly, the Empress Dowager and the East Emperor still needed this woman to control them, so he could not kill her for the time being. But even so, it didn't mean that Dugu Xiu would spoil her like before. Madame Qi Bai was shocked. She also felt that Dugu Xiu's attitude today was different from before. Disregarding her sickly body, she hurriedly got off the bed and knelt on the ground. "Your Highness, please calm down." This slave did not mean to hide it. Her eyes were filled with tears, and she used her most delicate voice to beg. Her dress was half covered, revealing the beautiful scenery in front of her chest. As long as it was a normal man, seeing such a beautiful woman in tears, he would not be able to help but step forward and hold her in his arms. However, Duguxiu was not a normal man. He looked down at Madame Chi Bai, who was kneeling on the ground, and his long fingers lifted Madame Chi Bai's tender chin. When he retracted his fingers, 2 green marks immediately appeared on Madame Chi Bai's white and slender chin. "Chi Bai, don't think that I won't dare to touch you just because you're a member of the Bashi clan. You should know my true identity. I can kill you at any time." There was not the slightest bit of pity or affection from before in his eagle eyes. Madame Chi Bai was so scared that she trembled, unable to say a word. She could feel the terrifying pressure coming from this man's body. This man was the man who had shared the same bed with her a few days ago. He was too frightening. However, if you listen to me obediently and help me complete my plan, I will treat you well. No matter if it's in the future Qin, Yi, or in the 8 Desolate tribe, I can guarantee you a place. Duguxiu's voice slowly became gentle, and the strength in his hands also lessened quite a bit. He lifted Madame Chi Bai's chin and left an ice-cold kiss on her lips. The fear in Madame Chi Bai's eyes also slowly turned into obsession. When Duguxiu left the room, Madame Chi Bai felt as if all the strength in her body had been sucked out. She sat on the ground, paralyzed. She bit her lips, not saying a word. What a temperamental and frightening man. She clearly knew that he was such a person, but why did her heart still sink uncontrollably? Madame Chi Bai's face was desolate. At this moment, the piccolo hidden in her clothes vibrated. Madame Chi Bai hurriedly wiped away the tears in her eyes, straightened her clothes, and then took out the piccolo. Magical light flickered on the piccolo, and an illusion appeared. The illusion gradually became real, and finally changed into a man of the same size. If Yinsheng met the person in the illusion, she would definitely recognize him, because this was one of the descendants of the Ba Huang tribe that Yinsheng had met once in the Dutian blood realm, Qi Muguan of the Bashi tribe. "Third sister, why do you look so pale?" Qi Muguan and Madame Chi Bai were actually siblings. Madame Chi Bai and Qi Muguan were born from the same mother. Although the 2 siblings had to be separated for some reason since young, the relationship between the 2 siblings had always been good. He saw Madame Chi Bai's weak appearance and was very shocked. He hurriedly asked what had happened. "Big brother, one of my soul snake eggs was accidentally devoured." Madame Chi Bai gritted her teeth when she mentioned this matter. It was all that female magician's fault. If she hadn't interfered halfway, Duguxiu wouldn't have become so frightening, and her Dharma soul wouldn't have suffered such a heavy injury. When she mentioned the snake goo earlier, he was only half right. There were 2 types of snake goo. One was the ordinary snake goo, and the other was the soul snake goo. The snake goo only needed to be fed with the host blood for 10 years, but the soul snake goo was different. It needed to be fed with the host's blood and magic for 20 years to become a soul snake. The snake goo was used for ordinary people, while the soul snake goo was used for powerful magicians or warriors. The soul snake goo could only be fed by the direct descendants of the Bashi tribe. Madame Chi Bai's soul snake had just hatched a few years ago, and had only laid 3 soul snake eggs. Earlier, in order to control everyone in the imperial palace, Madame Chi Bai used the snake goo to control several people, including the East Emperor and Empress Dowager Situ. However, when it was Dongwang Ling Er's turn, because her strength was stronger than her brother and Empress Dowager, ordinary snake goo couldn't control her. In order to please Duguxiu, Madame Chi Bai specially used one of the snake goo to control Dongwang Ling Er. Who would have thought that it would actually backfire on her? Chapter 788. How could you be so careless? The soul snake egg is such an important thing. How could you use it so rashly? Chimuwan's expression changed when he heard this. The soul snake egg was no small matter. It was equivalent to a part of the host's magical soul. Devouring the soul snake meant that Madame Chi Bai's cultivation was greatly reduced. This would definitely cause permanent damage to her future cultivation. I also didn't expect that the other party was a summoner, and an extremely powerful one at that, Madame Chi Bai said hatefully. What annoyed her the most was that she still didn't know who the sorceress who attacked her was. Even though she tried to ask Duguxiu about the sorceress background, Duguxiu was very cautious about the sorceress background and refused to reveal a single word. He even directly warned Madame Chi Bai not to have any ideas about the sorceress. Duguxiu's biased tone made Madame Chi Bai even more jealous. Summoner? A summoner from the Zhao state? Chimuwan was also very curious. Who could directly devour Madame Chi Bai's soul snake? As a descendant of the 8 wastelands, Madame Chi Bai's cultivation was close to that of a commander-level magical beast the moment she was born. The soul snake that she raised with her blood and magic power was not a match for normal warriors and sorcerers. It shouldn't be. The other party should be a freelance summoner, but her cultivation is very high. I dare say that she's comparable to our tribe's Lord Shaman Zhao, Madame Chi Bai said with certainty. Especially her magical soul is very strong. I suffered because I couldn't withstand her magical soul. It seems that in these years, the human race has indeed produced some rising stars that we can't help but pay attention to. I heard from Xinya that he and Violet also met a very powerful female summoner in the Duqian blood realm. She had at least several magical beasts of the commander level and above in her hands. Chimuwan's words made Chi Bai even more shocked. A summoner who could control several magical beasts of the commander level and above at once. How powerful would that be? This time, Chimuwan took the initiative to contact Chi Bai partly because he wanted to use Madame Chi Bai to ask around the continent about the mysterious female summoner's background. You have to pay more attention to this matter. The death of the soul snake has affected you greatly. You should go into seclusion for a while. Also, Father asked you to get close to the later Qin crown prince, Duguxiu. You must find the Qilin king's corpse. How's your investigation on this matter? Chimuwan gave Madame Chi Bai some spiritual medicine to help her recover her vitality. Hearing her brother's question, Madame Chi Bai hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. I haven't heard anything yet. Big brother, are you sure that King Qilin's corpse is hidden in the later Qin? Not many people knew that the corpse of the Qilin patriarch was not in the Qilin tomb in the Duqian blood seal. There's no smoke without fire. Later Qin crown Prince Duguxiu's battle chi is very special. It's very similar to He Lin's battle chi. Either he stole the corpse of the Qilin patriarch, or he is one of the 8 barren divine weapons, the halberd of the divine warrior. No matter which one he has, you must think of a way to get it. Chimuguan noticed the slight hesitation on Madame Chi Bai's face. Chimuguan and Madame Chi Bai's sibling relationship was very deep. He noticed the change in his sister's expression. He couldn't help but ask, "Don't tell me you've fallen in love with that brat?" Chi Bai wouldn't dare. "Big brother, don't worry. I will definitely think of a way to find out." Madame Chi Bai sighed in her heart as she sent Chimuguan off. A few days later, Yun Sheng and Qi returned to the mainland's magic elite camp. What awaited them was indeed a storm of attacks. However, this time, it was the mainland's warrior elite camp that was pressuring them. It was only then that Yun Sheng found out that the mainland's warrior elite camp had some relationship with later Qin. It was said that the earliest person to establish the mainland's warrior elite camp was a martial emperor of later Qin. The true identity of this later Qin martial emperor was a prince of later Qin. Therefore, all these years, the relationship between later Qin and the mainland's warrior elite camp had always been good. Yun Sheng and Qi left the camp without permission and caused a huge commotion in the eastern capital. This matter had already reached the ears of the mainland's warrior elite camp's elders. The Ghost Prison's Great Elder had no choice but to bring the later Qin's envoy to the Great Elder. The Great Elder had no choice but to look for the dark gold-ranked instructor and instructor Shihuang. The two instructors could only brace themselves and bring along their precious disciples. The later Qin's envoy even embellished a bunch of bad things about Yun Sheng and Qi, saying that it was nothing more than hindering the relationship between the two countries and almost causing a war between later Qin and the eastern capital. However, since things have already come to this, the later Qin's crown prince is also a person who can see the big picture. He has decided not to pursue this matter. When the later Qin's envoy got agitated, he suddenly changed the topic. Duguxiu also had some tricks up his sleeve. He didn't announce the disappearance of Dongwang Ling to the public. He didn't tell the public about the princess's disappearance for the time being. He only said that the princess suddenly contracted a serious illness and needed to rest for a year before she could get married. It's really the later Qin's fortune that Prince Dugu can be so righteous. When the Great Elder heard this, he squeezed out a smile on his old face. When Yun Sheng heard this, a trace of ominous premonition arose in her heart. If Duguxiu was so kind, it would really rain red. He did this for nothing more than to save his own face. Although the crown prince won't pursue this matter, the mainland's elite camp still has to give an explanation for this matter. The princess's whereabouts must be revealed. The later Qin's envoy had an arrogant look on his face. The Great Elder pondered for a moment, then looked at Yun Sheng. The latter had an ignorant look on her face, as if saying, I don't know. No matter how you ask, I won't know. As for Qi, his face was like a coffin. Wanting to get an explanation from him was really more difficult than ascending to the heavens. Cold sweat appeared on the Great Elder's forehead. If it wasn't for the Great Elder's good mental fortitude, he would have already scolded at this moment. He also wanted to vomit blood. Good. They lost Goofing out of nowhere. He was a light magician that the mainland's elite camp spent a lot of effort to cultivate. Now that they lost him, they still had to give an explanation to Duguxiu. If it was any other disciple, the Great Elder would probably rush up and beat them up violently. But why did it have to be Yun Sheng and Qi? These two people were already predetermined to be the candidates for the next divine weapon mission. Great Elder, if you are really in a difficult position, the Crown Prince has another way to make it up to you. As if he had already guessed that the Great Elder would be hesitant, the later Qin envoy at the side opened his mouth again. His Highness said that there is another way to resolve this matter. That is, in this mission to find the divine weapon, the mainland's elite camp must form an alliance with the later Qin, act together, advance, and retreat together. Chapter 789. Half a month later, after Yi Baiming finished fusing with the blood crystal, he heard the news from the Great Elder. The advantages of forming an alliance with later Qin outweigh the disadvantages. As far as I know, all the major forces have come prepared for this mission. The Great Elder of Ghost Prison was still talking nonstop. He didn't notice that his precious disciple's face had already turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Little Wildcat, how did you provoke Duguxiu in this half a month when Benwang wasn't here? The Great Elder of Ghost Prison briefly explained the coup in the eastern capital, Dongwang Ling, or running away from the marriage, and Gu Feng's retirement. Yi Baiming didn't know that Yun Sheng's trip to the eastern capital would involve the conflict between the eastern capital and later Qin. The tone of the later Qin envoy was very tyrannical. Compared to handing over Dongwang Ling, and Gu Feng, forming an alliance was undoubtedly the best way to resolve the dispute. What's more, Prince Dugu magnanimously said that cooperation was cooperation, but in the search for the divine artifact, the elite camp and later Qin were only allies. No matter which side found the divine artifact with their own ability, the other side couldn't obstruct them. This condition, to the elders of the two camps, was undoubtedly very reasonable. The Great Elder of Ghost Prison had also received the news. Because this mission was related to the search for the divine artifact in the future, the 5 countries of the continent, and even the Hunters Guild, had already formed a strong alliance. Even the major forces that were usually hidden in the continent and rarely showed their faces had already sent out their elites. The news that had been received was that Grand Emperor City and Zao State had formed an alliance. The Temple and Medicine Emperor Pavilion, the Hunters Guild and Zhou State, Skywing City and Everlasting Chamber of Commerce, Tang Yuan, and Immortal Residence should also send people. The 7 major forces have their own strengths. If we join forces with later Qin, the odds of success will be greater. Master has decided to let you and 4 other students represent the continent's elite camp to participate in this divine artifact search. The Great Elder of Ghost Prison analyzed the pros and cons. As for the Continental Magic Elite Battalion, they would also send out 5 people to join the Continental Magic Elite Battalion in the search for the divine artifact. I'll follow your arrangements. Yi Baiming guessed that Yun Sheng would definitely be selected for the mission to find the divine artifact. Yi Baiming could already predict Dugu Xiu's thoughts. Dugu Xiu was indeed not a simple-minded martial artist. However, at that time, even if he met Dugu Xiu, he would definitely not let him lay a finger on the little wildcat. No one was allowed to touch this little wildcat. Yun Sheng's ears itched, so she rubbed them. The few of you, did you all hear clearly? The elite camp's great elder righteously reprimanded the 5 students in front of him. The Continental Magic Elite camp's mission to search for the divine artifact had also sent out all the elites. The Great Elder had racked his brains for a few days before picking out 5 people that he thought were the most suitable candidates. Due to the bet between Lu Tontian and Blue, Lu Tontian and Chen Lianer both automatically gave up on this divine artifact mission. In the end, the Great Elder picked out the 5 students that he thought most highly of. These 5 people were bound to become the mainstay of the Continental Magic Elite Camp in the future. The 5 people were Sanctuary Shakyamuni, Blue, Sky Magician, Yun Sheng, Sky Magician, Abandon, and 2 other seniors that Yun Sheng had met a few times before. It's a pity. If Lu, Tong Tian, and Feng Tian could also join, the team this time would be even stronger. When the Great Elder mentioned Feng Tian, his face was still full of regret. Feng Tian had already been missing for more than a month. The Duqian Blood Seal had also been sealed for a month. In this month, even though the elders of the Continental Magic Elite Camp had spent a lot of effort searching, there was no news of Feng Tian. Feng Tian seemed to have evaporated from the world. As for Lu Tontian, his performance in the Bloody Sky Beast Metropolis last time had truly disappointed Chief Elder. The other elders all agreed that they had to suppress his arrogance a little. Teacher, please don't worry. This time, Blue will definitely not act on impulse. I will definitely lead the juniors to find the divine weapon. Blue's face was full of determination. Yin Sheng, Abandon, both of you are sinners. This time, you must help Blue with all your strength. Do not fight again. The Great Elder nodded in satisfaction. He snorted again and glanced at Yun Sheng and Abandon. These 2 little fellows were young, but their ability to stir up trouble was also top-notch. Especially Yun Sheng. The Great Elder now had a love-hate relationship with her. In the Duqian Blood Beast world, Yun Sheng's performance was undoubtedly the most eye-catching. She knew when to advance and when to retreat. She could see the big picture and was an excellent leader. She was even more suitable than Blue. However, she was too young, and the time she had spent in the Continental Magic Elite Camp was too short. The Great Elder still hoped that she could gain more recognition in this search for the divine weapon. Luckily, Blue did not dislike Yin Sheng. The 2 of them got along much better than Blue and Lu Tontian. Yin Sheng and Abandon both responded indifferently. Yin Sheng and Abandon still could not let go of the matter of Gu Feng and Ling. They both thought that if it were not for Dugu Xiu, Linger would not have become like an idiot, and Gu Feng would not have left. Yin Sheng had already made up her mind. In this divine weapon quest, she would definitely teach Dugu Xiu and Madame Qi by an unforgettable lesson. After the first elder was done lecturing the students, he told them that the location of the divine artifact would be announced in 3 days' time. When the time came, the elders of the 2 camps would use a magic array to send the students to the location. When Yun Sheng and Abandon walked out of the elder camp, they coincidentally met Lu Tongtian and Chun Lianer. When Chun Lianer saw Yun Sheng, she curled her lips and said, "Yun Sheng, I won't let you be happy for too long." Lu Tongtian gave her a look, indicating for her not to say anything. The two of them then walked away mysteriously. Yun Sheng, I received a letter from Gu Feng. Seeing that Yun Sheng was still unhappy, Abandon brought Yun Sheng a piece of good news. In the past half a month, Gu Feng brought Ling out of Dongdu and went to a small town near Gu Feng's hometown. After taking Yun Sheng's medicine, Ling Er's condition improved a little. She could speak some simple words now. Gu Feng opened a small magic clinic in the town. It sounds like they're doing well. Yun Sheng read Gu Feng's letter. Between the lines, there was a simple sense of happiness. After this mission, let's go and see them. Abandon looked at Yun Sheng gently. Little wildcat. A voice suddenly interrupted the conversation between Yun Sheng and Abandon. Yun Sheng raised her head and saw Yi Baiming standing not far away. He narrowed his eyes and stared coldly at Abandon. The smile on Abandon's face faded bit by bit. The two men seemed to be at loggerheads as they glared daggers at each other. Yun Sheng couldn't help but shiver. It was still spring, but why did she feel so cold on her neck? Chapter 790. Abandon, you go back first. This mission is no small matter. Go ask Mentor Shi Huang for more poison. Yun Sheng sent Abandon away. Yun Sheng only found out that Yi Baiming was in seclusion to fuse with the blood crystals after she returned to the mainland's elite camp. According to the tone of the ghost prison's great elder, fusing with the blood crystals was an extremely dangerous thing. Since he came out of seclusion, he must have succeeded in fusing with the blood crystals. However, she did not know how many blood crystals he had fused with. Yun Sheng sized up Yi Baiming. Yi Baiming did not seem to have changed much from before. However, if she looked closely, she would find that he was thinner and more muscular than before. His shoulders were narrower, and his skin was darker. Even if he did not release his Do Chi, his entire person seemed to emit a deadly deterrent force. Compared to him, Yun Sheng's 1.7 tall magician figure was definitely petite and dainty. This guy was very dangerous. It was better to escape. Yun Sheng shrunk her neck and prepared to escape. Before she could chant, Yi Baiming had already taken a step forward. It seemed that he had already seen through Yun Sheng's intentions. Little wildcat, I remember that before you left, I told you not to provoke Dugushio. It seems that you did not take my words to heart. How should I punish you? Yi Baiming took a step forward and forcibly rushed in front of Yun Sheng, pressing down on her magic scepter. Then he scooped her up with his arm and pinned her under a tree. While speaking, Yi Baiming's handsome face inched closer to Yun Sheng, infinitely magnified in her eyes. The two were so close that Yun Sheng could clearly see the fine hairs on Yi Baiming's face. Although Yi Baiming was a warrior, he did not look like an ordinary warrior. His skin was dark brown, but the pores on his face were almost negligible. His gaze was burning, as if he wanted to bore 2 holes in Yun Sheng's face. Yun Sheng swallowed her saliva and ignored her drumming heartbeat. She carefully avoided Yi Baiming's burning gaze and tried her best to retreat. However, there was a hard tree trunk behind her. She had nowhere to retreat, but Yi Baiming was getting closer and closer. In the end, their bodies were pressed together in a very intimate manner. Yun Sheng could even clearly feel the hard muscles under Yi Baiming's warrior robes. I'm innocent. I didn't provoke Du Gu Xiao. I only fought him once, and I was masked. But somehow he recognized me. Yun Sheng mustered up her courage, puffed out her chest, and sucked in her stomach. She wanted to appear more righteous as she tried her best to defend herself. But when she stuck out her chest, she bumped right into Yi Baiming's chest. Yi Baiming grunted, and his gaze became even more intense. Yun Sheng jumped in fright and did not dare to move again. Oh, if that's the case, then this king can forgive you. Yi Baiming was in a good mood when he saw Yun Sheng like this. He chuckled softly. Little wildcat might not know, but as long as it was a man who had interacted with her, they would remember her aura, her every frown, and her every action as if they were under a spell. He, Yi Biming, Abandon, and even Du Guxiu were like this. "Ah, Night Fox, long time no see. I heard that you were successful in your closed-door training. I wonder how many blood crystals you integrated." Seeing that Yi Biming had no intention of pursuing the matter, Yunsheng immediately changed the topic. "Guess how many I integrated?" Even though Yunsheng tried her best to hide it, Yi Biming caught a trace of worry in her eyes. He saw it and felt warmth in his heart. It had been a long time since someone looked at him with such eyes. Little Wildcat's eyes finally started to look at him. This was a good sign. Ghost Prison's Great Elder has fused 3 pills. You should have fused at least 2, right? Yunsheng felt uncomfortable from Yi Biming's hard muscles. She suspected that with Yi Biming's muscles, even high-level magic would not be able to hurt him. Even Du Guxiu has fused with at least 3 Beast King blood crystals. If I only fused with 2, how am I going to compete with him in this divine artifact mission? Yi Biming was somewhat dissatisfied. His little wildcat, did she not have enough confidence in him? What? You're saying that Du Guxiu also entered the Dutian blood seal and obtained a Beast King blood crystal? Yunsheng thought to herself. No wonder Du Guxiu's strength broke through so quickly in these few years. The last time they fought, if it wasn't for Tycoon Jean, she would have been captured alive. It shouldn't be wrong. Do you remember when your grandfather Yunba was injured by Du Guxiu? If it was not for the integration of the blood crystals, he would not have such a strong physique. However, at that time, he should have only integrated the first blood crystal. Now, he should have at least integrated the third. Yi Biming had not fought with Du Guxiu for many years. The two people's reunion this time was bound to be like fire and water. What they were fighting for was not as simple as the divine weapon. The cooperation between the elite camp and Hochin had already become turbulent before it even began because of the conflict between the two. The 3 days of waiting seemed to be especially long. On the night of the second day, not long after Yunsheng began her celestial meditation, Sister Lan came looking for her. "Come with me to the Elder Barracks immediately. The Elder of the Temple will publicly predict the location of the divine weapon in front of the 8 major forces." Yunsheng picked up her magic scepter and followed Lan to the Elder Barracks. As soon as they entered the Elder Barracks, they saw the 5 people from the elite camp and Elder Ghost Prison were already there. Abandoned and 2 other magic students were also waiting there. The Great Elder was drawing a magic array. Yunsheng stood with Lan in the magic elite camp's array. The magic array shone brightly, and a hazy image appeared in front of them. Yunsheng recognized a few people in the image. The Elder of the Temple, Jiyu, the Young of the Temple, Xiao Wenxiu, and the male magician, Ru Yi, whom Yunsheng had met once in the Zhou State Palace, were all present. On this night, the same magic array appeared in front of the other major forces that were participating in the search for the divine artifact. "Everyone, I am Jiyu. I will be hosting the divine weapon prediction ceremony this time. I believe that everyone here has already heard about what happened in the Dutian Blood Beast world last month. The descendants of the 8 barons have reappeared on the mainland. Within 3 years, the Dutian Blood Seal is facing the possibility of collapsing at any time. In order to prevent the collapse of the Dutian Blood Seal, it is imperative to find the lost divine weapon and revive the Dutian Blood Seal." Jiyu's face was solemn. Behind him, Xiao Wenxiu and the others were also solemn. "In half an hour, I will receive a celestial revelation. In order to ensure fairness, I will announce the location of the divine weapon in front of everyone. When the time comes, all the major forces will arrive at the same time to compete for it." Jiyu chanted, and a magic array shaped like a star chart appeared under his feet. Chapter 791. Although the Dharma Temple was famous on the continent, it was still a rare opportunity to see the arbiters of the Dharma Temple like tonight. Yunsheng and the other mages stared at the magic array without blinking. The magic array beneath Elder Gu's feet attracted Yunsheng's attention. In the eternal starry sky, the stars were scattered like fragments. Elder Gu and the other two looked as if they were floating in the air under the illumination of the magic array. They looked even more mysterious. Sister Lan, what magic array is that? Yunsheng had never seen such a magic array before. She couldn't help but ask Lan out of curiosity. The Starry Sky Magic Array. It is a magic array unique to the light mages of the temple. It is said to be able to predict the past and the future. It is the most powerful predictive magic array. Lan looked at the magic array cautiously. Although the temple and the magic elite camp were both known as the holy lands of the continent's mages, the temple was superior in terms of heritage. After all, the temple could be traced back to the era of the Eight Baron tribe. The various magic arrays and unique profound spells left behind by successive law overlords were not something the magic elite camp could compare to. Indigo's gaze seemed to linger on the white figure behind Jiyu. Xiao Wenshu, the continent's most famous genius mage. Although Lu Tongtian was the #1 mage in a magic elite camp, in Lan's eyes, Xiao Wenshu was the only true genius in the continent's magic world. Only Xiao Wenshu could truly be considered as a match for Lan. She just didn't know if Xiao Wenshu would represent the temple in this mission to find the divine artifact. If he did, the competition would be even more intense. Inside the temple, Xiao Wenshu stood behind Jiyu. He was a little unsettled. The 8 major factions were competing for the divine artifact that was about to be unearthed. If there were no accidents, Yunsheng would also participate in this mission. Although he never left the temple, Xiao Wenshu more or less knew about Yunsheng. For example, Yunsheng had joined the magic elite camp. For example, she had risen to power in Skywing City as the Flame Emperor and destroyed the Hidden Night Pavilion. For example, during her first blood purge, she had saved several students who had been kidnapped by the descendants of the 8 Desolates. For example, she and an unknown magician ruined the marriage of the later Qin crown Prince Duguxiu. Xiao Wenshu memorized every bit of this information in his heart. She should have seen him in the magic array by now. Xiao Wenshu was a little nervous. For the past few years, he had not left the temple at all because he wanted to calm himself down. He had thought that he had gradually let go of everything. But when he found out that Yunsheng had appeared in the magic elite camp of the mainland, he could not remain calm anymore. In the end, his heart was still a mess. Senior brother, Master has already started chanting. Do you think that the Starry Sky Magic Array can find the location of the divine weapon? His junior brother's voice interrupted Xiao Wenshu's thoughts. Don't forget the essence of Starry Sky magic. As long as you're in a place illuminated by starlight, you won't be able to escape the illumination of the Starry Sky Magic Array. However, using the Starry Sky Magic Array once will cost Master 10 years of cultivation. Master will not use it unless he has no other choice. Xiao Wenshu sighed. This time, the crisis of the Duqian Blood Seal had come so suddenly that even the Destiny Mirror had not discovered it. Elder Judge Ji was worried about the future of the entire continent, so he had no choice but to use the Starry Sky Magic Array to find the hiding place of the divine weapon. The Starry Sky Magic Array could only be activated by light magicians. Because it covered a large area, even Jiyu found it difficult to set it up. Thanks to Xiao Wenshu's breakthrough half a month ago, Elder Judge Jiyu had the confidence to set up the array to deduce the location of the divine weapon. Under his feet, the Starry Sky Magic Array shone brightly. As Elder Judge Jiyu chanted, his magic scepter shot out a ray of light that was as bright as the sun. Every time the light shone brighter, Elder Judge Jiyu's forehead would break out in sweat. It could be seen that even the powerful Elder Judge Jiyu had a hard time using this Starry Sky Magic Array. The ray of light merged into the Starry Sky Magic Array. In the vast starry sky, there were countless stars. The ray of light was like a shooting star that had eyes, rushing toward a certain direction. Finally, the magic array stopped at a spot, shining with dazzling starlight. Elder Judge Jiyu looked as if he had fought a hard battle. He put down the scepter in his hand and said tiredly, "Wenxiu, I'll leave the rest to you. I've done my best." He stepped forward and helped Elder Judge Jiyu. In just a quarter of an hour, Elder Judge Jiyu looked 10 years older than before. A few wrinkles appeared on his youthful face. It could be seen that this starry sky magic array consumed a lot of magic power. "Yes, Master." Xiao Wenxiu stepped forward. Everyone's gazes were involuntarily attracted by Xiao Wenxiu. Xiao Wenxiu, known as one of the Wuji Five Annulus, was just like his name. In front of the dark starry sky magic array, he was like a rising moon, unknowingly attracting everyone's attention. His white robe fluttered, his expression gentle. As Xiao Wenxiu chanted, everyone's eyes were focused on his magic scepter. Even the great elder could not help but narrow his eyes. Lan's face was a lot more unpleasant. "It's actually 7 magic soul stones." Yunsheng could not help but open her mouth slightly. Yunsheng still remembered the first time she met Xiao Wenxiu 8 or 9 years ago. At that time, Xiao Wenxiu was a sky magician. He was also the youngest sky magician on the continent. Xiao Wenxiu did not move around much in the past few years. She did not expect him to break through from a sky magician to a law overlord in just a few years. A law overlord was second only to a law god. To break through 2 important levels in a few years, Xiao Wenxiu was indeed a genius among geniuses. Compared to him, Feng Tian, Lu Tongtian, they were all trash. Yunsheng was filled with emotions, but she neglected one point. Xiao Wenxiu was a genius. In those 8 or 9 years, he rose from a magic apprentice like a rocket to a sky magician. He was also a genius among geniuses. Although they had witnessed Xiao Wenxiu's cultivation, many people's expressions changed, especially those from the Medicine Emperor Pavilion. They were secretly happy because they had formed an alliance with the Dharma Temple. With an expert like Xiao Wenxiu, their chances of winning would undoubtedly be much higher. Xiao Wenxiu chanted, and another ray of light shot out from his magic scepter, merging with the ray of light that Elder Si Ming had released earlier. The moment the 2 rays of light merged together, the starlight extended countless times, extending downwards. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.